अभी तो फिलहाल हम मेकअप कर रहे हैं। बंद का मतलब ये कि डोंट शूट। गेम मास्टर माखफुल टीम क्या खले माँ का बेटा। हाय बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है पबजी मोबाइल के साथ कोलैबोरेट करके, और अब मुझे एक और तरीका मिल गया अपने फैंस से कनेक्ट होने का, पख्तून फैंस से। अपनी आवाज में पबजी मोबाइल खेलने का मौका मिलेगा, अपना अच्छा लगेगा, आप खुद सोचे। तो कोई एक चीज वियर्ड नहीं है, वो तो बहुत कुछ ऐसा कई दफा हुआ है कि थैंक यू वेरी मच कह के या बिल्कुल खामोशी से मैं निकल गई। पबजी तो मैं सोच रही हूँ जो इस वक्त मेरी टीम यहाँ पे मैं इनके साथ खेलूँ, मजे का कीप रॉकिंग। यूथ में मेरी बहुत फैन फॉलोइंग है और फैंस वाकई मुझसे बहुत ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं, बहुत हार्डकोर हैं। तो लेट्स गो। तो अभी हम रास्ते में हैं और हम जा रहे हैं अपने स्टूडियो की तरफ वॉइस ओवर्स के लिए। वॉइस पैक आने वाला है पबजी मोबाइल में पश्तो में। सो यस मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड। माँ कवर का अलग का माँ से मदद का और मुझे प्राउड इस बात पे कि मैं पठान हूँ, मुसलमान हूँ, मैं आज जो हूँ जहाँ हूँ यकीनन मेरे कल्चर की कदर ही है जो मुझे यहाँ तक लेके आई। आप लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग कब शुरू करेंगे? बहुत जल्द मुझे लगता है, इसके बाद तो एक बनता है सेशन, तो वो तो आप जल्दी देखेंगे मुझे। हेलो 1 2 3 4 चेक साउंड चेक। हाँ नहीं याला का मासरा मदद होगा माँ खबर का हाँ देर का याला का तो पक्कू पकार दे जमाफी वार याला का ब्याह बप यूज़ गेम का ज़्यादा बच करम मनना माँ खबर का देर का पमा बांधे डज़ों के। So thank you PUBG मोबाइल। आप लोगों ने मुझे मौका दिया, मैं बहुत अच्छी लग रही थी, बहुत सारे कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स मिले, थैंक यू।
अस्सलामुअलैकुम और खुशामदीद कहेंगे आपको PMPL पाकिस्तान इंटरव्यू सेक्शन के अंदर। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट एहसन और इस सेक्शन में हम थोड़ा सा प्लेयर्स के साथ जुगलबंदी करेंगे और उनकी फन साइड को एक्सप्लोर करने की कोशिश करेंगे। तो हमारे साथ टीम SALTxi8 से उज़म ज्वाइन कर चुके हैं। सबसे पहले उज़म, वेलकम टू द शो, कैसे हैं आप?
थैंक यू एहसन, मैं ठीक ठाक, आप सुनाओ?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, थैंक यू फॉर आस्किंग। और इसी के साथ उज़म, आपके वक्त का बहुत ज़्यादा शुक्रिया, हमारे साथ ज्वाइन करने का शुक्रिया। पहला सवाल आपसे मैं ये पूछूंगा कि अभी तक के लिए टीम i8 के अंदर जो गोस्ट का एडिशन है वो आप किस तरह से देखते हैं इस PMPL के लिए?
गोस्ट काफ़ी अच्छा प्लेयर है और गोस्ट का एक फ़ायदा है हमारी टीम में कि मैं उसको पीछे खिला के खुद आगे खेल सकता हूँ एज अ फ्रैगिंग या प्लैंक।
सो गोस्ट जो है इस रोल के ऊपर अभी तक के लिए आपको क्या लगता है, किस तरह की परफॉर्मेंस दे रहे हैं?
गोस्ट अभी तक सही है लेकिन उसको थोड़ा और इम्प्रूव करना पड़ेगा।
अभी तक के लिए उज़म, आपसे ये बड़ा एक इम्पॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है। आप भी मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम हमें टॉप फ्रैगर्स की लिस्ट में नज़र आते हैं। सो इस दफ़ा अपने अलावा किस प्लेयर को देखते हैं जो आपको टॉप फ्रैगर के टाइटल के लिए कम्पीट करता हुआ नज़र आएगा?
वैसे पाकिस्तान में कंपटीशन और प्लेयर्स काफ़ी अच्छे हैं और PMPL में भी बहुत अच्छा स्टार्ट किया है काफ़ी प्लेयर्स ने, लेकिन मुझे जितना लग रहा है मुझे कंपटीशन जो देगा वो क्रिप्टो है।
अभी तक के लिए उज़म, आपको क्या लगता है कि ऐसी क्या चीज़ है आपकी टीम के अंदर जो आपको बिल्कुल अलग करती है दूसरी टीम से और यही चीज़ बाकी टीम्स के लिए मुश्किल पैदा करती है आपको बीट करना?
हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस, मतलब सारे प्लेयर्स हमारे जहाँ पे भी मतलब कोई फाइट हो ना हो और मतलब कोई हमारे सामने रुक जाए तो हम लोग रुक के फाइट ले लेते हैं। कॉन्फिडेंस एक बात चीज़ है, दूसरा एक्सपीरियंस क्योंकि हमने इतने टूर्नामेंट्स के लिए, और थर्ड चीज़ है वो टीम वर्क।
क्या लगता है ऐसा कोई प्लेयर है पाकिस्तान के अंदर जिसके अगेंस्ट 1v1 लेते हुए आपके प्यारे दोस्त क्रिप्टो भी थोड़ा सा हिचकिचाहट का शिकार हो?
मुझे नहीं लगता, वैसे तो वो तो क्रिप्टो के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से पता है, लेकिन मुझे नहीं लगता कि पाकिस्तान क्या साउथ एशिया में भी उसे कोई ऐसा हो, और साउथ एशिया के बाहर भी नहीं है ऐसा कोई।
जाने से पहले उज़म, आपकी तरफ से फैंस के लिए क्या मैसेज रहने वाला है इस PMPL पाकिस्तान के अंदर?
फैंस के लिए यही है कि सपोर्ट करते रहो। जब हम लोग वैसे, मैं खुद देखता हूँ पूरा दिन चैट, तो बहुत ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ जाता है। कभी कभी परफॉर्मेंस नहीं भी हो तो कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ जाता है कि अगले दिन करना है हमें, तो यही कि ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करते रहो।
और एक मैसेज आपकी तरफ से अपने अगेंस्ट जो टीम्स खेल रही हैं PMPL के अंदर, उनके लिए क्या रहने वाला है उसमें?
अपने अगेंस्ट टीम्स के लिए यही कि ट्राई करते रहो, लेकिन जीतेंगे तो हम ही इंशाल्लाह।
बिल्कुल, ये थे दोस्तों उज़म, बड़ा क्लियर कट उन्होंने यहाँ पर जो है वो क्वेश्चन जो है वो आंसर दे दिया इस क्वेश्चन का। और हमारे साथ जुड़े रहने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करेंगे यहाँ पर उज़म का। टिल द नेक्स्ट टाइम दोस्तों, अपना बहुत सारा रखिएगा ख्याल। एक नए प्लेयर के साथ दोबारा से ज्वाइन करेंगे PMPL पाकिस्तान इंटरव्यू सेक्शन को। तब तक के लिए रखें ख्याल, अल्लाह हाफिज़। अस्सलामुअलैकुम और खुशामदीद कहेंगे आपको PMPL पाकिस्तान इंटरव्यू सेक्शन के अंदर। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट एहसन और आज हम कोशिश करेंगे कि प्लेयर्स की कुछ फन साइड को एक्सप्लोर करें। आज के दिन मुझे ज्वाइन कर चुके हैं टीम फ्री स्टाइल से एक इमर्जिंग टैलेंट FS वसी। वेलकम करूंगा उन्हें शो के अंदर। वेलकम वसी।
थैंक यू
सो मच वसी फॉर ज्वाइनिंग हमारे साथ बनने के लिए। सबसे पहले आपसे पूछेंगे कि टीम फ्री स्टाइल के अंदर आपका जो शुमार है अभी तक के लिए, आपका ये एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहा?
जैसे कि आपको पता है कि फ्री स्टाइल बहुत ही एक्सपीरियंस टीम है और PMPL एक्सपीरियंस है इनके पास, PMGC भी जा चुके हैं, तो मेरे लिए अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी थी, तो मैंने बोला कि इनके साथ खेलता हूँ, एक्सपीरियंस लेता हूँ और अपना बेस्ट देता हूँ।
इसी हमें बैक स्टोरी बताएं कि किस तरह से आपको फ्री स्टाइल की तरफ से अप्रोच किया गया और क्या वो कुछ की मोमेंट्स थे जिन पर उन्होंने सोचा कि लेट्स हैव वसी ऑन बोर्ड?
ब्लैक तो इनको असल में एक कोई प्लेयर चाहिए था जो फ्रैगिंग के लिए वो, तो इन्होंने बात करी थी काफ़ी जगह, तो FS बाबा जो इनके साथ खेलता था, तो उन्होंने इनको बताया कि मेरी नज़र में एक प्लेयर है वसी, तो आप इसको लेकर देखो, तो काफ़ी अच्छा खेलता है। तो फिर इन्होंने मुझसे बात करी FS ब्लैक ने, तो फिर मैं इसीलिए तब से आया हूँ।
इस PMPL के अंदर अभी तक के लिए जो आपका कॉम्बिनेशन है, क्या इसी को रिटेन करेंगे या कुछ चेंजेस जो है वो हमें देखने को मिल सकते हैं?
जैसे कि आपको पता है मलिक मेरे साथ होता है हर वक्त सपोर्ट पे, एंट्री ट्रैक पे, तो मलिक भी है, मैं भी हूँ, तो इंशाल्लाह अच्छा ही परफॉर्म करेंगे।
सो प्लेइंग 4 जो है वो बिल्कुल इसी तरह रहेगी, सेम टू सेम रहेगी?
जी बिल्कुल ऐसी रहेगी, मैं, मलिक, टायरेंट और ब्लैक।
क्या लगता है आपको अभी तक की परफॉर्मेंस उसको लेके कि फाइनल्स के अंदर हमें टीम फ्री स्टाइल क्या टॉप 3 में देखने को मिल सकती है?
इंशाल्लाह कोशिश यही रहेगी हमारी टॉप 3 की, और हम प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, वर्क कर रहे हैं, जो गलतियाँ हैं छोटी छोटी हम उस पर वर्क भी कर रहे हैं जो हमसे हो रही है, और इंशाल्लाह बस आप लोग देखेंगे।
बस ये अभी तक की आपकी परफॉर्मेंस को देख के मैं तो बिल्कुल हैरान नहीं हूँ। क्या प्लान है आपका? क्या इस दफ़ा टॉप फ्रैगर का टाइटल अपने लिए विन करने की कोशिश रहेगी आपकी?
कोशिश तो मेरी पूरी होगी और टॉप फ्रैगर बनेंगे बस इस दफ़ा तो फाइनल में
इंशाल्लाह। सो आपके फैंस जो हैं वो काफ़ी शॉर्ट टाइम में काफ़ी ज़्यादा बन चुके हैं, क्या कहेंगे, क्या मैसेज रहेगा आपका उनके लिए?
मैं बस उनको यही कहना चाहूँगा कि आप सपोर्ट करो, लव यू ऑल जो सपोर्ट करते हैं, और बस मैं चाहूँगा कि दुआ में याद रखो सब।
फाइनल एक मैसेज दीजिएगा अपनी ऑपोजिशन टीम्स को, क्या कहेंगे उन्हें आप अपनी और फ्री स्टाइल की इस ओवरऑल जो है वो स्ट्रैटेजी को लेकर इस PMPL के अंदर?
मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि इट्स अ टफ कंपटीशन, आपको कुछ नहीं पता कि कौन सी टीम वो कर जाए, क्योंकि हर टीम की परफॉर्मेंस अपनी जगह बहुत अच्छी है। जैसे कि न्यू एडिशन ऑफ R3G बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है, तो मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि इस बार टफ कंपटीशन है, लेकिन बस देखें जो मेरा बेस्ट टीम है।
बहुत शुक्रिया यहाँ पर अपनी थॉट्स शेयर करने के लिए वसी। ये थे टीम फ्री स्टाइल से वसी जिन्होंने हमें ज्वाइन किया इस सेगमेंट के अंदर। टिल नेक्स्ट टाइम एक और प्लेयर के साथ दोबारा ज्वाइन करेंगे आपको। अपना रखिएगा ख्याल, अल्लाह हाफिज़।
PMPL exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality.
It's our chance to reach the biggest.
It's time to enter the dawn of new champions.
Let the action begin.
Hello and welcome everyone. You are watching the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Spring 2022, which is of course brought to you by Oppo, who are our smartphone partners for PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan. And I'm joined along with CA today, and it's time, day number 2, with a lot of teams yet to catch up. What are you expecting, CA?
I'm really expecting all of these teams to step it up. You know, yesterday we saw the resurgence of quite a few teams that we were concerned about coming into the grand finals, but we also saw the downfall of several teams that we were expecting to be at that top. And I'm expecting teams like that to really come give a challenge today, because at day 3, like coming into tomorrow, I want the table to just be wide open for anyone to be able to grab that top 5, top 6 slot.
Yeah, you know, me too. Of course, I would love to see some, amazing plays coming in by teams like, let's say, QWERTY. We've got North Esports, for FMxR3D, for Christ's sake. Even Star, they've been looking a little lackluster, right at the bottom of the standings. And this is typically not the Star that we did witness during the Super Weekends. I mean, of course, they're not the most consistent team, but they haven't been too shabby either. They've always maintained that middle order. and right now into the finals, you can really feel the pressure starting to hit them. But there's again another team that has sort of been the surprise package. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about 52x Raids here. I mean, this is one of those teams that, out of the 6 games, I think they managed to get 5 top 3 positions. It's 4 top 3 positions and 1 4th spot finish. So those are some incredible stats when you bring that up. I think one of those areas which they can really work upon today is maybe their finishes. Otherwise, I mean, I see a contender for the top spot in 52x Rage, and this is such a change from how they played during the Super Weekend, transitioning this into the finals.
Exactly. Though how they played part fixes that you mentioned is especially key, because when you tell me that 52x Rage needs more finish points, I'm like, huh? It's one of the most aggressive teams that we know, right? So the fact that on day one itself, they displayed a consistent performance without that aggression, without those finish points, is just about bringing back what they do best already to just finish it up today and really give a fight for that top 2, top 3, even, and contest teams like SALTxi8, teams like MetershotxSKY, teams like TUF that we know are going to continuously push forward, pedal to the metal. And that's all I want to see from 52x Rage today. That deliverance of consistency that I know they're capable of.
Certainly they are. I mean, there's no doubts at that. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But now, taking a look at yesterday's summary, right? You could everybody just you can read who was the most dominating team. Of course, MetershotxSKY. Out of 6 games, 3 games chicken dinner, 50% probability of winning. And if the big question though lies in the fact, are they gonna repeat what they did yesterday even today? Because if they do that, I'm pretty sure this is the #1 team. There's no stopping them at all. But let's take a look at what's on the line. The prize pool, ladies and gentlemen, is what we are talking about. And as you can see, the top 6 squads. Now this is even bigger, right? This is what the teams are here for. The top 6 squads will qualify for PMPL South Asia Championship. So of course, all the teams over here would be wanting, if not the top 3, it's fine, get it to the top 6. And as you can say, a lot of money on the line. 1.76 crore Pakistani rupees is what we're talking about. So of course, I mean, there's no $500 this time. It's just for the Super Weekends during the finals. It's all about consistency. 52x Rage has shown that. MetershotxSKY, they've also displayed that. But heading on to today's CA, of course, once we look at the overall rankings, I think we can really bring this into picture. SALTxi8. I mean, this is again one of those teams that does have the potential. Did manage to get that 1 chicken dinner, courtesy to Blade, I believe, in Sanhok, if you remember. And other than that, I really feel they were too notorious. Sometimes, the players have shown some really good survival instincts. But other than that, I think they should be looking for some position points today. What do you think?
100% fixes. I really think for SALTxi8 today, it's a test. The way it is for MetershotxSKY in the regards to the fact that we're wondering if this high level of performance can continue for MetershotxSKY. It's a test for SALTxi8 that they've never really faced this level of competition before, where a team from get-go is shutting them down, right? We've seen it maybe in Super Weekend 1, where Quantum Rage had a great day, but even then, it never felt like SALTxi8 was denied the opportunity as compared to what MetershotxSKY has done, and we really made it feel like they are truly close to that #1 team. And that's where I think SALTxi8 have some big question marks today. And I'm really curious about that in regards to today's Erangel, actually, because Novoripnoi, Sosnovka, quite close to each other,
Already some salt being applied over there, CA, and I can understand exactly why. I think today a lot of teams would be coming in prepared to kind of shut down that run for MetershotxSKY especially. But as we move along further, right, this is where my complaints arise. FMR3D to just 23 points. I think they had that one last game of Erangel which turned out in their favor, as a result of which managed to get these many points. But QWERTY Esports, I mean, again, another team that we've been talking about. they've been close, but nowhere close to where they should be, where their potential really lies. Because out of the 6 games, look at the finishes, right? Clearly shows that they're feeling the nerves, and I do not understand why. I mean, you talk about Clarity Esports, they're one of the most established squads in Pakistan, one of the oldest, one of the most loved team, and they're sort of adept to all these high pressure situations, but still somehow down the line they haven't been able to reciprocate it in inside the games.
Yeah, exactly. They've just not been able to convert any of their potential positions, potential controls over the zones into actual value. At least
Yeah.
not consistently. They had a couple of games where they looked okay-ish. 420 boy, again, looking like a player to watch out for. Really the shining light for the team completely, but really one player is not enough. One performance is not enough when it comes to the grand final weekend, and we'll have to see all of those teams in that second page actually. Can they step it up? I think North Esports is another one I'm curious about, because they did look like they were on a great resurgence coming into the grand finals, but we haven't seen full displays of that yet.
Yeah, I think North Esports is yet to find out what style suits them better, because
Yeah.
if you take a look at the past, there was one Super Weekend where they were really aggressive, and then followed by the Super Weekend where they were sort of focusing a lot on positioning points, right? They still are yet to find the perfect balance as to how they can approach the circle, considering they sort of drop around school and apartments. I really feel that it is one of the best rotations that you can really carry off. You've got good loot also to follow up, so they haven't really shown that sort of an gameplay that we were expecting out of them. But yeah, clearly they have potential, and they've got to just rise up to the ranks. But this sort of brings us to another team that wasn't as good as they have been performing in the Super Weekends. But for now, again, we'll sort of keep that conversation for later, because now we've got MetershotxSKY Esports. A few looks at their statistics, how they've been playing. Halsey and Ash, they've been on fire here.
Oh, most certainly have. Halsey and Ash have looked absolutely dominant yesterday. Halsey especially, man. He looked like he was a one-man army, continuously pushing on, finding value again and again for his teammates, and it just looked absolutely phenomenal for that particular lad, and we'll have to see if he specifically can continue his form. And really, MetershotxSKY as a whole will end up in that regard. Look at the damage numbers, 3.3k from Halsey. Like, wow.
I mean, this is absolutely ludicrous, right? Halsey, I think he's a surprise package, to be honest, because during the Super Weekends, we knew he was good. He's been playing in the scene for quite some long time, but an elimination leaderboard topper cool. I did not know that he could do that, but of course, I mean, he's been so amazing, right? Has been fearless, has been taking fights when he should, and when he can get the frags, right? One of those best things about MetershotxSKY, again, that I've been, harping about quite a lot, is the fact that, they're very controlled while they've been playing. They like to have the situation under them. They like to, play the circles. They do not take, hasty fights. They're not really impatient with where I could really bring SALTxi8 into the picture right now. Now, do not get me wrong that SALTxi8 is any bad team, right? They are an equally good team, or could just argue that they're better considering how they've played in the Super Weekend. But again, the SALTxi8 we did see yesterday was the first Super Weekend, initial early day SALTxi8 who were just looking out for a lot of frags, right? And why wouldn't you? Because they just got on with Super Weekend with around 150 points plus domination. So they had a different approach yesterday. So I'm really keen to see how they're gonna approach. But what is the big question here is, are MetershotxSKY ready with their plan Bs and plan Cs? Because, they've got a huge bounty on their head. A lot of teams would be definitely looking out for them today.
Oh, 100% fixes. And really, for all of those teams targeting MetershotxSKY today, it's going to be a thriller to watch which teams do end up coming out successful. Because the way MetershotxSKY performed yesterday, it was by the books. We kept saying it, right? It's not like they were making some huge plays or completely different strategies or something like that that you can technically prepare for, or you can say, hey, we got caught by surprise because of the preparation of this team. No, they were just playing it very, very well, which is harder to prepare for because they're just playing normally. How do you prepare for normal?
Oh, that never occurred, right? I mean, if you're not making any mistakes, if you're just playing a normal game, how do you counter a team?
Yeah.
I think the best possible way is the harder way, is the more straightforward way. Just drop at the drop spot, take a team fight. I mean, you risk your chances of getting wiped out, and but hey, you never know. It might pay off. A few casualties here and there, and that is something that I was hoping for. Even in the final days of the Super Weekend, teams to go and target each other. There was nothing, man. There was no masala. I was looking out for it. Some rivalries being brought up. Some pan fight, something. But here the people in Pakistan, the players are promoting peace, because of course no one's going after each other's drop location. Everyone's just doing their job. Once they meet in the final circles, that is where they are fighting against each other. So I think another good way of stopping a team on their tracks would be block off their rotations, right? And it's kind of easy in comparison when you kind of head off towards the southern side and the zones kind of get a little bit north. It all comes down to how much are you willing to put in, right? Because again, I can easily bridge camp, but how long am I willing to bridge camp? That's the big question. How much do I hate Team MetershotxSKY on top that I'm willing to risk my chance inside getting a good spot inside the circle just to take them out. So you've got to draw that line where, and if any teams are going to do that, maybe I think Regicide does have a potential, because they sort of drop nearby and they're the closest. They can go for that Novo bridge camp. But regardless, I know I was actually going to get Regicide into this picture here, because I have been loving them during the finals. What about you?
Yeah, likewise. I think Regicide started off with a bang yesterday, really surprising all of us. But I think the bigger surprise was the fact that it continued throughout the rest of the day. And coming into day 2, they're a top 4 team, well in line to get themselves to the PMPL SA Championship. And we'll be looking to continue that today. But again, given the troubles that this team has faced in the past, I don't think, for example, MetershotxSKY, if they had a bad game 1, I'd brush it off. I'd say, hey, you know what? This team has shown us glimpses before. They've won 3 chicken dinners, surely they will be bouncing back. But if a team like Regicide has a bad game 1, suddenly I'm concerned, because momentum is very important for teams like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, it is indeed, right? About a little bit of a team head-to-head between SALTxi8 and 52x Rage, which is quite beautifully shown, right, in their average survival time. Now, 52x Rage, they've been doing one thing right. They've been following the footsteps of MetershotxSKY. It's just that one high finish game. Other than that, if you take a look at the performance, it's been about, getting 3 finishes, 2 finishes, but top 3 on majority of those occasions, and that really matters. They've gotten that footing. But today, again, just like MetershotxSKY, I'm getting worried about 52x Rage, because this is one of those teams that not a lot of other teams were looking after, right? Looking out for, because they've been so invisible, they've been so silent, they've been so outside the circle. They've rarely been, picking up fights. It was just that one game in which they managed to get 11 finishes, where they were sort of all over the place. But apart from that, they've been quite stealthy. They have made their presence not so felt inside the lobby. They kind of come out of nowhere and get a top 3 finish. That is what their objective has been. But I really want to see if they've made any sort of modifications today. That is going to be really, really important for them.
Oh, 100%. It's going to be really important for them to make sure that those modifications execute perfectly, because if they're not able to find the value in the adaptations, then honestly day 3 will be a little too late to wonder, should we go back to old playstyle? Should we keep trying this? It's just too many questions to have on the final day of PMPL Pakistan. So today is going to be for these teams to maybe try a thing out or two, maybe experiment a little and hope that it succeeds, because if it doesn't, it's going to put them in a horrible spot.
Oh, it certainly will. And, again, the first 3 games will be really important to see if, the teams that performed well yesterday could have carried forward this perspective, but a little bit of a look at SALTxi8. Again, this is one of those teams that we've been talking about. They always have what it takes to be the best team. They have displayed that even through the weekends, but yesterday I really felt they were taking quite a lot of unnecessary fights in situations where they could have rather done a decent job in holding position, maybe get a knock or two, and then decide to push in. Because I really feel they've been sort of playing around the edges. In the moment you get a radical circle shift, they go in directly for the center, just hit it, and they don't care who the team they're up against. If I think I remember one important game where they went up against FS in the first game of Erangel, where they just rammed into that compound, and in the process they lost out on 2 of the players. They managed to take 3 though, but still casualties are casualties. But now again we have to bury the hatchet of the past as we move on to the schedule, ladies and gentlemen. For day number 2, it is going to be pretty similar. Nothing really changes. One good thing is we just have one Sanhok, so teams do have enough maps to get the stable game going, and we'll have to find out who wins all these games today. Again, it's pretty standard: Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel. 3 Erangels yet again, and this is where the boys from MetershotxSKY are like, hey, that's what I'm talking about, baby.
Yeah, exactly. They're plenty happy, I think Regicide will be as well. We've got 2 Miramars in play, but we'll have to see if Regicide can recapture some of that Miramar form, because we haven't seen it just yet. But we'll save that discussion for our next match. For now, we head on straight to Erangel. Smiles on the faces of all these players on those cameras, but for how long you'll have to wonder, because it's going to get bloody real fast.
Oh, it certainly will, and the Big Bird has taken over the skies. This time, a certain flight path trajectory heading out all the way to west and northwest, cutting through Georgopol cities, and there you have it. So, of course, a lot of teams that tend to drop around the eastern side, their lives are going to be absolutely bloodied, right? But I think I've got a slight voice in my head that says that, are we looking at a rehost?
Yeah, it seems like we are going to be looking at a rehost right here. So, hey, usually that means that we get a crazy circle. So we'll see. Maybe this time as well we get a crazy circle.
Of course, I think this sort of brings... I've got to get in Blotter over here. He just said that CF was predicting maybe a certain circle yesterday, and hey, the final circle of Erangel was certain side. And if you have claimed that it's going to be a rather tricky circle, I think we're gonna love that, right? And by definition of a tricky circle, where do you want to see it?
I still am holding out for the Georgopol container circle. We haven't seen it yet, Fixes. We've almost seen everything else. Like, we've seen a southern circle. Haven't seen Yasnaya, but close enough to Yasnaya with the outer compounds coming into play. We've gone east with Mansion and Prison. We've gone west with Gatka. We've gone north with that Rozok weird circle that we saw. So I feel like almost everything has happened. The only spots that are left are like extreme northwest, maybe Zarki, or extreme northeast, or that Georgopol circle that I've been waiting on for like almost the entire PMPL now.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're talking about... I think it's high time, right? See, we get that north-western circle, right? Somewhere around Zaki, because there's a kind of a different, land texture out there. You've got a beautiful yellow, red flowers. The terrain is quite different. The topography built over there is quite different as to how typically Erangel really is, right? And suddenly, these teams kind of tend to charter into the unknown, because not a lot of teams play around that area. So it's going to be quite important to see how things really, come out to be. But for now, I think we've got to wait just a wee while, which sort of brings us another team that initially heading on into this tournament were one of the favorites to win, but the recent performances, I do not know, have not been too bad either, but haven't been that good. Yeah, I'm talking about Team QWERTY. What is your take on this team?
A great point, Fixes, actually, because honestly, when you look at QWERTY's performance over the 3 super weekends, it was only improvement every single time. But that's why you'd expect coming into the Super Weekend that improvement would continue, right? It hasn't been the case for QWERTY in this Super Weekend, and it's actually just seemingly getting dire. But hey, we know this team. We've seen this team even in the Week 1 league stage struggle a lot, but come back stronger across Week 2 and Week 3. Now, they haven't got several weeks, so I hope one night will do.
I mean, I really do, indeed. But, for now, with how things are up, I think they have to get a few chickens for themselves, right? That is imperative for them. Now, the entire Super Weekend run, CA was just on the fact that they were being consistent. They did not have any chicken dinners till the very last day, but still they made sure they were in that top 3 contention. So it's going to be important to see if they have that extra little bit of an edge, because again, this team was kind of changed. One of their players, Gravity, was brought in, who is exceptional, no doubt.
Yeah.
But at the same time, has he gelled up enough with his team? Because I really feel, Voltrox, who was playing for Team QWERTY earlier, the synergy between the players was way far better than they have it with Gravity right now. And I do not know if it is entirely Gravity's fault, because Khan himself, I guess, has always been that punching bag for his team. He's been the one you must have seen in various occasions gets knocked out first. So I think he's got to try to survive a little bit more. I mean, it's obvious that the one who takes the more risk is susceptible to getting injured or damaged over there, and that has been the case because Uzum likewise has been doing the same for SALTxi8, right? He's been that sacrificial lamb. He's been doing that, and sometimes IGL tend to do that because again, they're the ones who are the minds, but the players you've got in QWERTY, the likes of Wolverine, Destroyer, Gravity, they've got such immense potential. They are absolute weapons of mass destruction once they get online. So it's again going to be important how do they play their circles. But enough talk right now. Let's get back into the game and have it started already with the players all readied up. What do you think, CA, where the circle is going to form?
Oh my god, I actually had a sneak peek at the flight path, and yesterday we had a rehost. I believe it was match 3 or 4 actually, I'm not sure, but one of the matches we had a rehost, and the flight path was north to south, the way it was with our first match, and then in the rehost it ended up being southern and gave us some interesting circle shifts. So again, we've got that southern circle. I wonder how that will pan out, but a few teams that will be extremely happy are the ones you can see coming out right now. MetershotxSKY, Regicide, SALTxi8 as well, all quite close to their standard drops. But coming back to your point, Fixes, as you can see on our screen too, Gravity, top 3 on the elimination leaderboard. So clearly in terms of that change, what Gravity was supposed to bring to the table, I'm assuming, is firepower. He's doing his job. Now it's just up to the team to help him get more comfortable maybe, or up to him to help the team get more comfortable to him, find that synergy and bounce back. But talking about bouncing back, it feels a little weird to be looking at an elimination leaderboard without Crypto in it. So we'll have to see how King Crypto bounces back himself.
Yeah, I mean, for SALTxi8, I think it has been Blade who's sort of been the saving grace, who managed to, just steal that chicken dinner yesterday in Sanhok, if you remember. That was just outrageous. Ooh. But, well, we're going to start off with a not so interesting circle. Or maybe, which does have some immense potential to get really interesting if it comes down to, whether it's going to the upper side or downside Rozhok, right? So that's that, if it goes there. Otherwise, sort of anticipating it somewhere around the bottoms of Yasnaya, the eastern side of Rozhok, those areas to be hotly contested. But a few of the teams, of course, they're going to have some trouble getting to their drop location, especially the ones heading out north. So teams like Quantum Rage, FMxR3D, North Esports, they've got some traveling to do. Along with teams like TUF and Clarity, quite interestingly, have dropped off near Ferry Pair. A few shots were taken. Not much of damage being done.
Yeah, all of these teams, like Quantum Rage, Clarity, TUF even, expecting a southern circle to come through. All of them dropped on the south shoreline of the main island, but all of them got a psych as the circle comes through. purely on that main island. So now you can see TUF, Quantum Rage, Clarity, all on the rotations to get back to their original spots, which they should be able to do without much issue. But it is going to mean that the initial area they dropped already looted up, going to make rotations that much more interesting for the teams that do end up trying to go further north into that Severny shooting range area. And I'm curious to see where the circle ends up on out. I think one circle that I would like to see towards the final play would be to try and somehow either involve that Rozhok Island or involve that bridge to Yasnaya from Severny, and I think it will make for some pretty cool play, considering that area is mostly cliffs with the shoreline towards the downward side. But hey, all of that is speculation for later. Right now, we're just going to get to see teams fanning out to their standard drop locations after expecting a sudden shift and being surprised.
Oh yeah, I think even I'm gonna look out for that, you know, if teams are gonna start rotating early on. But you know, my biggest concern will be, of course, looking at the bridges, right? If MetershotxSKY and SALTxi8 are given a free pass just to cross over, because if they do, we know what they're capable of. But right now, you know, if you take a look at the major traffic, it's somewhere around the southwestern side. We've got the Grounders, Freestyle, 52x Rage, and then Magnus. But on that southeastern side also, we've got a few teams like 4VTFT, Regicide, and QWERTY. So around the east, around the west, they're all gonna move in. But for these early few phases, I don't think we're gonna see a lot of fights. What has really changed is the fact that Team Star have decided to drop off around farm. Right now, they typically head off towards Severny, but they've had a plan B that they're executing right now. So I'm gonna be really interested if this little change in tactics has worked out for them or not.
Yeah, it's very interesting too, because Severny is completely empty. So if this doesn't work out, they will be really cursing their stars, because they'll be thinking, damn, if you'd only just gone back to Severny. But right now, they are still in the circle, so they should be in a comfortable spot. They've got the southern shoreline as well as farm to themselves, so they should be able to get themselves some good loot and focus on the rotations. But really, yeah, the bridge play, like you said, is where my focus as well comes through. I really want to see which teams prioritize shutting down MetershotxSKY and SALTxi8, even more than SALTxi8, MetershotxSKY, I think, because when you have a team that has already crossed 100 points on day one, you've got to make moves against them.
Oh, you certainly have to, right? You certainly have to take the risk, because it's the finals. Now, again, the top six that we've been talking about so far, right? We do have Freestyle also in the picture. So, I mean, I'd love to know of your opinion about Freestyle. Now, this is one of those teams that did not quite perform to their standards in the Super Weekends, but in the finals, I think not the best team, but not the worst team either.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the best way to put them, in the sense that they're not the best, but they have some great mechanical skill. You know, especially players like Wasi, for example, insanely cracked on his ability to pull off the montage fights. But I think what they have been missing is that macro aspect. A little bit of trigger control. I'm not surprised their logo itself carries the gun, you know, so very much an aggressive team, but that's why they've been very up and down, not really been able to find consistency. But top six on day one, I think they will be content with it as long as they can keep it going.
Oh yeah, I think for freestyle, you know, we know that the players have got those individual instincts where, you know, they have the potential to wipe out squad solo. But you know, for actually trying to do that, you've got to be in good position. I really feel that they could do way better with how they sort of position themselves. But that's the thing, right? That's going to be pretty interesting to see how they can kind of carry on forward with it. But again, TUF, right? This is been one of those teams that has really been there, right, in the top five. They've been getting those chickens. They have been doing a good job. I think I have got no complaints about them. But you know, for teams like let's say team 4VTFT. Now, this is one of the teams that we haven't really talked a lot about, but at the same time, is it our mistake? Because they've not really given a lot of reasons to do so.
Exactly. I mean, we haven't really seen that great performance from them yet, right? And again, while they are a top 16 team in the grand finals of the PMPL Pakistan, haven't been as prominent as the others have been. Like, even when you go down the ladder, you look at teams like Grounders or Star. It's not like these teams never had great moments, you know. And again, it's not like 4VTFT never had great moments, but it was quite a while back. But talking about great moments, H2E didn't have many of them yesterday, but they start off day 2, match 1 with a bang. Pan picks up that first blood.
Oh yeah, and this is so good for H2E. And again, North Esports were kind of not anticipating this. I was really surprised that North Esports did come down here, because you could have anticipate H2E. They kind of tend to drop off at Puchiki, and this is where they're kind of executing their first rotation. Now Zameen, he's got the world shaking under his feet right now with nowhere to run and hide. All he is going to do is start praying that his teammates provide that cover fire, but no, Hacker just spots Zameen out in the open with his pants down, and will make no mistakes in getting the knock. A disastrous start for North Esports.
Hacker just starting to push in the good start that Pan created for H2E, even further so as North Esports, they're the ones fumbling, and they're the ones paying the price for H2E's success. Already lost 2 players here in Maxi and Zameen, and it's going to be a devastating blow, especially with the circle shifting further towards the northern area, and these teams really having to get a move on with respect to the rotation. But you can see Pan here just caught North Esports on a slow drive. Again, these rotations really is where they're getting punished, right? And a lot of these rotations influenced by the fact that a lot of these teams decided to go south, but we got Team Grounders and 52X Rage also exchanging blows around Ruins.
Yeah, and I was quite surprised, that the Grounders and 52X Rage are going to be meeting each other around the observatory tower. Quite peculiar, I must say, as they're in here for revenge. Will surely take down Mr. Black, and I really wanted to see how did Daku go down, and that's such a huge blow for 52X Rage, considering Daku has been one of the players that has been getting so many frags for their team, and him getting out of the picture is alarm bell stalling around. But again, if you take a look at how the circle has shifted, so there's this hidden possible chance that we are kind of privy to the circle that we fear the most, a circle that almost got my hair shaved, which of course I did not. But yeah, I think there's a high possible chance maybe the circle can go down, can go up north. What do you think? Is it gonna go down south or northern, or just the center, that little small island that we have?
It went northwest with the other, the last shifts. I think it will go east with the next. So maybe we get the Severny area circle that we wanted for so long. Maybe that bridge to Yasnaya comes into play. Right now, though, in terms of predictions, teams are quite split up. We see several teams moving up as we get a look at the fight between Team Grounders and 52X Rage. Black making quick work of Daku right here and really maneuvering around that fight very, very well. Displaying that form we saw from 52X Rage to get them in the second spot in the first place yesterday.
Oh yeah, I think at here, again, getting the second spot, they've been really good. But Magnus, yeah, again, this is one of those teams that have been in the thick and thin of things, haven't really, made a lot of mistakes, and this time Cairo just finding Hakar out of nowhere will take him down. Not good news for H2E, as they were looking to climb few ranks up, but for Asada as well. I mean, look at how open he is lying right now, and this could be getting so really bad for him, and so soon.
Oh, H2E, they had a good start, but suddenly on the rotations now, they might find some trouble. They are in the crosshairs of Magnus Esports. Now, I'm actually trying to look on the map to see where these teams are, because I believe they are in the circle. But, oh, I see them. Right around the south part of the island, actually. And oh, fixes! We got the circle shift somewhat centralized, including that island you talked about. So maybe your prediction. I'm not sure if it's a prediction.
No,
More
it
like
wasn't.
a fear. Yeah, but like a fear of that island, and for these teams as well, because they had a horrendous time trying to make their way around that island.
I think the grounders can have really good game in this one, and you know, you talk about MetershotxSKY. Look at them, so late, and they've been away from the pack.
Yeah.
They've been away from every single fight, and now they're gonna get in after all these teams. But this is again one of those circles where I really think they should have taken the longer route all the way, maybe through Yasnaya, and just try and get in. But not trying to do that, and rather going on the tails of SALTxi8. It's going to be a little risky for them to enter into such a circle. But let's see how do they carry it off. But for now, H2E, they're going to be making a move. They all of them would be shifting up north. Now this is where I really like 52x Rage, you know, outside the blue, but still making sure they take the longer route and the safer one at that. But a little bit of a blood being drawn between Drolin and the players of FMxR3D as Cairo spots out Wasi, almost took him down. But still, he lives to fight another day.
Yeah, Vasi immediately getting his health back to standard as well. Will force Magnus on the back foot for now. As Respect will get back to his feet. QWERTY find themselves with some free pickings in 4v TFD. Danny's been knocked and taken out, and QWERTY, they're trying to ensure that nobody gets into that northern edge of the circle, but Redicide did what you actually talked about, Fixes. They went for the longer rotation, came through from Severny all the way now into that shooting range area, so they're in a great spot, but the same couldn't be said for Freestyle. A huge nade from Cairo lands.
Yeah, and Black has to ensure that he's staying alive. This is where you're going to expect Malik to be providing some cover fire, but Tyrant, look at him go. It's taking the radio tower up there. Of course, if Magnus decides to push, he's going to provide that cover fire, but can't really do when he has got to look through that murky smoke out there. So it's going to be really interesting to see as to how Magnus are going to be pushing at their direction, but really can't with Malik holding that higher ground. But this nade coming in will do some substantial amount of damage, responds with equivalent damage to Cairo. So I think again a dead rubber fight. I really do not find any objective benefits for either of these teams. It's better, you know, one of them kind of retaliate, you know, just gets back. You know, that would be the better decision. But Tyrant getting knocked through the play zone. I think he was on the radio tower. So I'm pretty sure nobody from Freestyle can risk going to get a res on him right now. At least he's done.
Yeah, he's most likely done for, but the rest of Freestyle still very much alive. Will look to avenge their fallen teammate. Now Magnus themselves, Fixes, they've got one player knocked out, I believe. So currently in terms of man advantage, it is a 3v3 fight. Actually, no, scratch that. Magnus's player got back to his feet, but it's almost like I predicted the future, because Malik has knocked out Erangel immediately. Thank you very much, Malik.
It's fighting. It's fights happening left, right, and center right now again, and now Magnus, they are kind of stuck in a little bit of a situation as Wasi has been traded rightfully off over there, as Respect is going to confirm the eliminations. This is the perfect time where Malik can actually go in for the commit, as Respect barely surviving with a sliver of HP, as Mom2 and Cairo will for sure be taken down. There's a gift flying in the form of a first aid, but Freestyle have taken equal amount of losses. But now we are heading into a different fight altogether. FMxR3D under heavy fire, pressure coming in from Star, as Usama is getting quite a lot done over there. But regardless, FMxR3D somehow are holding on to their horses against Team Star, as Usama gets taken down from Pika, as Hassan has no first aids to work around with. Still stepping out of cover, firing a few bullets and then just backing off, as cover comes in the form of Sultana, who's already quite low on his HP, as there you can see Hassan knows he's gonna fall, but still making sure gets the work done.
Oh, meanwhile FMxR3D though with one nade, they almost eliminate Star, and the almost will be confirmed by Shaw coming in to finish off Sultana right there. Should be able to, actually no, shouldn't be able to get his teammates back on their feet. Anubis will get taken by the play zone. So that fight, even though Star get hurt massively, they lose 3 players. FMxR3D themselves, they've lost 2 and just for 3 elimination points. So a bit of mutual destruction from both of those teams right there. And now mutual destruction continuing towards the northern front as MetershotxSKY fixes. They went for the late rotation. Like I say late because they actually decided to go for the early one, like you pointed out, but then they changed their minds, tried to go all the way around north, where several teams got caught in the rotation, and the third team to be eliminated today. That's not what I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, this has all got to do with how the circle shifted up north, right? There were so less areas from which they could traverse around, and that is one of the banes that you've got to face when you kind of go on for a late rotation in circles like that. Someone's going to be gatekeeping, and like I predicted, it was SALTxi8. They were right. MetershotxSKY decided to go right at the tails, but for now, Uzim is under some heavy fire. Eventually, gets taken down, and that is some beautiful recoil control by the players of Quantum Rage. I think it was Serious who did that. FMxR3D also getting eliminated over here. Not a lot of players alive for them, as there you can see SALTxi8 also biting the dust, and it is going to be Serious who does so much. So a lot of traffic around that northeastern side, if you can see, QWERTY there, Regicide over there, and the circle even shifted up over there. So I think the best team that is out of all the fights is going to be the Grounders, but for now, Nocto dishing hell from up above, managing to get 2 players out of Team QWERTY here.
All of these teams are dealing some heavy damage to each other, and that each other part is key because no team is actually getting away from this scot-free. Now 52X Rage, they're the ones in a relatively comfortable spot as Clarity will move in from the east. QWERTY continuing to take fights on multiple notes, have now secured the elimination on Quantum Rage with a little bit of help from the side of 4VTFT. But that fight, it doesn't end right there, because 4VTFT, they're going to keep lashing on, they're going to keep pushing back on Regicide, on QWERTY, refusing to let them have any space. But space is where these teams have the better locations. They're in the circle, and that's why 4VTFT trying to be extra aggressive to try and get in. Now the rest of QWERTY fixes, besides this player on our screen, they are stuck around those ridges. So it's up to Gravity to cause a massive distraction to allow his teams to get the time to heal up.
But look at this, Clarity approaching really close to 4VTFT. Ash, it all comes down to him. He's been one of the players that they've always relied on, and he's delivered for them. But now this grenade coming in, Trollin has no clue. Maybe 420 Boy does, because he saw the projectile of the grenade being flung. But now Joker, he's against H2E right from the backlines. Assad is not expecting him to be there, but now realizes where these grenades are coming from, as Assad is going to take damage from somewhere. Has dropped all the smokes that he possibly can to keep himself alive, but nothing really touching him, as Virus will be trying his luck as well. But Assad seems to have blessings of his almighty god. But for now, TUF going after the Grounders. A knock and finish coming out there. Joker having the players of 52X Rage pincer down, but despite that, they're getting a lot done.
Most certainly are. 52X Rage, they found the knock onto Assad. They're trying to spread their damage across the north and south because they are the team in the middle. Towards the south though, you can see TUF trying to hold on to the southern front against H2E, as well as spotting out Sensi, the lone player for Team Grounders, towards the west. Now Sensi, he's getting the spray from left and right as QWERTY's Gravity as well spots him out. Surely Sensi is one for the waters, but no, he survives. Wow.
Oh, wow. And somehow he's managed to do that, but right now Vas being surviving solo with their QWERTY, they're doing so very well in this one, as now 52X Rage, they're starting to pick up pace, right? They're starting to get as many finishes they possibly can. With the circle shifting in their favor, it's a good chance that they can make it to the top 3, or maybe even dream about the chicken dinner. Clarity, Regicide, and QWERTY having the higher ground. But look at that QWERTY spread, right? All over the place. And Gravity kind of playing around the flanks. He's got to get in at some point, but has to play from the higher ground, because the moment he tries to come down below, that's when he's gonna get spotted by maybe players like TUF, maybe teams like TUF or 52x Rage. But for now, Khan is just gonna tap out few bullets onto the players over there. But there you have it, now TUF under heavy fire already, losing out on a few of their players. Virus seems to follow suit, alive for now. It's just that one bullet is needed, and somehow he walks out.
Oh, Virus surviving against our laws. We'll have to see if it does work out. Actually, it doesn't. And now will get finished by Foster. TUF though, still looking to push on. They've got Joker and Edgar left. In terms of the lobby, it's only QWERTY actually fixes coming out of it with a 4-man strong unit, despite being the ones that were involved in the most fights in that northern side. QWERTY now pushing forward their momentum. One question we had today was, can QWERTY bounce back? And it does certainly seem the case. 11 eliminations already picked up as Wolverine finds another. Gravity is looking for Edgar, and QWERTY look like they're about to have a bonanza of a chicken dinner.
Oh, they certainly can, as Edgar is completely locked over there, and Gravity making sure that he takes out the only means of escape Edgar can have for himself, as the final surviving player for TUF has done quite enough, as much as he can, as nades are going to follow suit. Edgar taking quite some hefty amount of damage, but still alive. But I barely believe that he can survive this next nade. Indeed he does. The nade being a little overshot, but Destroyer making shot gets it done with his guns. As Clarity, it's such an amazing comeback from their side. Just the kind of result that we're looking forward to. A top 3 position, but 420 boy making the risky maneuvers over here, as he's shooting down the players of Team QWERTY, or truly trying from the lower ground, which I do not know if it is quite recommended.
Oh, right now though, QWERTY, they're feeling that momentum, they're feeling that morale. They know they've won several fights in the north. To even make it here in the north most certainly has stuff in them. QWERTY now in a 4v3v3. Clarity with 3 players, 52x Rage with 3, but maybe not for long, because they're exchanging some severe blows against each other. Now the circle, it has included this small compound. 52x Rage find themselves in, but I really feel this compound is more of a false security, because it can easily be shut down by a nade. But talking about nades, QWERTY lobbing a perfect one over onto Clarity. They found Teen Wolf, and they found an elimination even, but instantly the trade does come through for Clarity. But only damage fixes, no downs, and QWERTY, they keep pushing on the pressure. They haven't lost a single player, while the teams that are competing with them just keep dropping them like flies.
Oh yeah, and Clarity is under heavy pressure. QWERTY, again, one of the favorites to win the chicken round, but they really can't go helping Pharaoh, at least not under a situation like this. So they will hardly have to bank upon the fact that someone makes a big mistake, or maybe the players of Clarity, or the only surviving player of Clarity, can dish out some heavy damage while the players make a move to get inside the circle. But Wolfrey getting the better out of Zipian, and 52x Rage, they're going to be really happy about the fact that they made it to top 2 again, this time with decent amount of frags for themselves, as Khan is under heavy fire. But the 52x Rage vision seems to have been quite limited with the number of smokes that they've deployed for themselves. Not a lot of room and space to work around with, where QWERTY can engulf them like an amoeba. But they're also taking it way too slow and patient. But this is the queue where they're supposed to push. Getting that knock on Zen, they know faster. It's just that last player surviving, and he's cooked up his grenade right at right at the foot of Destroyer there. But it does not matter, as he'll just explode himself. And there you go, a much anticipated, a much needed QWERTY chicken dinner for you guys.
An 18-point elimination one to boot, 33 points picked up for QWERTY. I think that's more than they had in the entire day one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, just with that one game, right? That is as good as it can get. What a start for this team over here. We were just being a little critical, and there you have it. Shutting down everybody rising when the occasion comes. But at the same time, this game was so much needed because, you know, we had the big guns, MetershotxSKY, taken down, dealt with very early on by SALTxi8, who immediately followed up suit. You know, it was again an early elimination for them as well. But few of the teams really picked themselves up. Let's say the teams like Magnus. We had Clarity having a really good game, made it to the top 3. 52x Rage, I think the only team that has been consistent even from yesterday. And the only reason why is being because they're so stealthy. You could see all they did was focus on those position points. They did not take any risky fights. Had Daku been there in the final circle, I think it could have been a more interesting final circle fight. But it is what it is. It was a very well executed chicken dinner for QWERTY. I think the moment they took that higher ground, CA, that is where they almost had the game in the bag.
Yeah.
But for now, we're going to talk about all of that, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's our chance.
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
Alright, the Oppo F21 Pro, all in its might and glory, has already released in Pakistan. And what are you doing? Go get yourselves an amazing phone and make sure in the next tournament you're there with that and getting all the chicken dinners. I think that is something I can really vouch for, CA. But a very amazing chicken dinner coming in for QWERTY. We were just talking about how beautifully they rotated, and them getting there early on gave them that little bit of an extra advantage over all the teams that were rather late getting up top there.
Yeah, because you have to remember QWERTY, the team that like to drop around Milta Power, the Lipovka, the extreme eastern area, you know. So it's not like the circle necessarily favored them from the very start. No, they put in the boot work, they put in the work to really make this happen. And again, a player we had been talking about, third place on the elimination leaderboard before this game, but after this game I'm sure he's moved up at least the spot with 7 eliminations. The MVP for Team QWERTY, Gravity, man. What a performance he's shown throughout this PMPL Pakistan, and he's growing leaps and bounds as a player.
Oh yeah, he has, right? He's getting better. He's aging like fine wine, and I'm loving what he's doing, what he's putting up on the table, right? You always need that young spark in your team, someone that's absolutely fearless, someone that's not afraid of taking risks, and you know, he's got support of his teammates, right? It's just not Gravity who's getting the job done. It's the effort coming out from Destroyer, Wolverine, and Khan combined, giving him that little room and space. Can I bring in the comparison with an Indian team like Godlike over his kind of like the Jonathan that we've been, you know, he gets his space, his teammates provide him that, and he does his work so very well. And he sure is one of the very interesting prospects to be one of the best in Pakistan, if not the best, because you still have King Crypto somewhere around. But a little bit of a head-to-head between QWERTY and 52x Esports over here. As for QWERTY, this is exactly the game that they needed, and now it's all nullified, right? That little bit of a deficit, that the little bit of a gap they had is all gone. Now they also can contest for the top 3 from here on.
Yeah, QWERTY, they are in a spot where they can go back to their comfortable position on the leaderboard, focus on really trying to not just make their way into the PMPL SA spots, but also to try and ensure that they stand up to their name, they stand up to their might, and try to push hard on teams like MetershotxSKY, like SALTxi8 who are at the top. I'm really curious to see the leaderboard after this game fixes, because QWERTY, 2.8k damage, only taking 454. That's the astounding part for me, man. They were in that northern scuffle with so many different teams. They were engaging on fights with 4VTFD, with Regicide, a few more here and there. I believe they were a part of the teams that wiped out MetershotxSKY, that gave a lot of damage to SALTxi8 for that matter. Eventually ended up taking out QWERTY as well. But amongst all of that, they only took 454 damage? What?
Yeah, I think that again comes down to what you say, the rotating early on, having the best cover possible, and again the circle really kind of favoring them a little bit over there, and that has to be the case with every team that gets the chicken, right? The circle somehow favors you nonetheless, and that's why we love battle royals. But Matt summary, this is preposterous, right? It's a gravity show. Zimbian just feeling all alone there, the only player. But yeah, I think Gravity did everything possible, right? Get the best assists, get the highest damage, 1,000+ damage in a competitive tier 1 game. That is, showing clearly that he's one of those players that has really come in new to the scene, and he's so fearless, right? Not afraid from taking fights, not afraid from anything at all. But at the same time, we've got to bring in the discussion about a few of the other teams that could not perform really well, and that is where you sort of get in Magnus and Freestyle. That one little fight, I really feel that was quite uncalled for.
Yeah.
But taking a look at the match rankings here, again, the first position to QWERTY, 33 points from this one game, 18 eliminations, shows how good they were as a team. But 52x Rage, again, a back-to-back consistent performance. They're gonna slowly but surely close in that gap against MetershotxSKY, who got absolutely nothing from this game.
And you have to wonder if the drops weren't the way they were, if Star maybe had gone to the northern side in the first place, if QWERTY, TUF had all started in Georgopol school areas, would it be so easy for QWERTY to get to that northern spot? Would it be so easy for them to take control of such an important part of the circle so damn early? We'll never know, but it's a question that we really have to ponder, because it's something that really is going to affect the play coming into the rest of these days, where we know these teams, they like to go for the southern drops when that southern flight path comes through. But when we're getting these northern circles, how do teams navigate this now? Do they change their game plan completely, just stay close to that southern, to the central part with Georgopol, with school, etc., or do they keep trying to go for a mini gamble every time they see that southern flight path and just like, hey, like QWERTY, just go to Ferry Pier?
Yeah, I think QWERTY is one of the only teams, because having played in so many international lobbies, they know how to approach that. They know they've got to keep a plan B or a possible plan C, and I think the plan B really worked. Getting a top 3 finish this time around. As we take a look at the Oppo moments over here, CA, and this is again one of that fight where in the observatory tower, there was a little bit of a kerfuffle between 52x Rage and the Grounders, both losing a player each. But later on, right, this is one of the fights that we were talking about, was highly unwanted for Freestyle. They could have done better, but MetershotxSKY, just trying to be smart, trying to trample over on the players of SALTxi8, had to pay a rather heavy price.
Yeah, and really in these moments, I think the fact that you highlighted too, that we saw quite a few teams taking unnecessary early fights, most of which, of course, we saw around Freestyle and Magnus, did come into play with respect to their rotations. And here on onwards, we're just going to see brilliance from QWERTY, right? They took their high ground, Gravity just laid down, opened up his rifles, and dropped players like they meant nothing, back to back to back, kept getting those eliminations. And it's not even like they were just getting knocks. Every single time they're able to secure the eliminations by making sure any other teams in the nearby scenarios, if they try to pop up to steal the eliminations, well, they lose their head too.
Yeah, I mean, the way it has been over here, I think, like you said, right, it came down to how quickly the teams sort of rotated early on, how willing they were to avoid those fights over here. And for QWERTY, it was all picture perfect, right? Just the way they wanted. Even the spread inside the circle was just too much. Like, even if the circle kind of shifted a little bit towards the northwestern side, you had Gravity also present over there. But yeah, 52x Rage put quite a stronghold over there. They did what they possibly could, but the damage graph shows only one thing, that it was a QWERTY game, just the way QWERTY we know of. Because again, QWERTY, we were witnessing them to be consistent, but not the best, the best out of the rest. And this performance is the OG QWERTY that I've been long asking for.
Yeah, and really to be able to show up on the first match of this day too bodes quite well for this QWERTY. Going into the rest of this day, we'll have to see which team can step up to deny them that run of form, which team can step up to deny them that streak. But another question we've been asking, Fix, is will MetershotxSKY continue their form? Well, no, it seems to be the case. Bottom 3 eliminated, 0 eliminations, never got to play. But I feel a little skeptical saying that, because it was mostly their game style which resulted in that late rotation. But looking at the leaderboard now, 52x Rage, they're inching mighty close to MetershotxSKY.
Oh yeah, they are, and this is what we've been talking about, right? Just that one game could do so much, but SALTxi8, they've made it to the third spot, and still in good contention. But now QWERTY have slowly but surely caught up, and Regicide losing out on few points, still at that brink, and they can't go down from around here. But the competition is so intense, right? Till the very sixth spot, it could just be anyone going up and down. But from here then onwards, you've got freestyle, who need a good game, and this potentially the next one maybe could be, but we never know. But a little bit of a resurgence in here by the players of H2E, jumping 2 places above. But North Esports, well, it's kind of getting downhill a little bit, and for FMR3D, clearly visible that nothing has changed for them.
Yeah, FMR3D just very much not at all able to replicate any level of the form that we were expecting them to have, considering the fact that, of course, they are an invited team. But hey, it's not over just yet. Maybe they'll make it happen, because you see, their issue is quite clear, Fixes. 4 placement points compared to their 22 eliminations. They just need to stay alive longer.
And you made it say as it's such an easy job. One thing for sure, we've seen majority of the teams having those 18 to 20 minutes of survival time, average survival time. That's what I'm talking about. It's almost 4/5 of a game, right? Because in those moments only, we see majority of the teams getting eliminated. So again, it's all about how you kind of transition from the 4th to the 5th and 5th to the 6th. That really says where you're gonna end up, right? You've got to pick up the right fights, and all they have to do is make the right decisions, get to the best positions. As ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the schedule to come up in front of your screens as we head in to the deserts of Miramar. As for now, we have seen MetershotxSKY winning that first Miramar yesterday, followed by, I believe, the Grounders getting the second Miramar.
No, it was MetershotxSKY. Oh no, second Miramar, yes.
Yes, the Grounders did manage to win that round. But for now, I mean, this is the exact game where teams like TUF, where teams like Regicide can be looking to make a mark for themselves, get a chicken dinner, and get yourself back into the top 6 contention.
Yeah, and I think really for Regicide as well, right? Because they finished top 5 in match 1. They're looking consistent with their finishes. They're still top 4, I believe, or top 5 in the overall rankings, but a single chicken dinner would almost make them safe in the top 6 battle and allow them to focus more on the top 1 to 2, 3. So I want to see if they can bring that together and show us that they are a team that is in contention for that top mark, because now in the top 3 you've got 3 familiar names. You've got MetershotxSKY, 52x Rage, SALTxi8, QWERTY. With the exception of 52x Rage, I think all of these teams you were expecting in that top 6 in the battle for the SA slots.
Oh yeah, we certainly were, and now there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The teams are all riled up as they head on into the second map of the evening. It's going to be in Miramar, as we are in pursuit of our champions of this region, as we head along with the flight path trajectory over here, ladies and gentlemen, all the way. I can see this coming from the edges. We're talking about Campo Militar towards Los Leones. This is such a horrendous flight path trajectory. So much trouble for the teams heading off towards the western and the northwestern sides.
Yeah, but again, quite happy will be SALTxi8. Should be able to get to that drop spot quite simply. We'll have to see now how the circle ends up coming out. We had a similar flight path, like a very narrow flight path in our first match, and the circle went all the way in the open areas. So I wonder if we'll continue once again. Maybe we get to see a Monte Nuevo or a power grid circle towards the end. Would be quite standard, but would love to see now teams getting a double cycle where they're like, okay, this time it won't end up on the eastern side because of the flight path, and it ends up on the eastern side.
Yeah, I think again, I'm kind of done with getting so many default Miramar circles, and that has sort of been the case, right? Miramar is kind of a little stable in terms of that, we do not get to see the outrageous zones, but it's Pakistan region, and it has happened in the past. I would love to see that happen during the finals this time as well. And again, sort of a southeastern circle is what we're talking about, a similar one we've seen even in the past, somewhere kind of heads down towards La Bendita or around Los Leones, again favoring teams like SALTxi8, Freestyle and 52x Rage will be really happy with how the circle has formed. But quite the others, let's say like teams like MetershotxSKY, they're gonna have a little bit of trouble traversing around with so many teams around them. So they've got to make sure that timing is absolutely perfect.
100%. I think SALTxi8 though, I'm excited to see how they will use this circle, because usually when in Miramars, from wherever I remember, whenever the circle comes towards the southeastern side, SALTxi8, they either have a chicken dinner or they have a huge, big, like massive elimination game. Over 19, 20 eliminations picked up in a single game. So they are known to be able to take that high ground and convert it the way QWERTY did in that first match. So we'll have to see if they can do it again. But right now, with the circle already including so many of those teams, those tiny skirmishes that we got to see previously in our match 1, I doubt we're going to see any more, especially considering that it's a Miramar.
Oh yeah, I mean with Miramar there's potential chances, at least if not a lot of finishes, we get to see some high damage graphs, right? And that gets very, very important. So let's see as to how the teams are gonna perform. But for now, CA, SALTxi8, they've been playing really well and at the top 3 position. But I think a team of their caliber would be wanting to end on the TBD top.
Oh, 100%. I don't think they're going to be happy with anything except the top, considering that when you look at the Super Weekend rankings, they were over like 100 points away from their nearest competition. They'd made their stamp, they'd put the statement in that, hello, we are the kings of PMPL Pakistan. You dare not contest. Well, newsflash, SALTxi8, several teams, they did dare contest. So now you've got to answer back, and we'll see how they're able to get it done. For now, Team Grounders just getting those vehicles on as they get their rotations through, trying to get towards the center of the circle. We saw Grounders coming over to the standard Hacienda del Patron drop, probably going to go towards La Bendita now, but they're going to find trouble because Freestyle has already found themselves in those higher ground areas. So early rotations could actually be the downfall of these teams right now.
Oh yeah, and again, this particular circle that has really formed over here. Now I'm starting to wonder if teams like, let's say, QWERTY or maybe MetershotxSKY, how is their rotation path going to be? I mean, the ideal entry point would have to take a really long way, right? And enter maybe... What do you think, taking a look at the map feed, right? I feel maybe towards through Monte Nuevo could be a rather easier path, because if you head in through Power Grid, you're talking about a lot of rocky terrains, right? That is where sometimes your vehicles kind of topple over. But we'll get back to that a little later, because this is rather preposterous. This is something that you should avoid being a competitive player, because right out in the open on the highway, you're stepping out of your vehicle to shoot an enemy when you do not know where the other players are. This should be treated as a cardinal sin here.
I mean, preposterous is just perfect, because How did he not get taken down? Is the question. I mean, I know we know how because we can see that there's no one nearby, but quite lucky, honestly. 'Cause it feels like if he does that in any other circle, he will instantly get headshotted without any further ado from any team nearby.
Yeah.
The rotations are coming through fixes, and the question you asked too, for MetershotxSKY, I wonder how they will go about it, because one thing we know for certain when it comes to MetershotxSKY is that it's going to be late. So I actually wonder if they end up going, like you said, to Monte Nuevo, because their other option is to go completely east, stick to that eastern highway, end up at Impala, maybe try to sneak into the slopes of La Bendita. But that's not too great, is it? Because you're going to get sandwiched by many teams in that spot.
No, I really feel this actually makes sense. You know, if you could just steer off FMR3D and be a little sneaky, because you could see that Eastern Trail has a really nice highway, and not a lot of teams are there, and they could just get on the backs of 52x Rage or maybe FMR3D, or could play around Impala, like you clearly said, right? Get a lot of room and space, but hey. One thing for sure, see, we do have the map feed, the players don't, right? So it's gonna be really interesting to see what route they choose. But yeah, like you said, I think the ideal one would be from the eastern side, because the western is going to be really lengthy. It's gonna take quite some time. But the eastern, if the timing has been right, which with MetershotxSKY is quite most of the time, I think this could be the rotation that they were looking out for. As respect. Ooh, has that bolt action. And if Thor decides to peek again, could just have his head blown up into smithereens.
Yep, not looking too great right now. If Thor peeks, and the if is a yes, respect. He did listen to you, he did go for it, but he missed. That's RIP.
Yeah, this is one of the shortcomings with when you're using a bolt action, right? Especially in a map like Miramar. Now you take a shot, you hit the head, you're spot on, baby. But it gets so difficult to connect to the heads, because these professional players, they're always so agile, right? They keep on moving, they keep on crouch toggling. So at that point, if you barely, if you do not connect it on the heads, if it hits any part, if it's not an AWM, then it's a two-shot knock, right? And that is where the problem really arises. The moment you sort of tend to load the weapon once again, load the bullet into the weapon once again, it's already too late. The opponent gets into cover, and you look really helpless. And then again, bolt actions kind of get really useless in the fifth or sixth circles, because that is where you kind of have majority of the fights going out. But FMR3D sure are really impatient, really an impatient bunch, getting in really close to 52x Rage, and I believe Faster has a good idea.
Yeah, it does seem like Faster knows that there are at least a few players nearby. He's got the backup from his team too, as Daku will find floundering Anubis right there. Pika trying to help him out, but he ends up just finding himself at the front edge of several bullets. Now, Anubis, he will get finished off, as Faster now looks to move in from his side, find a semi-high ground angle almost on FMxR3D, but one thing is for certain, fixes, they are in trouble. Our second place team right now versus our second place team from the bottom, certainly not looking good for the bottom.
Oh yeah, I mean, for FMR3D, it's the whole world breaking down for them, losing out of an abyss, and Shaw just giving away some room and space. Now Faster knows exactly where he is, and he does have that dangerous AMP to work around with. Now with AK, it's very imperative you connect that headshot, but well, again, this weapon AMP is quite a lot more mobile. You can move and shoot with the precision not getting affected, and that really works out in the close quarter situation, right? Now, nothing taken away from AKM. All you need to do is connect that one head, and you're done. You're good to go. You could get a faster time to kill than the AMP, but AMP just being more effective on the bigger scale. Pika, the lonesome survivor, he's made quite some clutches, but really, I think Pika was with Team Clarity earlier. I do not know why he went on to form a new team, a team that was so very well established. But I think he's walked off his own ways and certainly seems to have been finding some issues settling in with the squad, as you can clearly see the synergy is yet to be established.
Yeah, and that's the trouble when you go off to form your own squad. You know, you may not have the wealth of experience that you've garnered over the time you spent with your former team, learning, playing. But talking about Clarity, actually, right now, they seem to be engaged in a fight with TUF. Not one I was expecting to break out so soon. But surely, given what we know about these teams, they're just probably immediately going to disengage and back off. So, nothing too special just yet. The circle, again, sticking to the standard location. And I wonder where it will end up going out. Maybe I would be really happy for a different circle, you know, almost if we saw that small set of compounds that you have around Picardo, if it ends up there, that would be pretty cool.
Around Picardo, you say? I think it could, head over to the hills, the Picardo Hills, where, QWERTY and 4VTFT are kind of stationed. That becomes in one of these ideal spots. But even the one area where Team Magnus are, if you remember, quite clearly, I can recall one of those chicken dinners being taken by Freestyle or Regicide. I do not particularly remember, as a four-man squad. Just went to the eastern side of the motel building where SALTxi8 and QWERTY were fighting it out. That one little zone, I think, was one to talk about. But regardless, I mean, getting back, MetershotxSKY, a little bit of a trouble around with FS, I believe, and they seem to have taken the eastern route, and this is where they have to steer off from the traffic, because again, one of the teams that's not quite famous for taking early fights. Let's see if the situations comes at them, how well prepared they are to tackle it around.
That's going to be the major question.
Oh, look at that Eastern Shift.
Oh, yeah, Fix is the Eastern Shift coming in from the circle. Will put several of these teams into hot water, especially MetershotxSKY and Freestyle, because now they'll be in that much more of a hurry to secure their spot so that they can focus on all the teams that are going to be coming in from the eastern side, trying to get into the circle so that they can gatekeep them, get themselves some eliminations. But actually, no, scratch that. The call seems to be different for MSXSKY. They're just trying to get away from the fight and find themselves any safe area.
I think they still are pretty happy to be where they are. Really want to get some cover, but Peak just being chased by the players of 52x Rage, and now FMxR3D again eliminated at the 16th spot, and now their dreams of making it to the top 6 seems to have been languishing. And well, I really do not like it, considering the fact they're one of the invited teams this time around. And well, on one note, it's really good that finally the other talents from the Pakistani region are stepping up. They are getting the fame and the glory that was long overdue. But at the same time, a big team losing out on consistency clearly really hurts us, right? Watching them fall like this. But yeah, I think if we talk about the circle, I really feel T20 Regicide has a really good position. But Uzum is trying to get a good, decent high ground for his team. So we'll have to see if he can get it secured.
Yeah, Uzum with a really nice spot actually on that spot fixes. And again, classic SALTxi8. Right? Once they get the high ground, they're going to separate out a lot. They're going to focus on just looking for fights, and they might find one in Magnus actually, who are not too far from them. Now, Magnus, they're on a high ground of their own, but SALTxi8, they're on, I think, the higher part of this same mountain range. So Magnus could be in trouble if they peek out, but knowing Magnus, they're not going to. Instead, teams starting to settle into the circle. I only see, though, about 10 or so, which means there's still a few left outside. We see 4VTFT coming in from the west, H2E from the south. So these teams are the ones that are going to light the fire to the haystack, really, and get the dominoes going.
Oh yeah, they can certainly try and do that. 52x Rage, Zen almost getting knocked out over there. But for now, you know, I really hope he gets the res back up. It's still not the end of the world, but well, freestyle, Tyrant. They're kind of playing it safe, right? They realize, now um, they kind of are struggling to be in that top six. So they're playing it rather safe. But
Yeah.
this circle shift, okay, I mean, exactly
Oh.
what we were talking about, taking that shift towards the eastern hills of Picado, where Clarity and Magnus are so well stationed as 52x Rage. I've got to fight it out against Star, and God Fury is going to make sure that he stops faster right at his tracks.
Oh, not looking too great right here for 52x Rage whatsoever, because they're going to be denied entrance into not just the next circle, but the current circle itself. They're taking damage from the blue zone as it is. Faster is going to be finished off by the blue zone, while Zen and Daku seemingly have nowhere to go. Now they should have a bit more healing utility, and I'm expecting Star to leave this area either by hook or crook, because, well, either they go for the rotations or they get spotted out by SALTxi8 while they're going for the rotations and get shut down. But it's not looking too great either ways for 52x Rage, because Maxi seems to have got his revenge. I'm not even sure where that one came from. Just a long range shot connecting for Maxi, I guess.
Oh, Daku
Wow.
should have seen Usama already opening up on that crosshair. And 52x Rage, the only silver lining I can really find for them is that, hey, they've got 4 finishes. They're still ahead from the rest of the pack as... Alright, SALTxi8 dishing some heavy damage to the players of Team Star. As now, TUF, they kind of got in between as Gravity is going to be taken down. Such a huge blow for Team QWERTY here.
Yeah, most definitely. QWERTY not finding as much success in the high-pitched fights that they were finding in Erangel. Quantum Rage pushing hard against them. JD's found another knock, and QWERTY under a lot of trouble as Quantum Rage look to pick up their spot. Destroyer's been knocked out, not by one we were expecting. Clarity coming into play from behind QWERTY on a massive high ground, looking to third party the situation.
Oh yeah, and now Quantum Rage do understand that this is their fight to take, and if they can have the players of Team QWERTY pins it down, they can certainly go with the push. Some amazing cover fire they provided by Series as Sparky. He's just gonna start closing in along with IQ. Khan is in a whole world of trouble, almost on the verge of getting eliminated. There you go, the drop shot coming into play as IQ having no trouble, and the winners of the previous chicken dinner get eliminated at the 15th spot as Freestyle also meet their makers. Could certainly be a MetershotxSKY game this time with SALTxi8 playing with fire. That vehicle is burning. Is he the Ghost Rider here?
Well, he's certainly as scary as one. Right now, though, Ash, he's going to get shut down. SALTxi8, they have the high ground and they're looking to make their competition pay. North Esports have been eliminated in the meantime, as SALTxi8, they tip their thighs in
Mary.
many fingers as they can. But Mary, he's like, where do I go, man? My car is burning. I have no cover. Okay, I'm just going to give up.
Oh, the buggy flipped. that could be the worst thing, especially when you're traversing around Miramar, right? So you've got to make sure the topography is as such as SALTxi8 getting a little greedy for finishes here, and suddenly have 2 of their players just wipe out. And this could have been one of their chicken dinner games, and this could be a potential throw for them, but still they're gonna be happy because, hey, we SALTxi8, we already have 7 finishes.
I mean, yeah, but I don't think there was any reason for those two players to be fighting in the blue zone. They could have had the same fight, like maybe 100 meters back, you know?
Greed, one of the 7 deadly sins, now hurting the players of SALTxi8, Crypto and Reviews, because these 2 players, how do you stop them? One of the players, one of the most consistent players, and Reviews, such an interesting prospect from the region, and it's a little bit of it's kind of itchy for them. They're seeing so many finishes for them, all waiting on a silver platter. They were like, we're gonna take our chances, but did not really work out. A few of the teams inside the circle got the better out of them, as H2E pushing out on Sultana, as Sultana has made sure he's held on just for now, but for how long is the bigger question, because one good grenade and he's done for as the push comes in. Still trying to hold on, gets out into the balcony as he takes down Pan. A really good, nice crouch toggling is what we get to see from his side, and he would want to get the finish onto it. Pan gets a little salty there, but H2 is still managing to take him down nonetheless, but with a loss of one of their players.
Yeah, now look, H2E. They will be happy they're able to get that finish because they can focus on getting in on to the circle with the rotation as it's gone further east. Now Team Grounders have a key mountain range and control with a 2-2 split, no less, so they will be able to engage on fights on multiple grounds, but it's really this western hotspot that we've got our eyes on as Clarity, Quantum Rage, 4v TFD all in this area trying to take down each other. IQ's found a huge nade knocking out Team Wolf, and they should be able to finish him off with a barrage of nades coming through, but look at Zibian, he's being so aggressive.
Oh, he's been so aggressive and so fearless at that, taking fights with not just 1, 2 and 3 players. Gets blown over, but as the grenades keep on coming, it's 420 Boy who manages to get those 2 knocks, as IQ also will follow up suit with the last player, Sirius, only surviving against 420 Boy. It's going to be the battle that is going to be remembered as expected. Clutches it out, but the Grounders, capitalizing on that little high ground advantage they had, will get the better out of the players of Team Clarity over there, as they also wipe them out from the lobby. Again, the top teams, the top 6 teams, they're all alive in these final few circles as the circle shifts towards the players of the Grounders, and certainly could be a game where they could be looking to make it to the top 6.
Grounders in a great spot right now, especially with the circle again favoring their location. That 2-2 spread, like you mentioned as well, fixes it. Just everything going perfectly for them. They're even going to spot out a random Adil on the slopes, pick up yet another elimination, most likely. Actually, not a random Adil. He was in a fight with someone else. Picked up the elimination as well there. But hey, Grounders, they're happy, man. They have lost one player, though. Shapta's been knocked, so they've got to get back and revive him up real quick, and it is Jigsaw's responsibility. So he's going to be glad he's done in the fight, eliminated. MetershotxSKY now going to go back to help his teammate out, but SALTxi8, they smell it, they're coming in.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be so interesting to see what the 2 players can do, Uzim and Blade, and we've seen them. They've got the potential of clutching out. Both have got some amazing survival instincts, but from the backlines, it's Jokas here, fighting against 10 other odd players, has got to secure a top 3 finish for his team at the very least. And the next immediate hurdle in his tracks is going to be Magnus with Cairo and Respect, having that a little bit of a higher ground, but he's making that patient move. But how far can he go, as the Grounders now have their eyes set on Uzim, who just has a little bit of a shed to work around with. But well, the bad news over here is that he's got nowhere to hide, because I can see another team coming in right from the sides with Blade getting taken down. It's such a tough time for Uzim. Still clutches it out though, but can he get the revive? I don't think it is possible. Maybe he's just going for it. What does he have to lose?
Not much, that's certainly the case, but Joker sir, he's gonna lose his life as TUF are the 4th team eliminated. Now Grounders, the only team with the 4-man squad for SALTxi8. They're looking to move forward with vengeance. Uzim and Blade, the last player surviving, currently engaged in a 2v2, and at this point I think that 2-2 split of Team Grounders, it has become somewhat outdated for the lobby. They've got to just group up, man. There are only 3 teams left and they've got a clear man advantage. As long as they stay together, they're going to be able to pick up the win. I'm just scared if they continue in this 2-2 split, they engage in 2v2s, maybe they lose, but no, Grounders, they're feeling damn confident, taking down SALTxi8 and now looking to make quick work of Magnus.
Oh yeah, I think I love this little rotation from the Grounders over here, who have their work cut out really close on getting that chicken dinner again, as the circle really favors them. A little bit of a split visible. You could see Shapatar taking the flanks over here, but Magnus, they are as cunning as the foxes in the jungle, taking that left inside route, where the Grounders really do not have anybody to watch over that area. Maybe it could be Mr. Black, who is having his spidey senses tingling, has a slight feeling that, well, the Magnus players are going to try and come out from that because it's quite obvious, right? Where else? Because otherwise, had they gone head on, they would have to go direct for, just ram in. But since they're trying to play around the covers, I think Mr. Black and Shapata are well prepared, along with Zigsaw also following suit. A very interesting 3v3 battle about to ensue right in front of us as Adil tries to just blow over the vehicles as the fight is yet to break out.
But look at this now. Adil, he spotted out Jigsaw right there. Has got the right crosshair, please, Wimper. Not electing to take the fight just yet. Grounders again with that zone control, just playing quite spread out, denying any entry to the high ground to try and play on the same level to Magnus. They're forcing them to just play on the back of that ridge, which does give Grounders a slight bit of an advantage. Magnus, they're playing it calmly, they're playing it patiently. They know the only way they win this is if they find the random pick. As soon as that pick comes through, Magnus, they're sure to go in, all guns blazing.
The silence has taken over right now. We're just waiting for the next shift because both the teams are so very well established inside the circle. Everyone stationed where they ought to be. Little smokes being deployed, making sure that nobody flanks them from that area. I don't understand why they would do that though. Really does not make any sense because the deal has to come out right in the open to go for it. Could have saved it for later, but you could see a 2-1 split from the Grounders. Magnus all together believing in unity, but this circle shift again favoring the players of the Grounders, as now Magnus have some work cut out. They have to get inside the zone. Now the only big question is how and when do they go for it?
The nade. Oh yeah, tossed by Adil. He's still holding it, I guess. Waiting
It was
for...
a smoke.
Oh, it was a smoke, yeah.
Just
Behind
waiting out.
Jigsaw.
Oh, followed
the
up!
nade! Wow! Beautifully done by Adil, just catching Jigsaw off guard. Now with that knock coming through, you can see all of Magnus is up and about on their feet, going in for the kill onto Grounders, but Black, he pulls one back.
Oh, he certainly does. The saving grace for his squad over there, as Cairo is well aware of his position, but Black being relentless again. The arm doing wonders in those close range scenarios, as Black will also finish him off. It is Respect was taking quite some amount of damage, and it is all that is needed. It's Black who clutches it out for his team, as the Grounders are going to be enjoying this juicy winner chicken dinner, CA, and will be climbing up all the way to the 7th spot with 12 eliminations. Now things are getting really interesting.
Yeah, and now technically Grounders are on Miramar hat. They won the last Miramar, they won this Miramar, they got one more for the day. We'll have to see if they can keep it going. Yeah, Grounders with huge chicken dinner fixes, getting a win for themselves, and really making sure that at this point we've got so many teams in contention for the top 6 slots, man. Honestly, it could go anywhere.
Oh, it certainly can, and the way things have been working around, I think it all did come down to how early they rotated, how early they got that high ground position going in for themselves, and that is exactly what was required of them. And they were pretty patient. They knew they you know, if they play their cards right, the zone is going to favor them somehow. But Black, oh my goodness, it clearly shows how broken that ump is, right? Because again, against the likes of an M4, it did win a mid-range duel over there. It all came down to the damage, which is more than the M4, and the rate of fire, and well, of course, a little bit of a better recoil control being showed. You get that ease, right? And all it took him, you know, just to clutch it out. Even the last player of the Magnus at very less HP, and he still succeeded at that. That is the moment you start feeling yourselves. But we're gonna talk more about that after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and what a game it was in our match to Blotter. Team Grounders picking up a huge chicken dinner.
Absolutely, that was very, very crucial for the side of the Grounders as well, and done so gracefully as well from the side of that team. This is a team that we've seen again and again in so many different tournaments, but this time around it was looking like they were kind of not entirely sure where they actually sit in the entire lobby. But as we moved on into the grand finals, I mean, they found their place and they are definitely determined to make it a point to let the lobby know as well.
Yeah, exactly. And if you think about the fact that this is the team that did not make it to Super Weekend 3, you know, it really does bring to light that for when life gives you lemons, well, you squeeze and you get as much juice out of them as you can, and you try to make the best out of it, really. Grounders, they took their time, they improved their gameplay, and now coming into the finals, they look like a team in contention for that top 6 slot. The MVP, it goes over to Adil. He had a phenomenal game for himself. 4 eliminations picked up, 4 knocks, and of course, a 55 damage, just playing really, really well.
Well, again, I mean, for the side of Magnus Esports as well, we have throughout this tournament seen a lot of, rather I should actually be absolutely correct in terms of the statistics of it. It was the first week itself that we did see some amazing plays coming in from the side of Magnus Esports, where the way they walked into the tournament, they were not interested in looking at whatever team's name is, they just wanted to thrash them down. But as the journey progressed on, we have seen fumble a little bit, but overall, once again, a decent performance is what this team has been able to bring for themselves in day number 1. But today is going to be that much more crucial for them to keep up this sort of a strategy. And again, I mean, for the side of Magnus, we've seen Mom2, we've seen Adil. These guys always do stand up whenever it comes to the fight. And, well, that is what Adil, Mom2 and the likes are known for. But I just hope that that consistent play is going to be showcased from their side, because that ends up becoming the key.
Yikes, man. Look at that. 3 players from Grounders in the top 5. Shapatar, Mr. Black, and Jigsaw. Though, to be honest, Jigsaw, I think he got his eliminations only in the last moment. And really, sorry, Mr. Black, he got his eliminations in the last moment in that 1v3. And I feel like those 3 eliminations, they mean a lot more than any of the eliminations of his teammates combined, because, well, they got them that chicken dinner.
Indeed, and again, I mean, this is the, second day, of course, second last day, in fact, I should say, for the grand finals, and we are looking at so many of these clutches actually turning out to be a 1v3 situations where the players are so very well equipped. I mean, they're so energized that the skill point, that just completely nails it down, and yet again, that is what was showcased. But of course, with that, as you move on through to the teams that we did see up on top, look at the massive difference in terms of the way the Grounders played, and again, nothing taken away from Magnus Esports' approach to this game as well, but yeah, that is a stark point difference. 10 points is I mean, that's kind of make it or break it sort of a conversation when it comes to that bigger number, 10 points.
Yeah, exactly, and it really shows you how much of a dominant affair Grounders did have across this match. They did more damage than Magnus, they received lesser damage than Magnus too, and really the high ground control ended up getting them value. Beautifully played too. A 2-2 split they were executing, which allowed them to engage in multiple fights on both the eastern and western side and pick up the eliminations that they had. Shapatar with the most eliminations and Black with the most knocks. That's some perfect synergistic play.
Exactly, and I just want to ask, just for if you could correct me, right? Didn't Shapatar die a little early from the side of the Grounders, or am I mistaken?
I think he got knocked by Adil.
Okay.
In the final fight, but Mr. Black pulled it back.
Sweet, yep. So again, I mean, just want to clarify that. So for the side of Shaptar as well, because I've seen him so many individual tournaments, and for the side of Grounders, he is like that rock who's always standing steady, and that of course becomes very, very crucial to have a player like that in your team and amongst your, in terms of the energy that is going to be required from one match to the next, because it is definitely taxing. But overall, again, I mean, they are definitely nailing it through. They are hitting all the checkpoints with the correct pace, with the correct tempo, so that they can push on along with this, still with the same energy, as they have still more games remaining for the day as well as the tournament.
Exactly, and really, I'm excited to see how this is going to affect the overall rankings moving on forward, because a huge game from Grounders, back-to-back chicken dinners picked up. It's going to really shake things up. Talking about shaking things up, let's have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments. And of course, remind all of you that the Oppo F21 Pro is out in Pakistan for you to buy. So make sure you get that one real quick.
Hey, did Fixes end up ordering? I think he pre-ordered, if I'm not wrong. I think that's what the conversation was in the green room. But yeah, dude, I'm definitely looking forward to it, because I just checked that phone out, and yeah, that thing definitely has a sleek appeal to it. But with that, talking about sleekness and design and style, it is SALTxi8 that is missing in all those fronts when it comes to these grand finals.
Yeah, SALTxi8 just... They look like they had the circle, right, working for themselves. We're going to see it come through soon. And they were winning the fights, but there were moments where Crypto and Reviews, they just got too aggressive. This was actually it. They were able to do a lot of damage to MetershotxSKY, but you can see Crypto got knocked. Immediately, Reviews would get knocked and the blue zone would help the opposite team finish them off. And really, there was no need for that aggression. There was no need for them to push on forward to that extent.
See, that's what I was noticing from the side of SALTxi8 as well. I mean, if you remember the first week itself, we were talking about SALTxi8 and we were talking about class 101 mistakes being made from the side of SALTxi8, no synergy being showcased, jumping into open fights and then getting caught off guard, of course. Sort of a situation is what they were walking into, is what it seemed like. And yet again, in the finals, that is the exact same sort of a pace that they're showcasing in these fights. So I mean, yes, we are reaching the middle ground right now with the third game of the day that's going to be brought on. So I really am starting to ponder and question, are they really playing mind games, or is this something that the lobby has understood about them maybe?
I think it is most likely the lobby part, because...
Yeah, I think it's the latter as well.
At this point, the lobby realizes that if SALTxi8 is popping up for a fight, we can't be scared anymore. You know, we gotta fight back.
Yep.
We gotta give it back to them, and I think that's something they're not entirely used to, given their dominance in the Super Weekend. So they're gonna have to find a way to work around
That's true. That is so true. I mean, again, that is something that people won't really understand, right? I mean, it's so very difficult to actually grasp the vastness of that entire topic, because you play for 3 weeks straight and you have had such a massive lead, 200 points out of a lead. So of course that morale boost, that energy, that synergistic play and the attitude itself is going to be a little different, right? And that'll definitely be giving you a lot of boost as you move on into the grand finals. And well, then again, I mean, that lot of boost again does end up taking out a lot of your energy as well, and it seems like that is exactly what ended up happening. But nevertheless, I mean, it's just getting too critical, because if we move on to the damage graph itself, we do have a few teams. If we move on to the end of the leaderboard itself, we've got FMxR3D, we've got QWERTY, FS, North Esports, as well as Team Star. I mean, yeah, a lot definitely was expected from the side of these teams. FS, they were looking really ferocious yesterday as the days progressed. I mean, as the games progressed on, they were getting those first blood situations. They were participating in a lot of hungry fights, But today, it's certainly a little bit of a slow pace, but still, it's going to be falling back on the consistency, and that consistency again is going to be the key for these teams to be able to make it. I mean, you talk about from FS to the Regicide part, right? In that overall storyboard, we were looking at Regicide looking really good, because they were bringing in the consistent play, but for the first 3 games. And as the day progressed on, yesterday I'm talking about, their energy kind of fell down a little bit as well. And that is where we do see right now these teams sitting, but again, just 2 games are done. 4 more games still remain. So a lot is still possible when it comes to changing the places on the storyboard.
Yeah, everything is possible, really, but with MetershotxSKY, 52x Rage, and SALTxi8 very close to that 100 mark, I think as long as they continue this level of performance, they're going to be able to continue just to be able to continuously guarantee their spot. And really the 6th, 7th, 8th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th almost is where it gets interesting with QWERTY, Regicide and a couple more teams down there. And you carry it on to Clarity and Freestyle. Basically the 5th to 10th spot battling for 2 slots in the SA Championship, where our top 4 have sort of separated themselves. At least top 3 have separated themselves, and we've got all of those teams trying to get the remaining spots.
Indeed, and again, I mean, there are some really big names out here sitting on that 9th spot. Clarity Esports on the 10th is going to be Freestyle. 11th, Quantum Rage. So North Esports on the 14th, 4VTFD 13th. So FMxR3D, nobody would have anticipated sitting on the 16th spot. Well, again, never mind that. Nobody actually predicted or hope could have said that, you know, the way that they were playing in the league play days and the Super Weekend itself, that they would even be able to qualify. Same could very well be said for the side of Regicide as well. But they have showcased that. And in fact, if you really bring it down to the T itself, right, the stats are so incredibly impossible to even predict, because FMxR3D as well as Regicide, the way that their approach had been week 1 as well as week 2, it was definitely not, I mean, statistically it was not looking like they were going to be able to make it, but final day, it was a different energy that they played with. So again, like you said, it is still possible. One game and a lot is going to still be possible for these teams sitting on that 16th position as well.
And think about it, for Regicide really from barely making it to the grand finals to now in a position to qualify for the PMPL SA Championship, that's a dream journey if I've ever heard of one.
I mean, talk about an OG comeback story indeed, and talk about OG itself. But nevertheless, on the other front, as we move on through now, we are going to be, of course, looking at a different map. We're going to be moving on to Sanhok, I believe.
Yeah.
And so again, I mean, a lot of those third-party situations, fourth-party situations that can be anticipated from the side of these teams. Along with that, the contestations are certainly, I mean, they have slowed down quite a lot. These teams are taking their merry pace as they progress on with the zone and slowly try and make those rotations, but will that be enough for them to be able to make it in through the long haul? Because again, as so perfectly mentioned by the storyboard as well, the team sitting on top, they are on a league of their own.
Yeah, most definitely, and I think...
Or creating one at least.
Yeah, exactly. They're able to separate themselves from the pack, right? So, 100% I think the teams at the top are now looking to, with these final 4 matches of day 2, just secure their spot in the top. Just make sure that at the end of the day, they are the ones that we have to really look out for when it comes to even going into the SA Championship or battling for the biggest prize of all, that first spot itself. But I think it's a lot more spicy along that 5th to 10th area, and it also leaves us hope that we might see some desperate moves from teams from the 10th to 16th spots who are not looking so great right now. Go for some drop contestations, you know, try to get off to a good start. It's now or never, quite literally.
Exactly. So true, so true. I mean, that's the reason why I was mentioning it just on a little bit of a passive side, that, you know, we're reaching the middle ground basically. There's going to be the third game of the day, which in a sense is going to be the intermission of the entire tournament, of the grand finals itself. And now, every single time when you talk about a story, when you talk about the masala that Fixes likes to talk about, you know, those moments that the storyline completely changes. You go get your popcorn, you go get your you know, sodas, and then you're back in your seat, and before you know it, the entire thing has flipped on its head, and it is going to be a different place, a different synergistic play that is being showcased in the story. But then again, that's too commercial. In the battleground, it's always chaotic, it's always messy, and that's how we like to love. I mean, that's how we love it as well, you know. Especially in all of that, the X factor right now in this game is going to be the map altogether, because of it being so small and these teams being so very close to each other. Those fights are going to be starting off just in a few minutes time itself. But again, we're just going to take a few more minutes as we move on through with the teams making those drops. And when it comes to the zone, I just wanted to walk towards that side of the conversation, that in just a few minutes time we shall have the zone and we shall know what can we anticipate from the side of these teams. Because again, there's not really... Wow. Okay. Dude, almost 45% of that is in the water. What the... Wow.
Yeah. That's a circle I can appreciate now.
I mean, I don't know if you noticed that or not, dude. I called it yesterday as soon as you left the desk, and you called it for the gods of PUBG to bring in some sort of crazy plays. That's exactly what ended up happening for the games that happened after you. And today, I mean, here I am jumping in for the first game that I'm casting. And well, thanks to you or what, but look at the play that is being made right here, and look at the aggressive approach that so many of these teams are bringing to the table. Regicide having a very fine out approach, TUF with the same synergistic play, all over the map pretty much, right? I mean, you look at the side of Grounders, they have an entire Alpha Island to themselves. I mean, again, this seems like this is going to be a very bloody battleground.
Oh yeah, most certainly. With all of these teams in the south, right? You've got titans like Clarity, SALTxi8, Quantum, Rage, Freestyle, H2E, all of them outside the circle, Magnus even. And all of them are going to try to move in, but honestly, there's no space to move in. This is not like one of those crazy circles where there's still a lot of space to occupy. I assume Team Grounders are just going to secure the bridge that comes in from the Camp Bravo Island and try to ensure that at the end of this all, there's no way into that unless you go towards the extreme north, where I assume North Esports are just going to hold down the bridge. So bridge fights are going to be really the case if you try to get onto that Camp Alpha Island, which is why you're going to have to try and focus your efforts around the mainland, around Paradise Island, around Boot Camp, and we might see some early contestations there.
But dude, I'm just looking at Regicide, as you mentioning that so perfect points on one by one. Look at Regicide. I mean, they're thinking exactly what you're saying, and they've read it, and they've already got that man spread going on for their side, where they have moved on 2 of their players onto the Camp Alpha Island altogether itself. But what do you think about that play? I mean, yeah, that will give them that opening because the 2 players are already on the island where the zone is. But I mean, what do you think about that sort of a play?
Actually, it reminds us that besides the bridges, the water, because of how little of a gap it is between those islands in certain areas, can be a potential way for these teams to rotate. So I really like it from the other side, actually, because we are talking about North and Grounders holding down the bridges respectively. Now Regicide, having moved in, get to hold down the shoreline. They get to make sure no team goes for the water rotations, and they will find plenty ripe for picking. But in terms of that circle, right, FMxR3D, they've taken spot on the other side of the North's bridge, and they're going to be in a lot of trouble because I feel like that spot is so vulnerable from any of the teams in the mainland trying to just hold their ground. You are going to look at the team that is stuck on one side of the bridge immediately, which is why I'm curious to see if FMxR3D also goes for a dip in the water, tries to loop all the way around Hatin and make it towards the northern side of the Camp Alpha Island.
Well, you say it, and that is what PUBG Gods will bring once again as soon as viewers this is just incredible, dude. I mean, you're just mentioning that sort of a water rotation, perhaps, right? You're hinting on towards that. And look at 4v That's what they seem to be wanting to work towards as well. And this is not going to be the first time that 4v have done that. They have done so on the map of Erangel as well earlier. Oh, and that was yesterday itself. So when we had the zone go down to the military base. And again, I mean, this is the way that these plays should be made when it comes to the grand finals, right? You want these teams to take on the battle as soon as they jump into the map, onto the map. And right now, again, it is going to turn into a little bit of a stalemate. We're only 5 minutes in, but already a lot of movements have been made. A lot of rotations have been made from these teams. What do you see?
I see 1, 2, 3, 4 potential teams. Okay, actually, I'll make that 3. I don't think Quantum Rage is one to include in this, but SALTxi8, H2E, Freestyle, and Magnus are dangerously close to the most opposite part of the shoreline from where the circle is. The only reason they would do that is if they were going for rotations. And we all know, famously, that as per fixes, of course, rightfully so too, rotations are cursed. So if 4 teams go for rotations, that would be a record, especially if you also mentioned 4v TFD might be doing it. I forgot about them.
Yep, they're already on that. And well, I'm not entirely sure if they've got their boats going, which it does not seem likely, as they're too slow. But I mean, again, they've got the swimming power going on, they've got the cardio going on for them, and that is going to be helping out for their side. On the other front, look at that, the first blood, maybe, probably not, but Snow from the side of North Esports will be able to give a little bit of a damage, but of course that point will not be concluded for his side or his team. On the other front, it is going to be the players of Metershot moving in very soon. Again, see the way that Metershot plays as a team, as a whole, all four together, taking all the angles, and as they do, QWERTY with the UNC, of course, is going to try and get as much cover as he possibly can, but it seems like his teammates are going to be around, and Sultan will definitely be able to block the play that was being created from the side of Metershot, and Metershot jumping all along, trying to make on those shots will definitely not be allowed, because, wow.
Wow, indeed. We've got the fights already breaking, and it's all along that bridge area itself. MetershotxSKY and Star trying to contest for a spot, but FMxR3D, they've already got the high ground around that bridge, and they're going to hold it down. And force Star behind some cover. Now, again, I've got my, besides this fight, because the teams are so radically separated. It's all a big congestion around the northern part of the northern bridge, basically. Even Team Grounders have abandoned the southern bridge where 4v-TFD is going to be able to make their way into Camp Alpha, as compared to these four teams on the very east of this shoreline. I'm just curious to see what the heck SALTxi8 have planning, what the heck H2E, Freestyle and Magnus have planned, because they're still on the mainland. They got to get them boats out if they're going to make the rotations, man.
That is true. That is so very true indeed. And looking at the zone, this is just phenomenal, dude. I mean, 40% of that zone is just baiting the entire lobby that what you going to do now? I mean, you were thinking that, all right, late rotations is what is going to be helping you out. Well, there you go. Make those late rotations. We're going to be catching you out. And as you were mentioning, as you said, Fixus was mentioning, well, all of that comes in down, and that is exactly how this is going to be played out, as we do see FS are going to be getting into those boats as they try and make those rotations. It does not seem like SALTxi8 have the same strategy. H2E does not seem to be working towards the same strategy as well, as we do see them in their vehicles, but not the same case for SALTxi8, and FS definitely also sticking to the land as of now, as they have their own vehicles as well. But it is going to be FMX who are basically, for now at least, they have a lot of information and advantage, but they best be careful, because as these teams now start making those rotations, they themselves could very well be in the crosshairs of their opponents, and it seems like 52x is faster is very much approaching that.
Yeah, and it's not like FMxR3D's position is bad. It's actually one of the best spots, I think, for the way the circle is right now. But because of that is why I'm scared for them. Because like, so many teams are going to look to push on. It's not too far a distance from Hateen either. I'm sure North Esports could chime in if a fight started on over there. But look at this, SALTxi8 on their late rotations. They spotted out H2E and they're going to make them pay. Crypto, Reviews, Blade, each finding one and finishing them off real quick as well. But Asad comes in with a knock off his own. He's trying to fight back for his team, man. But at this point, I don't know what he can achieve. He's on his lonesome. And Blade will... No, Crypto will finish him off. Crypto with 2 eliminations for himself. Again, it's been extremely weird. We're actually exactly halfway through our PMPL Grand Finals. You know, we're in our third match of day 2. So, still... looking at the elimination leaderboard, halfway through into the Grand Finals, and not seeing Crypto on the top, that's weird itself. Not seeing Crypto in top 5?
Exactly.
How?
Yes. Yes, that's what. That thing that we were talking about, the way that this team was, risen up onto that Cloud9. With the way they played, of course, it was all thanks to them. But that has played some mind games with them, dude. I mean, of course, we do see that they're really, really skilled. But, well, the opponents, they have a different strategy that they're working towards. I mean, so many of times we've seen the opponents not even care for where SALTxi8 is because they're playing a game of their own. And that is definitely leaving SALTxi8 in a little bit of a dust. But again, in the overall storyboard, they are looking comfortable. They are on that, I believe, 3rd spot, if not 4th. Yeah, 3rd spot. Yeah, 96 points for them. So that will be able to keep them in a steady pace, but definitely bringing them down on that away from that pedestal that they were on in the previous 3 weeks, which is important, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Wait, how is Sensi able to get that revive on?
Oh yeah, that's a update, no?
Oh yeah.
In the water.
Ah.
The water revival is now allowed. Oh yes, indeed. Which is the cool thing, which is really a neat thing, because again, I mean, so many times you do end up getting caught. See, but now the trouble is, it would be wonderful if they actually do end up getting some grappling hooks or something as well, because so many positions and places on these individual maps are such that if you are making those water rotations, you better be careful as to where exactly are you going to be planning to enter the land, because many times you just don't have the land to climb upon.
Yeah, exactly. It's usually cliffs in many an area, and if you try to go to that small piece of shoreline, you might find you're going to find a team. More often than not, you're going to find a team. So it is quite dangerous in general. But I am glad those 4 teams we were initially talking about, Freestyle, SALTxi8, H2E, even Magnus, none of them actually went for the botations. It's like they know by now. True. They've read the disclaimer. Botations are cursed in PMPL Pakistan, though.
They genuinely are. They genuinely are. And once again, I mean, it's not only just that, right? We've seen the side of the entire lobby itself, if we talk about it. SALTxi8, so many times that we saw them on that military base on Erangel. They would, as soon as the circle would go towards the south, with that Snow getting first, getting some points for his team, or trying to at least bring in some damage. But right now, it is going to be 4v-TFD's players making rotation right next to Mr. Black, and Mr. Black is not going to be down in that. And very easily going to be able to pinch it down and get 1 point. So, again, when it comes to the way that 4v-TFD wanted to play this, well, it seems like they will be able to, allowed to, because Windless will deliver the massive punch. And with that, this is not looking good for Mr. Black, because his team is down to a 1-man army, if I'm not wrong. If I'm not mistaken, I think they are down to a 1-man army.
Yeah, it does look like that, but look at this now. SALTxi8 are edging in from there. And Team Ground is just trying to get in from the water. Clarity have made a very late rotation and are just now entering Camp Alpha. And luckily for them, there's no one near that bridge, so they should be able to comfortably get into the circle. Now we see an MG3 dropped into the water, and honestly, not too far out. Still not the greatest of spots. Unlikely any team goes for it, but if they do, they'll get a nifty MG3.
And perhaps a bolt action to your face or your head or your neck or something like that. But again, I mean, there is still going to be some players who would want to try. Nah, nobody does. Nobody's interested in that sort of loot. And I don't even know why the PUBG gods end up trolling with the loot like that, you know? I mean, why would anybody choose to get it? Oh, well, if it does happen initially in the initial few moments of the game, then perhaps. But right now, in this sort of a lobby, yeah, nobody wants to take that sort of a chance, I don't think. But with that, with the zone sticking to the water lines for the first 15 minutes, is going to finally make a jump back onto the island itself. And now these teams are going to be given a little bit of a breather, that's for sure, I believe. The teams that we were looking at from the Alpha Island, right? We've got North Esports as well as, I think, Clarity as well. Yep, Clarity is also there, who are going to be able to now slow down their pace as they try and make their way towards the zone.
Magnus, the only team in the blue zone right now. Not surprising, we know they're rotating from the most southern point on the main island, so they're going to take some time. Most certainly. But look at this, they went for the long rotations coming in from the east actually, so it's going to be interesting how that pans out. But right now, eyes on 4v-TFD as they've been spotted out by North Esports. One player knocked already, 4v-TFD. Not in the greatest of spots because they're on the borderline edge of the blue zone. So they're not going to have as much time as they would have wanted in their compounds. They're going to have to move out, try to get themselves into the circle, which is going to involve them getting through North Esports, who are just comfortably perched on Hatin, knowing that the minute they want to get into the circle, they can just leave. They have no one holding them down, and that's the advantage of playing an area which has really no flanks. You're on the northern tip of an island. But FMxR3D, this is what we were talking about earlier. Their high ground is sure to get contested, and right now being contested by 52xh. But FMxR3D, they hold on for dear life, find two crucial eliminations on 52xh and deny them the opportunity to take their high ground.
Well, that was perfectly played from the side of FMxR3D indeed, and it was, again, I mean, for the side of 52X Rage, that's how we see them like to play. They jump into those fights, and this time around, they tried, but they were definitely not allowed to do so. On the other front, if we talk about the team that is, at least for now that I look at, sitting very much in the comfort of the center of the zone is going to be Regicide. And again, the compound is going to be theirs. Right behind them is going to be TUF, another team that loves to stick into some really good positions and then just wait it out. And with that, it seems like the two eliminations that were showcased from the side of FMX, it is going to be 52X Rage's players who will be able to retaliate against that as well, but not before they themselves get third-partied. But now, the final player, Daku, from the side of 52X Rage. No, actually, he's not the final player. There are two players, so he's one that we can see on the minimap, and then there's another one who is Pharaoh and who's, well, actually really far away. So he is trying to get himself into the zone because he is outside the zone, and he has a Magnus actually keeping a keen eye and crosshair towards Pharaoh as well. So 52X Rage are not looking good in this map of Sanhok, and the way that they are right now, it is very difficult that they'll be able to get into above the 12th or the 11th position. Well, let's see.
Most certainly. Circle almost closing in, I believe, in less than 10 seconds here. We will have a shift coming through now. OVTFT still on the very edge of the circle. Have high ground though for themselves. And they will be able to spot out Clarity here engaging in a fight, trying to go for the long range pot shots onto North Esports, who are currently in the water, trying to make that rotation happen, where they will face trouble from FMxR3D. On the other hand, the circle, man. Yikes.
Oh, yes.
Yikes.
Oh, yes.
Takes a western shift. Half of the circle is in water. What the heck?
Again. That's how they love to roll. I mean, this is just the way it is. And you know what? In all of this, I'm loving two incredible things. For the side of 4VTFD, right off the bat, since the start of the game itself, they have been presented with so many opportunities to take on those fights, to take on those points, and they are definitely trying to deliver on that opportunity that they've been given. On the other front, as we move on through to the center of the zone, we do have Regicide sitting very comfortably, and now we've got TUF also around in the vicinity of the center of the zone sitting very comfortably, and down south of the zone is going to be Team QWERTY making an entrance and their presence felt as well. So all of these three teams very, very, very aggressive, and they are just waiting to pounce on to all of these teams who are going to try and get themselves into the zone. But right now it is 4VTFD once again on our screens as they try and battle it out to take on open push into the zone. But of course, Clarity, they had their crosshairs absolutely set up. They knew that there was a team that was going to be jumping down from that cliff, and as soon as OVTFD did, even though you might have smoke set up for you, it is definitely not going to be disposing bullets, and that is where they have been damaged. But at least for now, the kill has not yet been confirmed.
Yeah, I really think this is Regicide's match to lose. They've got the best compound, honestly, because the compound's got a view of the shoreline. It's towards the center of the circle, and it's likely where the next circle is going to shift. But I really like QWERTY's position itself. There's a small island in the middle of this water that QWERTY have got themselves to. SALTxi8 not in the greatest of position, just going to hold on. And similarly 4VTFT, in the last circle they had a nice spot because they had high ground advantage over Clarity. Now the high ground, it's turned into trouble because they are forced to move into Clarity's hands, and they're just trying to hold on. But on the other hand, you got SALTxi8 trying to take advantage of Virus being exposed like that. They knock him out, and if TUF leave themselves too open, they're gonna end up being at the mercy of SALTxi8, because TUF as well have got a key compound in control. The minute SALTxi8 smells some weakness, they're sure to slam in and try to take it for themselves.
Oh yes, definitely, and that is the kind of cheeky play that we have seen from their side. And with that, as we move on through to the players of SALTxi8, now this is something that Fixus actually mentioned, and that was such a wonderful IQ play that he did yesterday during casting, which is pointing out the gun attachments that was being used by these players. But before we move into that, it is going to be the side of Quantum Rage trying to jump on into the compound of TUF. But look at Thor, look at Joker and Edgar; they are all well equipped and prepped. IQ and JD, the two players who have...
Wow.
Never mind. And on the 13th spot, just like they came, that is how fast they went. And well, QWERTY, I mean, they're just sitting it out, and as they sit out on that island, the zone is going to move away from them, and now they are going to be in a little bit of a trouble as they try and get away from the island first to get into the comfort of the zone, which again is going to be tough luck situation.
Yeah.
Teams.
For many teams, really. I'm going to say another TFT just to run across the beach. But all they find is bullets. Clarity will take them down. Just a matter of time before the rest go down as well. As now, Clarity themselves, they're going to have to make a move, try to get themselves in, because they are not going to find an easy way into the next circle. North Esports with control of the bridge, denying them the opportunity. They've knocked and finished one. As Regicide, they've got compound control, they've got high ground control. They're in such a damn good spot, and they're finding so much value out of it. They've put a lot of damage onto SALTxi8, leaving Uzum as one of the last few players standing now. Blade and Reviews, they were knocked. They're going to get finished off as well. Uzum in an impossible situation because he's feeling the brunt of the damage from the blue zone. I assume he's just going to end up playing healing battle here.
It is possible. And another thing to actually bring out is going to be the side of FMxR3D. They're on the northern side of that zone, and as soon as I point that out, the zone will move away from them and go into the compounds, or a little bit of a safety net for the side of Team Star, but still not that big of a deal, because for the side of FMxR3D, they still do have that numbers advantage as well as the information on the other side. Regicide, another team that was looking very comfortable, has been able to actually capitalize upon all of this, and North Esports, jumping in from the Alpha Island from the northeastern western front, have slowly but surely still made their presence felt as they're sitting on 4 defeat points for now.
Look at Magnus though, man. They're just praying that other teams die faster, and their prayers are somehow going to get answers. SALTxi8 have been eliminated. Freestyle are on the very brink of eliminations, and this nade from Cairo, yeah, it secures it with 2 elimination points as well. That's a nice nade from Cairo right there. Gets Magnus another spot picked up as well as the eliminations. QWERTY, they've been taken out of play as well, leaving us with just 7 teams in this lobby. Now Regicide, they're making the quick moves to try and get in, but they've been spotted out by Team Star, who are going to engage in the fight, but not for long, as FMxR3D go for the slam in onto Team Star, but they get shut down. Emerge able to deny that opportunity, but Sultana, he's trying to fight back, but not for long. The car blowing up with the nades coming in. Sultana's been taken quite low, and this is most likely the end of Team Star. Or not.
This was so close, but Emerge gets the better half of that fight, and now it is going to be all down to Lewis if he can stop Team Star. And with that nade, it is going to be him falling down. Just a matter of seconds is what it was, but of course, with that, it is going to be FMxR3D getting eliminated. 4 teams remaining, and look at the zone rushing away from all of them. And Regicide, they're still in contestation. Look at the numbers advantage down. 52x Rage sitting only with 1 player. That is going to be Ferro right there in front of us. Alongside that, it is going to be Team 52x Rage. All the way through, jumping into a very convincing chicken dinner right here. Nothing can stop them right now, but
I think
maybe an X Factor from Team Star?
Maybe. I think Regicide though right now they're just going to be annoyed about the fact that a lot of players are dying to the blue zone, which is depriving them of the potential many elimination points they could have picked up. Because with their position you would have expected like 17, 18 points, but they only have 7. But you were talking about an X Factor. Well, Ferro has presented one to you, but immediately slapped back by the blue zone. He does take down a couple though before he goes down himself, leaving Team Star in this 2v2. Now Insane and Vaz are taking Vaz actually is taking quite a bit of damage from the blue zone. Gonna try to still keep moving forward, but one of the knock players knocked out. He's been finished, and Voltrox isn't looking in the greatest of spots. Insane's gonna be found as well, and Team Star, was it turning all around? Regicide, yeah.
It was the Regicide at the end who were able to capitalize on because of the numbers advantage, but dude, he got so close.
Wow.
He got so close right there. It was almost. That was phenomenal. The information, the control. Again, I mean, when it comes down to knowing that you have to bring in those skills, Team Star, they bring it in style, dude. But again, I mean, we did talk about it. We could see it clearly. It was Regicide who were looking very comfortable into the zone. And in all of that combined together, they played their cards right, but almost lost it all to that final fight.
Yeah, exactly, man. I thought, honestly, that started pulled it out with Insane going down, but Regicide, by the skin of their teeth, they find the winner chicken dinner, and just in time too, because we were just talking about how matches 3 to 6 today are all going to be about defining your position on the table, ensuring that you're in a relatively safe spot going into day 3. And with this chicken dinner, Regicide, they will be able to get themselves into that relatively safe spot. I think now with about 80 or 90 points, in very close to the teams at the top.
That is true. That is so very true. And again, I mean, if you talk about the kind of storyline that was being showcased during those league play days and the Super Weekends itself, where the teams were able to showcase a little bit of that synergistic play and then make a comeback story and that revival, well, that is going to be almost next to impossible now, right? Like the numbers advantage that they had during those league play days and the Super Weekends, that's all gone now. I mean, we're just left with the 6 games tomorrow and the 3 games today. So, yeah, with that, we're going to go on a short little break and we'll be right back with the post-game stats.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
And we are definitely looking forward to this day, and of course, well, we all were looking forward to this day, and that is what is being presented to us from the teams as well. But in all of that, some must have predicted and anticipated that yeah, it's a SALTxi8 game through and through, no point watching the grand finals, but that is not the case, definitely for sure, because the other teams in the lobby, they have showcased a perfect play and a perfect utilization of all the information that they were able to collect in those 3 weeks and summarize it all together to bring in the best level of play that they possibly could. And in all of that, we are going to jump on through with the MVP, where we have ZeroJ coming in from Team Star, 890 damage with 4 eliminations, 6 knocks, 4 confirmed points already, along with 2 assists in 24 minutes. I mean, he was on a rampage. He was definitely on a rampage as he moved on along with his teammates, of course, and that is clearly being indicated based on the stats right here. That, of course, does lead him to the MVP of this game. And with that, we are going to look on to the other players who were around in this vicinity, and it is going to be Hassan coming in from the side of FMxR3D with 4 eliminations to his side, 807 damage all by his lonesome. And then comes in Voltrux from Red's side, which was, of course, anticipated. Now, TUF, this is a team that I do want to talk about. Regicide, they had the center of the zone and the safety of the compound. And then we saw, just a few minutes later, TUF also get into the same vicinity. Now, many times we've seen that in the past as well. TUF would stick around in those sort of positions and then pounce onto their opponents and enemies as soon as those final few moments and those final few fights were remaining. They tried that exact same thing this fight as well, and this time as well, but they were not allowed to do so, wherein, again, I mean, the lobby, they've understood how these teams are playing, and that is what is making the grand finals that much more dynamic. But overall, the story is still going to be all the teams slowly but surely working towards that consistent play. I mean, Regicide, they fell down a little bit for a few games, and now here they are catching up back to that lead. And of course, with this perfect chicken dinner that they walk away with 9 elimination points, along with, of course, the 15 points, they have 24 points in total. But alongside that, I mean, Team Star, they also did have a lot of fights that they were able to capitalize upon, and thus they're only 4 points shy with 20 points. So a decent game coming in for both of these teams as of now. Alright, hey,
Yep.
That is what the story dictates. With 9 games done, 9 more to go through. Like exactly the perfect intermission, right? You know, I mean, it is. You just don't know which side is this iceberg going to be falling down.
Yeah, and really, I think, Butter, coming into this matchup again, we're getting to see teams that were at the bottom rise up. Star with a brilliant performance right here. Not able to find the chicken dinner, but I think they'll be happy that they're able to just get to a good start. You know, Zyro J especially, highest eliminations, highest damage, highest knocks, just absolutely phenomenal for his team. 20 points picked up for Team Star. Magnus and Ray, FMxR3D, all 3 teams that are in the overall rankings towards the bottom half. But then Regicide, a team that is in that top half, that has been consistent with their placements throughout, getting top 5 again and again and again. Now finally getting a chicken dinner for themselves, going to propel themselves into a really comfortable spot going into day 3.
Oh, they definitely are looking comfortable. I mean, more than comfortable, in fact, is what I would say. But in that also, let's move on first through to the perfect Oppo F21 Pro moments that were showcased right here in this game. And again, I mean, we did see North Esports were part of those fights. And in the first 5 minutes itself, we did see Snow take on that knock. But of course, that elimination was not confirmed for his side. But just a few minutes later, we'll come back to Snow. There he will be able to get some points for his team on the other front. It was Team Star and Metershot, where Metershot jumped in towards that wood logger farm. But yeah, that was just not the kind of synergy that we expected from their side, and of course Team Star got the better half.
Yeah, exactly. And the way the circle started out, you would expect a team like FMxR3D to be able to pick up a ton of points, and really I think this was a defining fight. If they were not able to hold on to 52x Rage, I think it might have even been the case that 52x Rage with that high ground, given that we know that they before this match were the second place team in the overall rankings, right? Could have easily turned it into a chicken dinner, but FMxR3D, they held on strong, got 3rd place for themselves. Circle not favoring them towards the end, but still making do really well and extracting value out of that early rotation they made.
They definitely did, and with that, as we move on through towards the side of this Team Star, they definitely were on a rampage. Of course, we saw that again and again. Same kind of was the case for the side of OBTFD, and again, as we move on through from one fight to the next, there is going to be SALTxi8 player, where I was in this fight is where I noticed that you know, that suppressor was being utilized from the players of SALTxi8 right there, and this is something that Fixes had mentioned yesterday, where now that I actually do think about it, you know, perfectly bringing all the individual tournaments, there are only few select actual teams that go through that sort of a perfect setup. Otherwise, teams are always going for that run and gun, and well, never mind. I mean, it is all on to themselves as to what they're comfortable with. But this fight right here, I mean, Anubis got so close. He was almost about to get Team Star down, but that nade that was thrown from his opponent definitely put Anubis in the lock.
Yeah, exactly. And after that, it was just a piece of cake for Regicide, or so we thought, at least. Because when it came to this final spot, Star, they fought back strong with some help from Ferro, of course. You can see right here, when Insane goes down, that's where I'm like, wait a second, do Regicide actually lose this? But you can see the blue zone is their friend. It's already helping them out, dealing a ton of damage to Team Star. And I think really the blue zone was the difference between the chicken dinner. If Star had a better position in the circle, they weren't taking that blue zone damage for so long, maybe they would have ended up with a chicken dinner themselves, because look at the damage graphs, man. Star are the ones leading.
Oh yes, that is true. And along with that, I mean, talk about 52x Rage. They were, you know, I mean, we did see them take on some massive hits and punches to their faces as well. But still, somehow, you know, able to get those placement points for themselves. Amazing turn of events for their side. FS, once again, not able to capitalize on the situation. For the side of Team QWERTY, things just went south. As soon as they went on that island, it was looking comfortable. They were on the south of the zone. But then as soon as the zone walked away from them, it was just like, all right, see you later. And then, of course, it was just not possible.
And look at this, the consistency of 52x Rage 83 placement points picked up, the most, I believe, across the entirety of the grand finals. Just playing for that placement again and again. 0 chicken dinners, but they don't care. They're going to pick up that first spot, and Redicide with their chicken dinner going to jump up to number 4 now. This is what I meant. 91 points, extremely close to SALTxi8, getting themselves into discussion now as more of a top 4 or even a top 5 thing with Team TUF in play. And then from QWERTY all the way to Clarity on the other page is where the teams are really in contention. So now ranks 1 to 5, very close to each other. A chicken dinner within that could make moves within that, but 6th to 10th with QWERTY occupying the final spot going into PMPL SA, that's where the pressure really lies.
Well, this is looking tougher and tougher game after game for these teams sitting on the bottom half of the leaderboard. And yes, this is 9 games done, 9 games remain. So this is kind of like the halfway. And after a halfway mark, there needs to be a little bit of a change in terms of the playstyle of the entire lobby, in fact, is what I would say. FMxR3D, they are trying. We saw that. North Esports, they were trying to capitalize on those situations that were provided to them. But it's just the teams on that top half of the leaderboard, they're just playing that consistent play, and that consistent play is slowly but surely keeping them in the lead. So no matter how hard the teams like North Esports and all of these try, it is looking tougher and tougher. So yeah, I mean, let's find out, dude. I mean, I have no idea what to even say right now because 3 games remain, but 3 games is just too little to expect what is going to be the final result of the storyboard. But before we move on along with the 4th game or any of that, it is time for us to jump into a short little interview. So let's move on ahead to the other desk.
माइंडसेट बताइए एलसी, हमने देखा कि टीम नॉर्थ वेस्ट पाकिस्तान ने एनएफपी ने जितना इंप्रूव किया है इस 1.5 साल के पीरियड में, क्या रहा माइंडसेट?
हमारा बेसिकली माइंडसेट बस यही है कि पाकिस्तान में अच्छा परफॉर्म करना है, पाकिस्तान में बड़े स्टेज पर आना है हमने। इसके अलावा गेम के दौरान हमारा यही माइंडसेट रहता है कि हमने एक बैलेंस गेम खेलनी है, ना ज़्यादा किल्स करने हैं, ना ज़्यादा जोन के पीछे जाना है, ना ज़्यादा पैसे होना है। बैलेंस गेम खेलते हैं और प्रैक्टिस हार्ड।
बहुत खूबसूरत,
सही है। मेरा एक सवाल था कि ये जो आपने चिकन डिनर्स का एक रोमांस आप जो करते रहते हैं, हर टाइम ही चलता रहता है आप लोगों का, इसके पीछे क्या कोई स्पेसिफिक स्ट्रैटेजी है कि भाई चिकन डिनर्स के लिए जाना है, कोई प्लान बनता है कि भाई यहाँ से यहाँ रोटेशन करेंगे, फिर ऐसे करेंगे, फिर ऐसे करेंगे और चिकन लेना, बस जो मर्जी हो जाए, बंदा नहीं मरना चाहिए जब तक चिकन नहीं मिल जाता और बंदा हिलना नहीं चाहिए अपनी जगह से। तो क्या ऐसी स्पेसिफिक स्ट्रैटेजी जो आपको इतने चिकन दिला रही है, मतलब 7 चिकन जिन्होंने पिछले राउंड में किए, अभी भी जब 3 चिकन आप कर चुके हैं, जो कि आपको स्टैंड मतलब पूरे टेबल से आप तक रख रही है?
चिकन का बेसिकली हमारा यही है कि अगर स्काई 4th जोन में पहुंच जाती है 4 मैन लाइव, तो फिर चिकन से हमें कोई नहीं रोक सकता है, क्योंकि हम एंड जोन बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं, हमारी आपस में कोऑर्डिनेशन बहुत अच्छी है। जैसा कि आपको पता है हमारी टीम तकरीबन 1.5 साल से सेम प्लेयर्स हैं, सेम लाइनअप है, तो आपस में स्पेशली मी, ऐश एंड खतीर बहुत अच्छी स्टेट हमारी आपस में कोऑर्डिनेशन है। तो उस वजह से
कोऑर्डिनेशन साइनर्जी एलसी की तरफ से बयान की गई है कि सेम टीम जो खिलाड़ी हैं वो उनके वही रहे हैं 1.5 साल से। सो ऐसन कोई चीज़ आप पूछना चाहें?
एलसी मैं तो वापस चाहूँगा, मेरा बड़ा एक क्लोज बॉन्ड है एलसी के साथ। सितंबर में हम लोग बात कर रहे थे कि प्रिपरेशन हो रही है। सो एलसी, कितनी प्रिपरेशन इन पिछले कुछ गुज़श्ता मंथ्स में आपने की फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर स्टेज, और जैसे ही PMPL अनाउंस हुआ आपके ज़हन में पहली बात क्या आई कि क्या हम इस दफ़ा चिकन्स का अंबार लगाने वाले हैं या बस डोमिनेट करना है?
सबसे पहले तो आपको पता होगा एहसन भाई, हमारा आईजीएल का इशू था, तो उसको हमने सबसे पहले सॉर्ट आउट किया। ऐश को आईजीएल लिंक दी और ऐश ने काफ़ी इंप्रूव किया। आपको जैसे पता है पबजी गेम ही जो है आईजीएल की वजह से चलती है, तो ये जो अभी जितने हम चिकन कर रहे हैं सब कुछ हो रहा है ऐश की वजह से, क्योंकि वो आईजीएल कर रहा है। बाकी हमारी इतनी खास प्रिपरेशंस कुछ नहीं थी, बस आपस में सबने अपनी इंडिविजुअल गेम अप की। साइनर्जी हमारी पहले से अच्छी थी, तो अब रिजल्ट्स आपके सामने सारे।
चलें, एक सवाल मेरा ये भी है आपसे कि जब टीम परफॉर्म नहीं कर रही होती, जबकि बुरा मैच हो जाता है, बहुत सारे व्यूवर्स ये चीज़ देखते हैं और उनको जब इस चीज़ को फेस करना पड़ता है, टीम में रेज आ जाती है, लड़ाई भी हो जाती है कि तुम जल्दी मरे, तुम्हारी वजह से टीम मरी। ऐसी सिचुएशन जब स्काई पे आती है तो स्काई क्या करती है?
देखिए, हमारे तो इस तरह आपने नोट किया होगा कि हम चिकन करते हैं, उसके बाद हम मर भी जाते हैं अक्सर दफ़ा जल्दी। तो इसका यही करते हैं कि आपस में हम डिस्कशन करते हैं, जो गलतियाँ होती हैं उनको पॉइंट आउट करते हैं रेज हमारी टीम में बिल्कुल नहीं है, हम कभी भी एक दूसरे को गुस्सा नहीं किया, बिल्कुल आपस में अच्छे तरीके से बात करते हैं।
बहुत खूब।
रेज हम नहीं करते, इसी वजह से हम 1.5 साल से साथ हैं और आपस में मिलकर
चले,
सॉर्ट
मेरा
आउट कर देते हैं मसले।
एक आखिरी सवाल है आपसे कि अगले स्टेज की तैयारी क्या मुकम्मल है आप लोगों की?
देखें, स्काई तो बेसिकली टीम ऐसी है जो प्रेजेंट में लिव करती है। अगली स्टेज की फिलहाल हमारी कोई तैयारी नहीं है, इंशाल्लाह जब नेक्स्ट स्टेज पर जाएंगे तब आपको प्रिपरेशन करके बताएंगे।
चलिए आखिरी सवाल उसके बाद आपसे हम इजाज़त चाहेंगे, आपको हमने बहुत टाइम ले लिया। आखिरी सवाल ये है कि जो बाकी टीम्स है लॉबी में, उनको क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे आप? कोई बैंटर जो आप करना चाहें सबके सामने?
सबसे पहले तो आप सबने घबराना नहीं है और डरे मत।
ओके,
अपना बेस्ट दें, इस कंपटीशन को और इंटरेस्टिंग बनाएं। कोई टॉप 6 में कोई भी टीम आ सकती है, जो आते हैं वो अच्छा है, जो नहीं आते हैं उनको दिल नहीं तोड़ना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट टाइम कम बैक स्ट्रॉन्गर। बाकी बेस्ट ऑफ लक टू ऑल द टीम्स।
थैंक यू सो मच एलसी, मोर पावर टू यू गाइस, और ऐसे ही परफॉर्म करते रहें और एक और चिकन डिनर का हमें इंतजार रहेगा आपकी तरफ से क्योंकि जो स्ट्रीक आप लोगों ने शुरू की है,
थैंक यू सो मच,
वो उसको कोई तोड़ नहीं पा रहा। तो थैंक यू सो मच एलसी, थैंक यू सो मच।
मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है
that is true indeed. You know that streak that they were talking about that has been created from the side of Metershot is definitely, I mean, working for them throughout the entire 3 weeks. Now
it hasn't continued though, Blotter. Like today,
not
when
the
you
same
look
pace.
at it. Yeah,
but
so
dude, I mean, you know, that same conversation could very well be spoken against the side of SALTxi8 and their play. I mean, these guys were looking like legends with 200-point lead and then not being able to get that sort of that much more questions should be raised against them if that is the case, I think.
It's less about questions against
finals,
the team.
Dude, it's the finals though.
No, exactly, which is why I think I don't know about the streak continuing. I don't think there is a streak anymore personally. I think they had a streak yesterday, that's for sure. Brilliant start, brilliant ending, but today, ever since match 1, that streak hasn't been there. We are now on to match 4. We haven't seen MetershotxSKY any time really find the value that they do, and Halsey said it himself. Once they get to the end zone, that's when they're kings. Till then, basically for 20 minutes of the game, they're not kings. They can get surprised at any note, you know, and that's what's happened today. And it makes you start wondering, like, no credit taken away from MetershotxSKY, but it starts showing you scenarios where when the circle helps them in the late rotations, they're much better. But there are days when the circle is just going to be against you, and you still got to make the best of it, because that's how you stay on top. And in that regard, the team that has done it is 52x Rage.
Yes. All right, I would agree. I will definitely accept with that, and I will have nothing against to say, but only one sentence for the entire argument, which is I kind of liked the fact that 52x Rage is actually, I mean, Halsey came out there. You know, we've seen yesterday we saw Halsey take on that 1v3 situation on the map of Sanhok itself. It was so again. I mean, when it comes to the side of MetershotxSKY, it was beautiful to be able to witness that they know exactly what they're doing. They know it was working. And that's what he started as the final question was raised from Aradeen. All he said was that you should just have patience as a fan and just wait it out. And we know exactly how we're going to play it out, which is again their usual standard play. Just play it safe, just wait it out and let the other teams fight and then jump in. There are no rules in the battleground. So whatever works is going to be absolutely allowed. But as of now, let's see, because like we've said again and again, we've got 9 games done, 9 more games remain before we shall have the teams as well as the champions right here. But the competition is going to get a lot more tougher moving on forth now.
Oh, 100%. It's going to get a lot more tougher because all of these teams, they're starting to settle in. But hey, we won't have to wait any longer for our next match. Erangel is set and ready. The lobby is good to go, and we'll have to see if the teams are as well as we head into this match.
Well, match number 10 on our screens. Let's find out where are we being taken down to. Yes, we do see shooting range and Saverni is where we're going to be starting things off from. That's going to be from the north, completely favoring the eastern side of the map right here on Erangel. So again, I mean, you are jumping from the north. You know the usual, suspects that we're going to be looking at. You've got Clarity going on down towards Giorgio. You'll have TUF go on towards Hospital Giorgio. Along with that, maybe an X-Factor team would like to jump in towards the Giorgio side. Maybe not this time around. That's not going to be the case. But on the other front, the usual suspects also will be sticking around at the exact same spot, which is going to be 2x Rage towards Starbull, as well as Team Star going down in that region. So a comfortable start for these teams, and as we move on slowly towards the eastern front of this map towards Milta, we will have OVTFT alongside, of course, Metershot, as well as well, let's see if at all we can anticipate a different approach, because Freestyle, they love to go towards Fairy Pier, the Grounders, they love to go towards Primorsk, so perhaps that is what they're going to be doing, or maybe not, because this, as they try and slowly float towards the zone. There we go. That's exactly what I was going to say, that as they slowly float towards their drop locations, the zone is going to be drawn, and if the zone is away, will the teams want to go all the way out there? Like the Grounders, they're going to go all the way to Primorsk? They probably will. They probably will. That's what we've seen from the side of these teams. They found the one formula that works for them, and they stick to it.
Yeah, I think it's just comfort for them at the end of the day, and comfort gave them a lot of value. But look at SALTxi8 actually. I think they were maybe caught in two minds. They did not go for Sosnovka immediately. I think they were considering going for farm, and then just saw too much congestion there, when dropped on the bridge instead, and now will be proceeding on to Sosnovka as standard. But looking at the rest of the teams, you can see SALTxi8 not in the greatest spots in that way, which is what I mean. I think they did have a bit of a two-minded show. They're all just starting to drop down now, so they'll have to walk to Sosnovka actually. Won't even have a vehicle, so their rotation will be considerably late, and I wonder how they will pan.
They'll around the bridge. Sorry, they'll see. They'll have at least one two-seater over there, so that will give them a little bit of run around. But again, as you so perfectly mentioned, I mean, all the other teams, like you talk about Clarity TUF, they've already jumped. They've already gotten their loot, and that is going to be giving them the boost to be able to jump on around from their drop location towards the other side of the map and take on some early fights. Because again, Clarity, we need to see some dominating plays, some dominating force from the side of Clarity needs to be showcased if they are to make it, because the points are moving away. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, we were looking at 62 points at the first page end, right? And then we moved on down towards FS and Clarity.
Yeah, and really Freestyle and Clarity are right on that brink. They need a good game before this day ends for them to be able to pull it back. But hey, right now we're just going to see some standard drops. Pochinki once again occupied. That's good to see. It was quite frightening, honestly, for me across Super Weekend 3 when Pochinki kept going empty, and I'm just like, it's such a good area. You know, it's guaranteed to be in the circle almost always. Like even now, Pochinki is in this crazy northern circle. It's in the circle because, like, even statistically, geographically, it's right in the middle of the map, so you expect it to every time be there. So it's nice to see once again teams back there. But Magnus, I think again a team that was in two minds. They were waiting for the circle, so ended up dropping away from their standard drop location. Now on the move, reaching Gatka.
Absolutely. And with that, of course, we do have the side of the Grounders, as you mentioned. We've got FS sticking to a two-man split, and the two-man split maybe might work for them, maybe not work for them. I mean, we've got Mr. Black all by his. So again, I mean, the two players who are in the zone, they are also kind of fanned out amongst themselves as well. So if at all Black gets a knock from North Esports, it is going to be tricky to get that revival on the other front. As we move towards the northern side of this map itself, we do see an early rotation being showcased on the side of FMxR3D, and also from the side of Clarity I see a little bit of movement as they are maybe going to the south of Georgia right now, or maybe it's just because of how it's looking on the map. But right now it is going to be MetershotxSKY, the team who's sitting at 3 chicken dinners of the 9 games that I have played, right? So I mean, yeah, it's a good start. It's a good day. It's now going to be, can they increase that lead? Can they get a few more? Can they solidify that sort of a lead and not allow any other team to capitalize on those sort of opportunities? Which again, as so perfectly mentioned by CA, is not really being allowed from the lobby, because Metershot previous game they tried and they got eliminated on the 13th, 12th markish, something like that. And so yeah, tough lobby is what this has turned out to be, where every other team, and again, I still remember 52x Rage's pain on that beach, you know, and just completely hunkering down on his opponents as well as his teammates, because that is what it took to stand out in that battleground. That was the zone that took us down to, oh God, I forget where it was, but yeah, that was an incredible turn of events, and the first week itself, I think it was.
Yeah.
So when it comes to that rage and aggressiveness, so many of these teams have showcased it. But it is going to be about the consistency, which is going to be 52x Rage, and that's the reason why they are looking on that top position, and slowly but surely keeping on that approach from one game to the next. And of course, 6.5 minutes into the game, we're still looking at lull play coming in from the side of these teams, because they're still pretty fanned out as they try and make these rotations. Is when a few of the information and maybe knocks could very well be brought on, from which we could start to see some early fights.
Still though, it seems like teams right now just trying to ensure that they're able to get themselves into the circle, not looking for fights just yet. But when you look at the circle itself, you see SALTxi8 still in Sosnovka, which is usually never the case. You know, by the time MetershotxSKY starts considering leaving Sosnovka, Salt is usually out of it already. So this again shows you the fact that they had that late rotation come out because of their late drop, and I wonder how that will pan out into future circles. Right now, the Clarity is trying to leave their standard drop area as they look to get into a better spot in the circle. North Esports spotting out Regicide's rotations and taking a couple of pot shots at it, though none of them miss.
Again, I'm just looking at the northeastern side, and I do have 52x Rage in my eyesight, as they are going to be moving away from Salzburg towards Severny. Indeed, and in that region now we've got a hodgepodge of a lot of teams. I mean, we've got all of these teams just gunning for the center of the zone right now, and as they do, they're getting so very close to each other, and just a matter of time before we jump into some crazy fights that are going to be taking place on the map of Erangel right here, where it seems like 3rd to 4th parties could very well be brought on. But as we zoom into the map, I just realized that it could very well go down to Yasnaya as well. The zone could shift, because this is the early zone itself, and we know that it will make a shift in the next 5 minutes. If it does that, then things could be maybe working towards QWERTY.
Maybe we'll have to see. Right now though, Quantum Raids are in a bit of trouble. Sultana has found one. IQ immediately trades back. Both teams should be able to get their respective teammates back to their feet, just exchanging some blows. But what is even more so important right now is the simple fact that this circle is going nuts, Plotter. Northern shift once again, 30% of the circle in water. And hey, Fixes and I in match 1 were talking about how we really wanted to see a Severny or shooting range circle. Well, we get one. Most likely over here, I don't see, unless it goes radically west and leaves both of those areas altogether, I think we're getting that circle finally.
That shouldn't happen. That definitely shouldn't happen, but I would love for that to happen again. I mean, that radical shift that you're talking about, it is it's honest. Again, I mean, just having that so many zones be formed, it is almost impossible for that to be the case. But this being the grand finals, I would really want that to take place. And right now, that is the kind of play is going to be required for the PUBG gods to bring in some masala, as Fixes likes to call it. And as of now, the teams making into the zone are okay dokie, but not for long, because once again, from the eastern front, we've got 4v TFD. In our process, of course, on our screens, it is going to be Quantum Rage's player with the mini in his hand, taking on wonderful shots and easy picking for his side. And Team Star Sultan is the man who was damaged a little bit, but it's going to be fine. He's going to be given that revival, and along with that, we move on back to 52x Rage, who made that rotation from the north, and right now they're sticking to that edge in the pink. On the minimap, we can see them.
Yeah, but when you look towards the northern side, there's Regicide and Quantum Rage engaged in a fight of their own, while an airdrop comes through in Severny, I believe. No, actually, nowhere near Severny. It's somewhere outside the circle, so not an airdrop that's going to come into play. But 52x Rage and Redicide still in a bit of a stalemate in this northern part. Now all of these teams are trying to get control of the mountains around Shooting Rage and Siverny, and assuming that the circle is going to shift centrally, but I'd like to see maybe a psych for these teams as maybe the circle moves back towards Rozok, and all of these teams have to go back on the rotations. But finally, we're going to get first blood. It's Daku who gets it for his team, taking down a player of OVTFT.
Yep, carry on.
And now though, you can see 52x Rage, 99 Zen. He wants more than one player from 4VTFD. Not sure if he spotted out Endless. Does look like it. Just proning down to make sure he doesn't get caught out. While the rest, very interesting positions from 52x Rage. They almost in a spot where they're trying to ensure that they get many an area in a 2-2 split, but they're very, very spread apart. But right here, caught in the rotation, you can see 4VTFD's Ash getting shut down by Daku. A free elimination really picked up for them. Got the bridge, just holding on to their spots as all of these teams, they wait for the circle to give them a shout. They wait for the circle to tell them where it is planning on going, and on the basis of that will decide where they end up going as well. Though it's quite interesting to see many of these teams in a spot where they might actually end up worse for the wear if the circle takes a sudden shift. Now the circle will close and it will not take that sudden shift, goes towards the east instead. Siverny circle is what we want, and a Siverny circle is what we're gonna get. All of these teams moving in now, and my eyes again are on MetershotxSKY Esports because they've come in from the south on that late rotation. This time they're not contested and they're in the perfect spot to just find maximum value from this circle right here, having taken apart from themselves. We're talking about value. Voltruck spots out Team Grounders and will find one elimination. Right side, looking to build up on their momentum from the previous chicken dinner, but Team Grounders are easier said than done. QWERTY, they're breaking out in a fight with Freestyle as FMxR3D and Star are stuck in a compound with each other. Doctor's got a vehicle elimination and Star, they're pushing in strong and hard. FMxR3D, they're in trouble because North Esports are in play too. All of these teams around this compound on this Siverny area trying to just deny it to each other, trading blows across to each other. Right now it looks like FMxR3D is in the best spot unless Avenger lands an insane nade and he's not going to be able to. Just playing it safe so far.
Well, tricky position indeed. But again, when it comes down to the side of North Esports as well as FMxR3D, both these teams need these points and they are going to try whatever they possibly can to take on the opponents. And on the other front, it is going to be Magnus not looking too good, and Grounders Shabdar jumping in to take on the point, the 1 point that the team has been able to accumulate for themselves as of now. FMxR3D still holding on to that fort, still wanting to keep things in their control. But is this fight taking too long is what I'm asking myself.
Yeah.
There are other teams around in the vicinity, and it's only a matter of time before they start approaching this compound as well. And once they do, I mean, I'm looking at 4 individuals colors in the minimap, right? So this is going to really backfire for one of these teams.
Most definitely is. Blot up a look at this. Still FMxR3D North and Grounders right here, just not willing to give up any ground, but they've attracted attention for sure. Magnus has come into play. QWERTY has one player in Drolin, just hanging out nearby. Not sure where the rest of the squad is actually, or I wonder if they're stacked up on each other. That's why I can't see them. But I actually only see Drolin right now. Oh, there they are. Thank you very much, production, showing us that the rest of QWERTY is currently stuck on the shoreline. They're going to be taken down by Regicide. Team Wolf will be the sacrificial lamb for his other 2 players in Zibyan and 420 Boy to make it out. The IGL just giving up his life.
Well, this zone has been a massive curveball to these teams. again, as we look on to the teams that are surviving, we are in the 16th minute marker, and the 16th minute marker, we're still looking at 15 teams surviving right here. North Esports pretty fanned out, and as soon as FMxR3D decide to pounce on upon the compound of North Esports, they're definitely going to be left out in the open. But now it is going to be QWERTY jumping it along, and Gravity, the dude, who again Fixes has mentioned again and again from the start of the tournament itself, just keep an eye out for the dude, and this is what we are looking from the side of QWERTY as they jump in with individual players going for individual houses, thinking they're okay, alright QWERTY, you do you mates. I mean, that just does not make any sense at all. But that is what they tried, and definitely did not work out for them.
Most certainly did not. Right now though, you can see North Esports are trying to move in and dodge these nades while they set up a few of their own. Not the greatest spot for them whatsoever, but they'll just hope that they're able to find value out of it nevertheless. Still, playing it extremely aggressive is all of these teams in the circle, and they've attracted so much attention now. 52X, Rage, Freestyle, QWERTY, they're all in the nearby surroundings. They're all in a position to try and take advantage, but FMxR3D will finally get some vengeance. Anubis has downed Avenger, and Anubis, he's moving in, looking for more. Zameen takes some damage, but he's going to be able to get out in near time as the backup comes in from Snow. Takes down Pika, and Maxi coming in from another house. Shuts down FMxR3D, but at what cost, Blotter? Snow and Avenger, they're down, their teammates nowhere nearby to help them out.
It was bound to happen. This was bound to happen. The way North Esports were taking their chances, the way they were approaching out in the open, yeah, it just did not look like North Esports were playing that compound to their advantage. And in fact, they were giving it away. And that is something that FMxR3D just rang the bell and were like, all right, it is time, enough is enough, this has gone on for far too long, let's put an end to this. And they did so gracefully indeed, getting those points for themselves. That now the fights move on along from one team to the next, as we have H2E taking on the players of SALTxi8, as SALTxi8 from the upper regions of the mountain try and get into the zone itself. You can see in the mini-map, it is going to be the side of H2E holding on their forte right here, the edge of the zone, and that is going to be working out for them. They've been able to get reviews down, but as of now, the elimination point has not been confirmed. But I guess Pan is so very close, he should be able to capitalize at least that one kill point for the team. On the front of the map altogether, we do have MetershotxSKY's players taking on FS as well, and North Esports are retaliating against QWERTY. Wow. Again, what has gotten into QWERTY? How? I understand that, yes, there are only few select compounds that they could jump into, and if you're late, well, you're screwed. But still, the way that QWERTY were playing, and we saw Gravity just YOLO it in between all the compounds, thinking like, okay, so yeah, that definitely has put pretty much a full stop to the advance of QWERTY, as they're left with just a one-man army as of now. MetershotxSKY, where are they? They've been very, very quiet towards the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, and they're just trying to play for that late zone, like we've seen them talk about plenty of times. MetershotxSKY though. Right now, they're not the ones in contention, as FMxR3D is still the team trying to fight it out against the rest of these teams in the compounds. The circle is shifted south, Blotter. None of these compounds are coming into play, so all of these teams are going to have to get out, which is going to result in a massive massacre, as none of these teams will want to be the ones to make the first move. They're just trying to exchange it out with each other in these compounds itself, as you've got a Molotov from Quantum Rage finishing off Team QWERTY once and for all. They will be eliminated, and surely their number 6 spot, their spot in the SA Championships under contention. But take a look at SALTxi8, they're engaged in a fight with Regicide, I believe, and they've taken plenty of damage for themselves, but Uzum is just holding on. Uzum is trying to be the beacon of shining light for his team.
Dude, H2E, man. I mean, it was all H2E bringing in a lot of damaging blows to the players of SALTxi8, and in that, of course, it was Uzum that we just saw bring in the final blow towards the players of H2E. But amazing play as they were able to pencil down SALTxi8 and bring them down to just a one-man squad. And with that, as we move on through, it is going to be 4v getting caught in the crosshairs of Magnus, and Adil taking that easy point for himself. But now he is also going to be surrounded, and it is going to be Magnus, my apologies, Metershot, who are going to be taking on a different fight, but it is Magnus's play because they're so close. Just one perfectly set up Molotov, and that could be it. But before we finish that fight, there are two teams who are going to get eliminated right here in front of our screens. It's going to be SALTxi8 as well as Regicide. 11 teams surviving with 28 players alive.
It feels like it's fireworks all across the Battle Royale right now, and yeah, I really like Clarity's position too, Blotter, because they were the team to make the latest rotation from that set of compounds, and while all of these teams, Freestyle North, FMxR3D, Magnus to a certain extent, are trying to duke it out for Northern Edge of the control, Clarity, they're going to try to come in last minute and third party, but try being the key word here, because it's very easy for all of these teams to just be like, how dare you, and turn on them instead, shut them down. So we'll have to see how that works out. Meanwhile, 4v will be eliminated by MetershotxSKY and Quantum Rage combined as North Esports deny a flailing Zibyan his position in the circle. That spot for Clarity that we thought was good, not at all. All of the teams did what I was talking about. They just noticed Clarity coming in late, they turned on Clarity and shut them down, then got back to fighting with each other. And just like that, Clarity, they've been eliminated. The circle, it's taken a centralized shift. Again, FMxR3D in a great spot to get into it with that 4-man advantage, but it's really TUF who you got to keep your eyes on. They've got high ground.
Exactly. I mean, TUF, and then I would say comes in Quantum Rage as well, because Quantum Rage, they are playing it safe. They are not running for the center of the zone or towards the comfort of the zone altogether itself. They're genuinely just holding their fort. On the other side, TUF is very busy trying to keep North Esports at their bay itself. And North Esports, I mean, this team, every single game they're part of fights. Every single game they're part of fights, and yet they find themselves at that bottom of that leaderboard. I mean, this is just crazy turn of events against them, of course, because right now they are sitting at 6 elimination points, but the massive difference is where it is all being drawn, and the line that has been drawn against them, it is a very slippery and tough one to climb.
And these cars are kind of scary. None of them are blown up, which means one good nade not only will mess up TUF, but it'll maybe even finish them off if the cars blow up in the right time. But you can see that's why there's a lot of smoke cover as well. Hard to know where that spot is for the other teams, but not so hard to spot out. A car going on the rotations. North Esports, they get spotted out, taken down by some beautiful tracking shown by Virus right there, and his team will pile on the pressure. Maxi's been taken down. It's a mortar strike really with all of these nades and utility coming down. Maxi's got nowhere to go. Zameen's forced to expose himself, and in a matter of seconds, North Esports are eliminated, Blotter, just the way you were talking about. They get fights, but they're not able to translate it into value this weekend.
Well, and from that, as we do have TUF taking on those fights, they did so perfectly. They got the points for themselves, but they also stood out a bit too much. And as they did, it is going to be FMxR3D who are going to be bringing in the lead to the face. But in the backlines, it is going to be Quantum Rage jumping in, thinking this is their fight. This is their moment. And look at the numbers advantage going in this team's favor. 13 defeats already confirmed for their side.
Wow.
4 players all surviving. And 7 players still that they want to get bowed down towards. I mean, they are on a spree right now. They're on a raging spree.
I think if they get all 7 remaining eliminations, that would be a new record, because 20, for PMPL Pakistan, I mean, 20 elimination points. I think the highest we've seen is 34 from SALTxi8 with the chicken dinner, 19 elimination points. So if they get 20, Quantum Rage could set a new record here and get them back into serious contention for that top 6 spot. But see, Sensei, he's that lone standing member for Team Grounders. He's just trying to survive, play for dear life, and he's trading a decent bit of damage while he's doing so as well. A player of Quantum Rage knocked, but still Quantum Rage in a great spot, as TUF and FMxR3D, they're more concerned with each other.
See, so many times we've seen in this Pakistani lobby that more than the numbers advantage, it is many times the one-man army who ends up being the most destructive one when it comes down to zones like these. It's just crazy how a one-man squad can very well bring in a massive blow to the opponent team, but right now it is of course the crazy spray showcase from the side of Quantum Rage that is going to be allowing them to be able to jump into the zone, but as they do, they have to be careful of Sensei. That's what I'm thinking. Sensei is the X factor in this. He can very well be the tipping balance that would take away the fight against the players of Quantum Rage, but we shall have to see if that'll be the case or not, because Quantum Rage, they know exactly what's happening.
Sensei decided to take some shots, revealed his location. Quantum Rage, they've got their eyes on him now. And so FTUF, they realized that the lone member could cause a lot of trouble, like you said, Blotter, and they combined to take him down. Now their eyes focus on the remaining lone member in FMxR3D's player right here in Anubis. Just trying to spray him out, and it will be JD who picks it up for Quantum Rage. FMxR3D eliminated. Now it's just the UF versus Quantum Rage for the win. It's all about them shots landing, and JD will land them with a plum. Finds one for the instant trade back for Virus. He will find JD as well. Virus is coming up huge as he nullifies the man advantage, turns this into a 2v2 for TUF.
Well, but we've got Sirius, we've got IQ, and JD and Sparky around the corner to be probably given that revival, and that is not going to be allowed, it seems. Virus has had the opportunity to give in some blows, but, well, sadly, that will not be converted into an elimination point for his team, and never mind what am I saying. I mean, Virus will be able to do exactly that, blowing up the vehicle itself, and that indeed will turn a 2v2 into a 3v3 battle, where first things first, Sirius is still knocked. Virus knows exactly where the team is getting revival, and he's in the open,
he's down.
Does not have a cover, and
he's been taken down though, leaving Edgar on his lonesome. Edgar with precise burst will be able to finish one player off, but he's in a 1v2 now, Edgar. Such a difficult spot to maneuver, especially when his location is known. So Edgar, he's gonna set up some nades to try and deny that position. Joker just using his corpse to give some information to Edgar, but it will not nearly be enough as Quantum Rage pick up the winner chicken.
Wow, indeed. I mean, that is a very good read of the game coming in from the side of Quantum Rage is what I would say, and turning that into a winner definitely deserves a break.
By Quantum Rage altogether. They will be extremely happy. 18 elimination points. They were not able to break the record, but that's okay. So 33 points is a huge chicken dinner for them. And it's going to really help them in that overall ranking shot. I think they're going to end up coming into the 7th or 6th spot immediately, which will be nuts. I'm going to have to actually check up on that, but it will be nuts if that will happen.
That is exactly where they're going to be jumping on to. 7th position for the side of Quantum Rage as this game comes to an end.
Wow, man. Just one spot away from the PMPL SA slots. 6 slots are for grabs. A reminder for all you folks, we've got 2 more matches today. And I really think that 3 of the 6 teams that we see in the top 6 today, or namely the top 3, are guaranteed.
Right.
But that bottom 3, very much contestable. QWERTY, I think, will be dropping out of the top 6 right now. So it's going to become very interesting to see how the last 2 matches go.
Very true indeed. But also along with that, of course, is the fact that it is a 3-day affair. So that means tomorrow is another day. Even though tomorrow is the last day, there is still that, that satisfaction that you get. No, tomorrow is still another day. It's 6 games. Yeah, that's a lot. It's still possible, It's just one of those conversations that you say to yourself, to convince to yourself that, there is still hope and possibility. But let's see what the case will be. But right now, as C did mention, we've got 2 games remaining. But before we jump into that and talk about them, it is time to go on a short little break. We'll be right back.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, boys and girls, we're back, and of course, we've got Fixes joining us for the final two games as the day is looking pretty crazy all around the board. When it comes to the teams, they are playing it down to the T. But the difference that has been created right here, Fixes, in terms of the way the team sitting on the top of the leaderboard as well. I mean, pretty much the teams that are on the 1st to the 8th position, they have had some amazing, miraculous day number 1 plays. That has resulted in, I mean, right now we are looking at North Esports again and again consistently try to take on some damage as well as bring in some blows. 4v TFD trying their level best, the Grounders trying their level best, but it's almost looking like next to impossible. What do you think?
But you know, I have a different thought at that. We'll get to that in a little bit because Quantum Rage, of course, getting the chicken, IQ making sure 6 eliminations for him, all good. But again, coming back to what you were asking, all right, I really feel that today's day has been such a nice breath of air because we're not seeing MetershotxSKY winning all the games. We're seeing new teams coming up, getting there. We did see Regicide come up. We did see Quantum Rage come up. FMxR3D also making sure they're in the top 3, top 4. We had the players of I think. A few other teams stepping up as well, so I think that's a really good change considering how the overall standing really comes down to, because now it's getting so much more competitive. Now MetershotxSKY does not look so broken as they were looking like yesterday. 52x Rage again being very consistent this time as well. I think one of those teams that I have to look out for, but SALTxi8 not really being at the best of positions. A very good game for the other players of other teams rather. You've got to talk about TUF also, making it in the top 2 this one, and a lot of turbulence around the overall standings, I assume.
Honestly, that is so very true. I mean, for the side of TUF, we did anticipate that they will definitely be making a decent play in the finals, and that they are definitely capitalizing upon that. Right now, we did see Quantum Rage do the exact same. For the side of 52x Rage as well, things have been, I mean, yesterday as well as today's energies combined from that team, they are also on a very decent path. But I, for one, Fixes, I'm honestly having to mince my own words, dude, because yesterday when we were having a conversation, I said very convinced and very comfortably that just wait and watch SALTxi8. They're going to be making a comeback story. They are just teasing the players. They're just playing mind games. But now, looking at the way that they've played, I mean, nothing taken away from the way that they've played, but definitely the way the lobby is playing. It seems that it is going to be a lot more tougher for SALTxi8 to be able to make the kind of mark they did the previous 3 weeks.
I mean, for SALTxi8, clearly, I think they've got to understand one thing. Again, things are going a little bit against them considering how the circle did pan out, right? Directly up north, they had to traverse so much. But my only complaint with SALTxi8 has been that they take a lot of unnecessary fights, which is well not really required, right? You have to acquire an objective, set your goals, and just head in over there. As simple as that. I think that is something that had it figured around. But then, towards the 3rd Super Weekend, we found them to go a little bit more cocky. Right, that is where they were engaging into battles, and by all means, they were winning them all. So that sort of instilled that confidence that, hey, we can just go after any squad and wipe them. And that sort of has set up the pillars for, their downfall. I'm not telling that, they're out of contention or something. But again, this is one of those teams that was 150 plus points ahead when the Super Weekends ended. But, again, this match ranking over here shows that FMxR3D finally breathing some sigh of relief, and so will the players of North Esports, right? Another worst of performance, of course, 6 finishes this time. The Grounders also gaining quite some ground just after, the Miramar games. The Grounders managing 10 points. I think they're surely picking up pace, but the big names, well, they aren't big anymore. MetershotxSKY, they're struggling. We have Freestyle. They're also starting to struggle. SALTxi8, not a really good game that they could have anticipated. Exactly what we wanted to see in day number 2.
So true, so true. This is exactly what it was all about. And along with that, when you move on through with this fight's Oppo F21 Pro moment, there were some incredible plays being showcased from the side of these teams, where from the side of 52x Rage, they were taking on some decent fights, but that was not the only case and cause as we move on through to Regicide taking on the players of QWERTY, and then I also saw H2E pencil down the players of SALTxi8.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of that happening. You know, teams just hiding in the back with their solo survivors sometimes also, and SALTxi8 kind of tend to get a little complacent, right? And you can't really blame them because every other time they're shooting at some other team, and you could only shoot at one possible direction per player, right? So if everyone's shooting, let's say at north, you know, they've all of their attentions over there, and someone from the back lines just goes in and takes them out of the picture. However, Uzim did try to survive for quite some time, did manage to get some finishes, but well, it wasn't just enough, right? But I'm really happy that FMxR3D had a really nice game along with North Esports, because now they also get compete a little bit, because the battle down bottom is all just coming down to having few good games, and getting into top 6 is not going to be difficult. Even if FMxR3D get a chicken dinner in the next game and a top 3 finish the one following after that, you're looking at them entering the top 6. So the competition is pretty fierce, the battle is pretty strong. But getting to this particular fight, it all came down to that one little cover that Quantum Rage had of that vehicle that they really capitalized on. And another thing is that the UF were out of smokes. They did not have enough to play around in the final few circles. A little bit of questioning around their decision making of delaying that revival and still engaging way too out in the open gave Quantum Rage that room and space. And as a result, if we take a look at the damage graph, Quantum Rage just the best team in the lobby, but North Esports, they did whatever they possibly could.
And they have been, you know, that's what I mean, right now, as you said, that it is possible. I honestly am breathing a sigh of relief. But if you were to ask me, I honestly think it's really, really difficult, because the difference that we're looking at only in the first page itself, from the first to the 10th position holder, we're looking at almost 60+ point difference, and then from there to the second page, it's a complete different chart that has been created from one game to the next. So even though North Esports sort of teams, the Grounders sort of teams, FMxR3D sort of teams, right, sitting on that latter half of the leaderboard, are bringing in decent numbers, it's just not enough to catch up to them. But like you said, I mean, you say that it is possible. I wanna believe that, dude. I really wanna believe that. So I will keep my fingers crossed for that exact same result.
You know, the same here. But for now, you know, once we take a look at the overall 52x range, nobody would have thought that this team would be reigning the charts, ruling up top. But well, I mean, their position is very, very flimsy, because you've got MetershotxSKY coming up at the second spot, TUF getting into the top 3. Now that's a really good, consistent play. Look at that, 51-51 for them. And SALTxi8 finally starting to lose some ground, but it's just that 1 point of difference. And the Regicide, them contending for the top 6, and again Magnus also making their way up. And look at this, you know, Quantum Rage just on the behest of one good game have climbed 5 points up to the 7th spot. Now all they've got to do to enter top 6 is make sure that the next game they get some decent amount of points, and they're good to go. And the same with Grounders. Look at the difference, it's barely any, because still Regicide, it's that 95 marker, but then after that we see a little bit of a segregation being made. That's from that is where the teams are struggling around those 70s kind of come into place. But as we move along further, as we take a look at the other side of the page, so this is what I was talking about. FMxR3D, one good game, now they're sitting at 54 points. Now imagine one chicken dinner, one top 3 finish, we're looking at a potential top 6.
12, right, you're right. Definitely. I mean, you're looking at a chicken dinner, 15 points, plus at least, let's say, combined 5 elimination points, so you're looking at 20. So yeah, that definitely puts them in contestation, in high contestation perhaps. So yeah, I mean, it is possible, but the only trouble also along with the fact is that the other teams, of course, that are sitting on the first page of that leaderboard are also not sitting dull. They are also playing their games, and they are playing their cards right, because they are getting those points. I mean, a team like Team Star, who have been okay in terms of the approach, it's still looking little tough based on right now, but again, we've kind of reached that intermission mark when it comes to the tournament, and 6 games tomorrow along with the 2 games remaining today is what these teams have in store for themselves. And yeah, I mean, just bring in the best play that you possibly can, right? That's the only thing that they can do right now. They've had all the time and they've done their homework as well. We've seen that again and again from different teams, but now it all boils down to how clear-minded can you be as you jump from one fight to the next, and how clear your communication can be as you move away from one compound to the next.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to tell you one thing on that. We still have so much action remaining, right? We still have another whole day, and that is going to be the decider.
Exactly.
Because, again, look at the top 5. They're still so closely contested, right? One chicken dinner, and you might be looking at even Regicide getting up to the first spot. You know, that is how close the competition is going on right now. And with, you know, the teams down below, them picking up pace, like FMR3D, North Esports catching up. If you know, you're talking about H2V or teams like Star, let's say, they also have a good game. Really, I think the kind of competition is going to get even more intense, and that is what we want, right? The final day to be the decider. It's going to be such a shame if we have one team absolutely ruling the charts, winning the tournament by 100 and 150 points. You know, that's not going to be interesting, right? But yeah, again, a quick look at the schedule. We've had such an amazing day. Look at this. You know, not even a single team has repeated their chicken dinners. And QWERTY, we've got to talk about this, Lakshay. The first Erangel chicken dinner, and that was huge. But ever since, they have just been on a very steep decline, right? Even after this game, they have lost 3 spots, have moved to the second half of the page.
I mean, you talk about Team QWERTY, it's almost like they've gone back to the way they were when the tournament started. Same is the case for, if you remember SALTxi8, the initial first week, the first few games that we saw from them, jumping onto that open mountain, getting into the fight. It's an open place. I mean, you cannot, this is class 1-1, and that 2 players of SALTxi8 doing that. So, I mean, and that's exactly what they're doing right now also. So, I'm not entirely sure as to what exactly is going on with the mindset of these players, specifically QWERTY as well as SALTxi8. But as you said, let's keep that sort of a spirit alive, because when it comes to these teams, we want that to be a very close affair, and that close affair is being showcased actually. So that is a plus point. That is a wonderful plus point for the side of Pakistani lobby, that all the other teams apart from these major league players are stepping up by huge chunks and margins, and that itself is raising the bar for the entire Pakistani region, which is wonderful to see actually.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love that. But now heading into the map of Miramar, my only question that's going on in my head is how much of a turbulence are we going to witness? How much are things going to be flipped over? Is it going to be that same big teams getting the chicken dinner, or is it going to be someone from the bottom half of the table? Ladies and gentlemen, to find our answers, we are in the map as quite a ridiculous flight path, Lakshay, to be honest. Uncomfortable one for our players over here, especially the ones heading up north. So this is, again, not a good news for MetershotxSKY, but I think they've got to work around a lot of things. But for 52x Rage, I'm really keen to see what can they make out of this Miramar game.
That is going to be very, very crucial. But as you mentioned, all side of Metershot, again, I mean, they are definitely very. I mean, we did hear that interview as well coming in from Halsey, right? So he was so very blatant and honest, and he was like, "Yeah, this is our approach. This is how we're going to be doing it. Play it safe, jump into fights only when we know that we're going to be able to take them." And that also, interestingly enough, today has been stopped from the lobby again and again. So they are going to have to definitely change, or rather bring in a different play, perhaps, if they want to be able to regain that sort of prowess that they were on upon yesterday. On the other front, another wonderful fact that I did notice, when it came down to the 3-week affair, right, that we've come through into the grand finals, it was Team QWERTY that we were looking at not getting a single chicken dinner. This time around, day 2 starts off, they have a wonderful chicken dinner, and they move on to the second page of the leaderboard. And 52x Rage, a team that has not had a chicken dinner till now, are sitting on the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, you did point that out. Quite some interesting nitpicks over there. And the best part is they've always been so consistent, right? And even this particular circle, I really thought they kind of drop off at the eastern side. So this could have really helped, but clearly a wrong decision being made. They're going to go as far as, I guess, Ruins. I think that's where they're trying to loot if they're heading into that direction. But for MetershotxSKY, they've got the vehicles, so they've got nothing to worry about. This is again a good game in which FS could look to make a potential comeback, right? A very good circle for them, and we've seen they really enjoy themselves in circles like this. But look at the traffic around the western side, Lakshay. So many teams, you've got Regicide, 4VTFT, 52X Rage, Clarity, then you've even got the likes of H2V and TUF, of course. So the biggest question is, when are they going to enter inside the zone? Because most of them are just scattering around, try to loot as fast as they could, and that gives so much room and space to teams like, let's say, Freestyle to come in and get a good position for them on the higher grounds, and then capitalize from there onwards. I assume Lakshay is going to be with us in just a little while. Some technical difficulties, I think, on his behalf. But yeah, I think Team Clarity, we've got to see what they're up to. Because, again, the sort of expectations we had from Clarity, they have, let's be honest, not lived up to it. But the grounders could be a little bit of trouble because Mr. Black, all by his lonesome, I think he's been spotted out as the hunting crew. They seem to have exactly pinpointed his location. Not a cause of concern for Voltrax as he enters in, gets the knock, the finish. With that, draws the first blood.
Sorry about that, fixes. Yep. Right, so first 4 minutes of the game itself, and we seem to be we've gone through the first blood situation. Who was it?
Oh,
the Grounders.
Yes.
Ouch. Why does that end up happening? I wonder. You look at a team making that, comeback story, making that revival gameplay sort of stance of the day, and then comes in the intermission, and then the entire storyline has changed. The entire movie is now going to be about how the other teams that are sitting on the leaderboard at the top. I mean, you know what? In all of this, the biggest X factor happened even before the movie started, even before the grand finals began. Regicide, dude. I mean, you talk about week 1, week 2, all the way down till week 3. We had FMxR3D as well as Regicide in a little bit of a position which was very contested and uncertain if it were even possible for them to participate. And now here they are, right off the bat of the fourth week, just before Regicide bring in. Hey, look at that, and as soon as we bring up the name, the team is here to claim the gains of the fans, because they are back, and they are back in style, because it's the same as Nocto Insane and Voltrax, but something that was missing, which I don't know what it was, they found that again. They found that special place again.
Oh, they certainly have, and it's working out so very well for them. Right, I think the only thing that was missing out of them was confidence and the team synergy. And they've made a few changes, I think, inside the roster. Having a few of the players replaced, I believe Vaz making his entry, and he's been a decent addition to their lineup, right? I've completely loved how he's been playing so far. So that's a 1+, right? But again, you talk about Regicide. I think it was all about their first day, how well they maintained themselves in the top 6, and again, getting a chicken dinner today will still keep them in contention. Now, one good performance again in the strongest map, which of Regicide, which is in Miramar. If they get one more chicken dinner, then I think we're looking at potential top 2 or maybe top 3. So that could definitely happen. But then again, it's still a long way down to come into such conclusions because for now, what we've been just witnessing is freestyle. They made a little bit of a movement around from Minasha and Raleigh trying to get some center high ground for them as SALTxi8. They're also traversing around. But look at 420 Boy trying to create some noise, some ruckus. Of course, would want to immobilize H2E. Of course, has spotted out Dread. In turn, gets shot at by Dread. But still, again, this is what I've been telling. Do not ever peek from the same position. Especially in a map like Miramar, when your opponent do usually have those high damaging DMRs or a bolt action. At that, you would not want to have your heads popped so early.
True. Very, very true. And again, I mean, you're talking about clarity, right? That just that name itself, being a part of that sentence, that class 1-1 sort of a sentence, it doesn't make sense. But anyway, right now we've got H2E once again for the third time in a row is what I'm going to say. For the side of this team, they are the ones taking on the spray, taking on the lead, taking on the control in bringing in the fight to their opponent's face. And as of now, of course, they have showcased a lot of damage, but sadly the points have not yet been confirmed, and that is what the entire story is all about. Sadly for H2E, that is not how it is turning out. Same in fact is the case for North Esports as well, but let's see how exactly is this push going to be favoring them, because technically it should definitely be Clarity's game because they've got that advantage being up on top, but the numbers could maybe be their demise.
Oh, they certainly could be, but as you can see, H2E, one after the other, taking down the big guns of Clarity, Rollin and 420. That is 70% of their assaulting right out there, as Clarity completely under a whole world of trouble as Zipian and Teen Wolf. They've got to make a run for their lives, and it's going to be so difficult, especially at this situation. Clarity getting themselves into a very bad situation, out of which H2E are going to be really happy about it. And sitting at the bottom last, well, at this point, H2E do not have much to lose. I mean, you can't go, below that, right? So all they could do is just rise up top. And so that sort of gives them that little bit of a freedom, a fear, something that, that you've got nothing to lose, that sort of gets the best out of you, the more hungrier version. So as with so many games still remaining, I think H2E, if they can do something, they can really capitalize. But yeah, FS, a very good 2-2 split, just holding around the centers and having a little bit of that high ground. Soon to be contested by SALTxi8, I presume.
I hope not. I hope not, because I want to see the FS that we saw yesterday. I mean, the first few games from FS yesterday, they were so on point. They were the ones taking on those first blood situations. They were the ones completely eliminating entire gangs and lobbies in the lobby itself. So that worked out for them. But after those first 2-3 games, that is again the same storyline for Regicide as well. After those first 2-3 games, started to dwindle down. And that pace, that consistent pace, that is what will make a champion. And that is something, the sooner that the teams realize, the sooner that their gameplay will be definitely affected by that. As of now, no team, I would say, no team in this lobby is average. They're all bringing in amazing amount of elimination points, amazing amount of control with some really big opponents that they go up against. But that consistent play is what is going against them.
Oh, indeed it is. But for now, again, FMxR3D, well, one of those teams that did have a good game in Erangel the last time around, certainly would look to get a better one. And such huge burden on them, and I really feel they're having so much trouble around that. But for now, Khan taking some shots at the players of FMxR3D. Well, does have the suppressor to work around. So yeah, his position's entirely not given up, as the players of QWERTY are traversing around the map with FMxR3D, their next targets, just playing around that northern area. But yeah, I think you take a look at the player's position, you're gonna look at the next circle shift, and I'm starting to wonder that maybe it's just gonna go towards Minasha and Ralis, if there's no hard shift else. But SALTxi8 again at the first rotation spotted out the players of Star. They're taking a couple of bullets at them, and now they've redirected their attention towards North Esports as the circle transition is pretty much visible. FMR3D and Freestyle, they'll be pretty happy, and so will the players of MetershotxSKY.
True. MetershotxSKY just made the rotation in towards that place, all the way from northeastern side, and they definitely are going to be so very happy with that. But their neighbors going to be happy is what the case is going to be, because the neighbors are going to be in the name of Freestyle, that is sitting on that 11th position right now with 55 points to their name. As of now, it seems like that's okay, so one of the players did end up hurting himself a little bit, and if we had Metershot try and jump into this fight right now, FS definitely could be in a lot of troubles as they are busy playing Legos.
Oh, look at this. All right, still they're still in contention. The airdrop coming, but out of reach of a lot of teams out there, as FMR3D, they are looking to capitalize on that high ground, the position that they have as their immediate next opponents, the immediate neighbors would be Freestyle, and they're stationed at a very good spot. Especially look at Black, has that perfect high ground advantage going in. I think it's Anubis who's trying. Oh, I think he missed his head. Yes, I really thought that maybe he spotted it out, and with the Binny, it could have done some decent chunk of damage. At least, damaged his level 3 helmet a little bit. But for now, we've got a fight happening elsewhere. It's around the south, I believe. North Esports taking a take at the players of H2E, while both of them were kind of traversing around the southeastern side, to be pretty precise, as we've got to see if they're going to come in rescue for Dread. But North Esports seems to be, focusing, or rather looking at the bigger picture, that is to get away from here ASAP.
And for now, their path is going to be clear. They have nothing to worry about, as they're going to be moving on towards the eastern side of the zone, and then jumping into the zone itself, which is, well, as of now, not contested. But as they get closer and closer into the center, it will be Metershot that they will be faced with. Alongside that, Regicide is who we're faced with right now against the players of 52x Rage. Now, this fight is happening all the way to the north side, and H2E, far away from the distance, is going to be bringing in some retaliatory throws and bullets to the players of North Esports. So North Esports is still not yet done and out of the fight, and it is going to be the Grounders once again jumping in to take on the first blood situation for their side. So again, this is the fight that we did talk about from the northern side of the zone, and now as the zone constricts itself, it is going to be the Grounders looking very much comfortable, but 52x is still there. And Regicide is going to chime in and participate. So again, letting your opponent know that you're here, not being able to do pretty much anything over there at all is probably not the best thing that he should have done. But nevertheless, right now as we look at this Sultan play,
Clarity.
We've got the first team.
Yeah, at this point, Lakshay, to be honest, Clarity, I do not know what's going wrong with them. They need to understand they have to make it to the top 6. Somehow, imagine a team of Clarity Stitcher missing out from the SA Championship, but we've got some fights breaking out. I think SALTxi8 against Freestyle, if I'm not wrong. Yes, Reviews getting the better out of Black, as Zen, which is sprayed along, gets Sensi 2, will make sure that gets the finish to his name, as 52x Rage did lose out on Faster just a couple of minutes ago to the players of Regicide, as MetershotxSKY, they're also picking up pace, they're also getting a few frags. So the battle for the top spot is really getting intense.
Exactly, there are so many individual teams jamming in from one side to the next of the zone. We are looking at all of them taking on the fights, trying to take on fights, taking on some damage, bringing in a lot of damage, this is what we want to see in a lobby. A very dynamic play from one fight to the next. Just absolute pandemonium being created, and what a perfect hit right there coming in from FS. It was FS, right?
Yeah. They was just on the low ground, and that is what a Mini can do, right? A very stable weapon at that, and I like this from Virus, right? Not overcommitting, still making sure has got some cover, just wanting to blow up that vehicle. But Regicide and a little bit of a pickle over there, Insane getting taken down, but TUF losing out on their players as well. Not a really good sign, as knocks are happening left, right, and center, as the deal will get the better out of Ash, as Endless. He was walking into the no man's land, as Ash is safe for now, but for VTFT they need to deploy all those smokes that they can possibly create that smoky path, and then go and try to save Ash. In the process, Leon still not spotted out. Endless doing the right thing of providing that quintessential cover fire, as Leon makes it to the other side.
Absolutely. For now, that revival will be showcased, but it is incredible. I just looked at the map. I mean, all these teams taking on the fights, and in the center is SALTxi8 sitting comfortably with absolutely no team to worry about at all. And that is exactly the same case for the side of MetershotxSKY as well, who is sitting south of the location of SALTxi8 towards the edge, towards the southern edge of the zone. And all these teams, I mean, they are just going crazy, trying to get those points for themselves, just battling it out with their life on the line. And then you've got those teams just waiting it out, it's all right, yeah. And then slowly, as whatever team that's going to walk out of here, they're going to be waiting, and easy picking is what the season is going to be called for the side of Metershot as well as SALTxi8. But for now, when it comes to the fights, well, they definitely will continue on fourth, where Team TUF, they want a lot many more of these elimination points. Team Star is what they've got in their crosshairs as of now. But one more thing to talk about is going to be the zone, where we see the yellow dots who are in the center, but from two sides. They are surrounded. One side is for VTFD, the other is going to be Team Star, and then in the back it's going to be the blue zone. So a lot of trouble that the side of TUF is going to be facing. A lot of pressure that they have already dealt with. So they are definitely well equipped, but oh well, Magnus comes in along, and that is going to be perfect approach from Adil, because that is the opening that will help TUF.
Right now, as the situation is, I think the founders have a really good spot, and so do the players of Freestyle. But for now, again, TUF trying to make their way inside the circle will have to ensure they get Star out of the lobby right now. Usama and Sultana both having the covers around smoke, but they are not solid ones, right? At some point, Usama really coming out, paying the price, takes some hefty amount of damage, really must be running out of all the heals that he possibly could have at this point, ensuring that Usama and Sultana are looked after, making sure if they make any unwanted advances will be dealt with. But Joker just ramming in right in front of Sparky, who is not at the best of his HP. Joker just deciding to go up top, but instead goes to the left, finds that knock, will get the finish. But the numbers of TUF are for sure dwindling, as they survive with just Joker, as the angry Quantum Ray charging at his direction, with Joker not the best of HP, gets wiped out, courtesy to JD.
Oh man, I mean, his teammate was just not able to take on that fight. He was the only one, and of course that numbers advantage definitely favored the side of Quantum Rage, but not for long it seems like, because they themselves will be contested. And now finally we also do have the players of SALTxi8 taking on the fight to the players of MetershotxSKY. As we were mentioning it earlier, SALTxi8 were in the center. As the zone shifted away from them, it was them at the edge, and then Metershot caught up to them while making that rotation. And as they did, right now it is Metershot who are a little bit stuck, because a lot of utilities are being utilized, and SALTxi8, no matter how hard he tries, he's not going to be allowed to get into this area. But wait, how did FS from the back on top? Oh wow, and then QWERTY joining in along as well. This is absolute chaos right here, but a big boon for the side of Metershot. But let's see if they'll be able to capitalize on it.
Oh, look at SALTxi8 just getting inside the car, making sure has that little bit of a altitude for him, but now is looking to make a run for his life. I do not think he can make it inside the zone safely and sound, and there you go, giving his life to the play zone. A team eliminated at the 10th spot is not a really good news, but something with which they can live with, because 52x Rage, they've been toppled over Now for MetershotxSKY will be on the tippity top as Voltrox loses his life to the play zone, with FS having the best spot inside the lobby. It is of course their game to lose, because now teams like FMxR3D, they've all got to come inside the circle from that really beautiful high ground that they had, with FS just waiting for them. Jump, and we're gonna show you what we want as Tyrant again, precise crispy headshots, gets a knock on finisher as Wasi will follow it up with Hassan. Aspika will get a little bit of a retaliation though, but Anubis does have a really good position going, and if he can get this knock, that will make sure that the players of FMxR3D do have a path for getting down below without any sort of obstruction, as Wasi will be getting that important rest back up. But Anubis again just dropping him down. All comes down to Tyrant. Can he clutch it out, as he's got his attention elsewhere over the hills, as Anubis will be continuing those grenading over here, as Tyrant and Anubis still in that little bit of a situation, as Anubis now finally deciding to go moving in, as Tyrant will have to face him all by his lonesome.
Well, what a classic turn of offense right here between these two players as they take on head-to-head against each other. But the amazing approach coming in from the side of Anubis sadly will not run against Tyrant, as he will just be able to get one player, Wasi, down, and Tyrant will still be able to survive. But his teammate will chime in along, and now Anubis has passed on the torch to his teammate, who is going to try and take on the one final player of FS. But as of now, Tyrant is looking very much in contestation and control. But let's see what the final player of FMX are going to be bringing alongside all of that. I was wanting to actually mention this when you were talking about the other side of FS being able to make it. I want to actually see QWERTY, because QWERTY have the numbers advantage working for them. They've moved in from the northern side of the zone. They had the height advantage working for them. So that means they had the information of all the opponent teams as well, and now as they jump in along knowing where the opponents are, they should be able to capitalize based on the skill level that they've showcased. But let's see if that'll be the case. I don't want to jinx it, so I won't call for it.
You know, could be a potential back-to-back chicken for QWERTY in Miramar, as now they've got their eyes set at the players of Freestyle, as Tyrant, the lonesome survivor, is being pushed in by Gravity, who's already charging in. Has to change his directions a little bit, but before that decided to go for the first aid. I did not think that was necessary, as Tyrant somehow managed to get that knock on Destroyer, but this is the perfect cue where Finisher can instill a lot of hurt, as the Grounders now find themselves in a really good position, now getting that little bit of a high ground, still staying inside the circle, have their eyes set at the players of Magnus, where Momtu, the last surviving member, has got to get inside the zone. But the question is, how can he, with Zigsaw looking after him?
Well, this puzzle ain't going to be solved easy, that's for sure, Momtu, because the two players of the Grounders, that's going to be, of course, Jigsaw along with the Shottar, who are going to be waiting, just eagerly waiting, because look at the defeat points that the Grounders have. Just 2. They really want to be able to capitalize on that. Just 3 teams remaining, of course, off of which 2 of them are right here, Jigsaw and Shaptar. So 6 more players is what they have. And if they're able to get all 6, that will still be a decent fight. But QWERTY is still part of the game. Numbers advantage definitely working in their favor. The momentum with 10 elimination points to their side most certainly given them the huge boost that they needed. And in all of that, the Grounders are going to be able to capitalize the position against the players of Magnus indeed. And in doing so, QWERTY chiming along from the backline and take on this chicken dinner. With that, as so perfectly mentioned by Fitris, for the second Miramar, it is Team QWERTY joining in with
Oh yeah, and look at this. Where have they jumped up, Lakshay, all the way up to the 6th spot? And it was a steep decline, right? I think it was much needed for them to come in, get that chicken dinner, get the steep rolling in their favor. And there you have it in the map of Miramar. They've finally done it for their own team, as yeah, I think they respected the high ground a lot. And QWERTY has always been one of those teams that tends to you know, do well in Miramar, and after that little fall, I was getting a little worried about them, but now nothing much to worry about, as they get themselves into the contestation of that top 6 as things get heated on. But yeah, I think them just getting really happy and lucky with that high ground that they had, making sure they kept all 4 of their players alive. Now, that has to be a very positive sign, right? They knew exactly what to do, and they were very, very methodical, you know, one thing after the other, and made sure that things go according to their plan, which was really well executed. But for the other teams, right, like for SALTxi8, it was so difficult, especially once they were engaging against MetershotxSKY. They were creating so much noise that their position was so pointed around, and so many teams were on the higher ground that they were on the lookout as to when SALTxi8 or MetershotxSKY, when are they going to come out in the open. And that is exactly what happened. While they were trying to rotate, they got picked off. But what an exciting game of Miramar it was, because now the grounders managed to get a really good top 2 position. So a little bit of a resurgence from their side. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading for a short little break. We'll see you on the other side.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, jeez. What to say, dude? Honestly, that's what I'm thinking. What to say? Because in the past 3 weeks, we've actually been on a journey. With the viewers, I would say we've been on a journey. Getting to know these teams from what they were. I have been part of the Pakistani lobby as I've casted them earlier. But this season, there's something different, I'm telling you. This season, the teams are in a different mindset. The teams have really, honestly, moved up a level, moved up a bar. At the same point of time, the teams that were really good have somehow fallen down a bar, which is something that is unexpected, because you don't want to see that happen, but that is what has been showcased. On the other front, when it comes down to the tournament, the best part is it is a really close one. There is still all the possibilities for these teams to be able to jump into that 6th position.
And every single time, you know, QWERTY wins a game, they have a good game, we know which player comes up. At this time, again, our lovable Gravity over here with 4 eliminations. And the best part about this lad is he's a freaking entry fragger, Lakshay. And, you know, that's the problem with entry fraggers, right? It's always a 50-50. Either once you head in, you do not know where you're going, or you've got to purely rely on your instincts, because the person ahead of you, your opponent, has that cover, has that TPP. So the kind of the pressure is on him, and every single time he delivers for his team. So making him an MVP, because again, you compare it to the position Crypto plays in. He's on the back lines. He's always got that cover, but Gravity, he's always got his body on the line. He makes those risky plays and still coming out on top. Shows how good of a player he is. But as we move along, I mean, Tyrant, well deserved. I mean, those crispy mini 14 shots were something to really appreciate from his side as he put on a fight, because, you know, now they have not made it just about Malik, you know, Tyrant also chiming in. But I think Freestyle cutting them a little bit of a slack, a decent game, I must say, this time around.
Yes, definitely. Definitely a decent game is being showcased from the side of Team QWERTY as well. But again, as was seen earlier, is not the case, right? Same as for the Grounders, same is the case for Team QWERTY. All of these teams, they have pushed up a rank, but they've also fallen down a blank as well in terms of how they're approaching these different situations. And many times it seems like it's also the mind games that are being played, perhaps, that is outsmarting themselves, that ends up outsmarting themselves, and that is something that is very much part of the battleground, where best of the best team, if they end up overthinking rather, then they know for a fact that things are going to go horribly wrong, and that is being showcased in this lobby, I would say, clearly for the best of the best, as well as the teams that are not looking good, but still able to make a decent point from one game to the next.
Oh yeah, again, every single time this lad gets the MVP, the highest damage, also the highest eliminations, even the assists, for Christ's sake, for Gravity shows how good of a player he really is, and certainly is fighting it out for the elimination leaderboard. I think must have taken that top spot, but Hassan finally making his entry into the longest distance eliminations, but Tyrant did get quite a lot of knocks there. But taking a look at the match rankings, of course, Magnus would really be happy with how they've ended, and same goes for FMR3D. 10 points, much needed for them, to be honest. As Quantum Rage, decent performances back to back is what we've witnessed from their side, but 52x Rage, finally feeling the heat. One of the games where they ended up 15. Now, is this the beginning of their downfall? And they took a really big gamble, right? They went to the western side. Ideally, we've seen them kind of drop on towards the eastern front, and kind of, I do not know what was the mentality in opting for such a decision, because had they gone to their previous drop location, this could have been a chicken dinner game, because the circle really panned out where they drop, and them knowing the nooks and crannies of that particular area, they could have done way better. But an early elimination showed that MetershotxSKY, they were not really far behind. They have taken that first spot nonetheless, but still the difference is so minuscule.
Yes, that is definitely there. But you know, one very crucial point that needs to be brought out for the side of 52x Rage, of course, is the way that they love to play the battleground, right? We saw them on that during the 3 weeks I'm talking about, of course. We saw them on Sanhok again and again, on that Paradise Resort again and again. They knew what was going to be the result, but they went there anyways. And just in the final week, I think it was, when they decided that, all right, you know what, enough is enough, let's try something else. But that is just the way that their mind works. That is just the way that they love to be a part of the battleground. And well, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. On the other side, for Regis side, this grand final is turning into quite a limelight, I would say, because it is a stark difference of what they showcased in 3 weeks compared to the final week, and then now in the grand final itself.
Oh yeah, I think for Regicide, I completely agree with you, but it's been sort of a bittersweet love story at the same time, right? This was this should have been one of their strongest maps. They should have gotten the top 3, but could not. Got themselves into unwanted fights, while rotations, just caught off guard, as a result of which they got taken down. As we take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and here we could clearly see, you know, Quantum Rage really feeling themselves after getting that chicken dinner. But this is what I was talking about. 52x Rage trying to traverse in turn, got caught off, and this is where, you know, had FS got a few extra members alive, this could have surely been the chicken dinner. But yeah, a little bit of shenanigans from Crypto, just ramming in the vehicles on the players of Regicide, making sure to end their run then and there only.
Well, again, I mean, this is the point that was raised by CA in the early half of the day itself, where we did talk about how the dude Crypto is missing from those leaderboards. You know, we see him, he's still behind over there in the scene. He is still getting those elimination points for himself and his team. But in the overall thing, he's still missing, as we do have Gravity chiming in along. We do have the other players also making a pretty big mark. So we wonder if that legendary position that Crypto held for all this while could maybe be taken away this season.
Of course, it's getting challenged, no denying that. But again, the damage graph, Lakshay, it's quite an you know, testimony of how good, or rather how many teams get so nice positions, because you see those high damage bars. You know that they've been engaging in constant fights, not getting that conviction that you would otherwise get in maps like Erangel or Sanhok. But again, teams like Clarity off to a very, very bad start, which is that one game to go for the evening. They really need to get a chicken dinner. It's much needed from their side. SALTxi8 again, some good decent damage numbers. 4 finishes will keep them in that top 3 contention nonetheless. But Magnus Esports, they're also picking up pace. I'm really happy that they have recovered quite a lot, and so have the Grounders.
Indeed, most certainly. When it matters, that is when somehow something comes along and helps these teams push on their effort just a tiny bit more, and they're able to get exactly the points that they were waiting for and pushing themselves that much more in a comfortable position, but yet not safe. In fact, there is no safety. There is no safety. Let's just declare it right off the bat itself, because every single time you get yourself in a safe position, you are that much more vulnerable because the other teams are wanting to steal that exact same position. And that is the top 6, right?
I'm sorry to really cut you off over there, but
no, please do.
QWERTY, Magnus, Grounders. Now, just before this game, we did see a little bit of a segregation, right? Around 20 points. But now look at that. There's no point disparity between these guys. So now the next game, if the Grounders have a decent one, I think we're looking at a potential top 3 for them. So now the competition has gotten even more fierce, because earlier on there was just the top 6. They're kind of safe and happy, but with Magnus having back-to-back good games, with the Grounders also having a good game, QWERTY leapfrogging 3 spots upwards, now 97, shows that the final game could end anywhere. There could be so many ups and downs in the overall rankings. Oh, this is going to get so exciting, man.
Dude, this is actually absolutely bonkers, because as you mentioned that, I'm just reminding myself that, alright, so 52x Rage as well as Metershot as well as the Stars are aligned, SALTxi8 also, they have not been playing their best of the best game, because 2 games ago, I remember saying that you're looking at 118 odd points coming in from the top position holder, 112, 119, something like that was set up for 52x Rage, and then 62 points is where the team sitting on that 8th position was. So almost a 60-point difference is what we were looking at, but now, in just the matter of the game itself, we have jumped up quite a big margin, where 88 points is where they're at. So yeah, it's very close, and with this one final game remaining for the day, it could very well be the side of that team making that comeback for their side. And again, moving on to the second page, of course, we do see Freestyle, FMxR3D have been able to get themselves pushed on, but look at those points. I mean, they are sitting at 64 points, and then they've got 83 points up above them. So that's a little bit of a chunk. Yeah, that's a little bit of a chunk that they'll have to cover up. But again, what are the chances that, those top 3 teams and such big names, 52x Rage, SALTxi8, Metershot, not performing, and then you've got the opportunity to be able to perform and catch up to them? Just brilliant. Just absolutely brilliant. But 7 games in total remaining for today. Let's move on to the schedule, as the final game will take us back to the map of Erangel. And do you think it is possible for Metershot, the way that they've been playing? But the way that they've been playing, they've been caught off again and again. So the thing that we were talking about, that why is the lobby not stopping Metershot in the track? And now in the grand finals, they are.
Yeah.
So do you think it is possible? Maybe a slight sliver of a hope or a chance?
Very difficult, because one thing MetershotxSKY need to understand, that teams have read them. Now they're an open book, right? They have understood how to counter them. Honestly, we being analysts and casters have been clearly looking out for it. We have seen the same thing happening over and over again. Now MetershotxSKY need to show the world that they're just not a one-trick pony, right? They've got a few other strategies up their sleeves, because always trying to enter late into the circle has clearly been ruled out, because now teams are literally waiting. I mean, I'm there, I'm not moving around of you. You come, you take as long as you want, you come outside the zone. I know you would be on low HP, and then I'm gonna just take you down. It's just that simple for teams, and they're going after it, right? They know that they have the chance, the opportunity. But hey, that being said, Lakshay, let's just directly hop in on the flight, as it's about to take off without us, but surely made it on time, as the Big Bird has taken it on the sky, as another really drastic flight path trajectory is what we're getting up from this very southwest to the northeast, or rather towards the eastern side. So a lot of teams have to cover some ground, especially the teams dropping off at the western and the northwestern sides.
Well, this is a very different sort of flight path than I anticipated actually. Because till now, when it comes to the map of Erangel, we've actually looked at the northern zones basically, and a little bit towards the south side, but I mean majorly. So I wonder in the final game also, expecting a curveball and still going towards the north, is that what the zone will bring to the table? Or maybe, I mean, I would love for it to go down towards the eastern front. That would be just perfect. Absolutely phenomenal would be the case. But for now, again, taking it back to our usual suspects. Of course, we do have SALTxi8 going back to the military base. Alongside them is going to be MetershotxSKY. No problem at all over there. They're going to be sticking around there for a couple of minutes before they even think about moving out. On the other side, when it comes down to that ferry pier, that is being not necessarily contested, but based on the flight path, it is almost like an unsung song and a story between FS and Clarity. As soon as the flight path is going to be based on towards the southern side, towards the ferry pier, FS will not be interested in ferry pier at all. It will always be Clarity that will make their mark there, get into their vehicles, and then move away. And nobody's the wiser, nobody's getting the point at that point in time, at least. Like I said, I mean, it's just happened so many times that I've noticed this. It's like an unsung song basically between them. And then we've got an interesting play being showcased from the side of Team Star as well. So this is going to be a question about what is the side of Team Star, Clarity, TUF and Magnus going to be doing. I mean, Magnus, they're in a comfortable position because that's where they like to go. But the other teams, Team Star, Clarity, TUF, they love to go towards that northern side. But the zone is helping them to where they're at.
Yeah, I
if
mean,
they
right
stick around, some early fights to take.
Rightfully pointed, you know, Lakshay, because again, for teams like Star, their goal has always been about going towards the north. But, you know, lately I've seen them trying to play around that farm split. So, again, it could be their possible plan B that we've been talking about. Let's say the flight path trajectory just passing from the southern side. What do you do? Go head off over there.
You do what TUF is doing, dude. Look at that.
I mean, I'm gonna check. I mean, TUF, yeah, I think, well, TUF have been very, how do you say, stern about them going to their own designated drop spot, right? So nothing much changing, you know, they're going to take that longer route, but they're still going to head over towards hospital, the Western Georgia Pearl cities, make sure that they get enough loot for themselves. But, you know, this is where the equation kind of changes, because ideally, like you said, I completely agree with you, Lakshay, that Star sort of tends to go towards Severny, right? Now, Regicide, do they know about it? Do they know that they have Star right beside them? Because when Regicide gets down with the loot and they would be traversing, they would ideally expect Team Star not to be present around. So if that happens, then it's gonna spew a little bit of trouble. But let's see what really the future holds for us. But H2E, man, I mean, it was just that first Super Weekend, if you remember, and I think a few initial days of the second Super Weekend when they were literally the best team inside the lobby, and ever since, kind of invisible, right? Not making any strides, not making any huge plays. They've just been spoiling, you know, others' play. But it's just about that. I'm starting to wonder what really went wrong with them.
Again, I mean, if you really start taking down the stats down for each and individual team, right, in the lobby right now, looking back at the entire 3-week affair that we've been part of, every single team, I kid you not, fix this, every single team has showcased that sort of a performance. You can take that conversation all the way back to H2E, to 4VTFD, to Clarity, to Team Star, to 52X Rage, all the way to Magnus, to Grounders, to Quantum Rage. They've all showcased that. And that is where, again, like, that's the reason why I'm saying that this season for Pakistan PMPL is a game changer. The entirety of Pakistan has upped their level in terms of the way that they're approaching PMPL itself, where each and every team, I would say, is a deserving team.
Oh, I mean, of course.
Every single time it is the case, but this time it is that much more so because every single team has showcased that. And so it becomes that much more difficult that to see rather difficult to see that. Well, you've got H2E, you've got North Esports. They're trying to take on fights every single time as the game starts off. You've got H2E and they are trying slowly. FMxR3D, they are definitely on the rise, but the numbers of the games are dwindling, right? And that is a big cause for concern, of course. But of course, along with all of that, as I get deeper and deeper into any of that stuff, do stop me, because in the end, it is about having the best game that you can. And of course, they are also playing for the prize pool, and that prize pool is going to be a huge chunk as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's the money, and you know, you've got to talk about the fact that this PMPL has been a sort of a revolution for a lot of teams, and clearly a revolution for the entire region of Pakistan. Right before this, you know, there would be just a few of the teams qualifying, completely outnumbered by the Nepalis in the SA PMPL. Right, so getting a whole PMPL just to their region shows how popular and how you know, close this sport is to, you know, all the fans and the players. Right now, in this, we saw a lot of new teams come up, a lot of teams that have been grinding for quite some time finally get the deserved recognition that was long overdue. So this has been, how do you say it, right? This has been a beacon for something really big to happen. And whatever the result is, one thing for sure, you're getting the top 6 representation from this region in the PMPL SA Championship. So that's a good thing, right? Because earlier we used to just have, like, let's say max to max 2 or 3 teams from Pakistan barely making it through, and this time we have double the numbers. So that's something good for starters. You know, you're not gonna expect that Nepali or the Mongolian supremacy altogether. But yeah, now Pakistan will get that little, you know, that little recognition that they were always capable of, and having more of the Pakistani teams in the SA Championship lobbies certainly do increase the chances. But now, getting back into the game, Lakshay, Star, they've taken the epicenter of the circle. Yeah, and now Freestyle, they kind of spread out a little bit, but could have a potential skirmish against SALTxi8.
I think Star have actually made a very strategic move right there, because every single time we know for a fact FMX loves to go there, and FMX know for a fact that NES is right down south every single time of that position. And both those teams don't know for a fact that Team Star this time around is going to be waiting for them as they try and get into their rotation, because all the time we've seen North Esports get from that position down south, and as they start making that rotation, in fact, they're just making that rotation, as I say, on the map. It is going to be Team Star who should be able to capitalize on it, if that is what they're planning, because that is what I at least saw. And along with that, Quantum Rage also jumps in along. So a lot of chaos ensuing right here off the map altogether. And from the south, we do have SALTxi8 chiming along. As of now, again, they've just jumped into the zone itself. It's not like they're taking on fights, but it's just a matter of minutes, because they are getting closer and closer. And on our screens, of course, it is going to be Team QWERTY getting the information found out against Voltrix from Regicide.
Ooh, and you know, this is not good signs for Regicide. They cannot afford to lose numbers at this point whatsoever. So many teams, they're just focusing on that center. So much traffic around that central and that southern area, right? Look at that northeastern space. Exactly. It's completely vacant. I mean, 52x Rage, they're going to have the game of their lives if they can rotate there early on, where QWERTY, they seem to be also heading out a little bit, try to cover that eastern area a little bit more, as FMR3D make that movement from that northern side, with Magnus and TUF following suit from that western area. But 52x Rage coming in, getting inside the zone. Now this is the moment I think we're gonna witness so many early fights breaking out. Like, look at how closely contested everybody is. Now this is something that you do not really see on the other lobbies in the Pakistani PMPL. I mean, it takes a little while, but there you go. Already shots have been taken. Uzum going after the players of Freestyle, spotting them. And this is where, you know, again, you've got to start wondering if how deep can our SALTxi8 willing to go after just one player of Freestyle. And that has always been a huge trouble for them. You know, they do not think twice even before committing, and in the process, manage to get the finishes, no doubt. But at the same time, get a lot of casualties to their name.
Yes. And that's, yeah, that is so true. That is something that you did mention in the previous game as well, as that is exactly what they were doing. And they need to really put a leash on that. And again, though, because that is how the team loves to play, you cannot really force a team to change the way they like to play. And that is, again, a very debatable sort of a conversation, because it changes the synergy of the team altogether, right? And when you're trying to play safe, or when you're trying to play the aggressiveness that you love to play it at. Now, once again, as has been the case the entire day, H2E jumping in, trying to take on fights, trying to bring in some damage. And that is what they end up doing. They bring in damage graphs for themselves, get barely 1, 2, maximum 4, 5 elimination points based on the map and the way that they were able to rotate into it. But that is pretty much it. So tough luck is what I'm looking at for the side of H2E, at least on this day number 2. Once again, though, tomorrow is a bright new day where we've got 6 more games that will be played. And again, you never know how or what way those games are going to be going down towards. It could be a completely unexpected result tomorrow at the end of the day. But right now, it is Team Star taken on, or rather, it is going to be SALTxi8 actually, trying to take on maybe, or thinking about it, or not necessarily. No, hold on. It is going to be Blade. It seemed like he was teasing. He was teasing the players of Team Star, but now they're just going to be waiting it out. And slowly, as the bait progresses on along, there is a flank being created. So a lot of misdirection being showcased from the side of SALTxi8. As we look on the minimap, there was a flank where it seems like they are still thinking about it.
So many risky plays being made by them, one after the other. But hold on, QWERTY seems to be under a potential raid by the players of H2E. Pan coming out, Khan caught right out in the open with his pants down, did not even have his weapon holstered up. But now I think Gravity has also been spotted. I'm sure he's going to relay all that information to his teammates, as QWERTY seem to be in a little bit of a situation. Khan needs to drop down, but the only problem is FS and Regicide. They're also watching up from above, as Pan knows exactly where Khan is headed, and he's going to lob a grenade. But at the same time, Gravity doing some massive amount of damage over there, as Pan gets finally knocked down by Destroyer, as Gravity needs to focus on ensuring that his IGL gets that revive that is much needed at this point. As QWERTY, they can surely think about pushing in, but right now Uzum in a little bit of a situation, having been knocked out, as Blade also will follow suit. As Star, they're showing a really good defense over the Potato Hills.
Dude, they've got all 4 players standing. They've got the compound, but they're outside the compound, taking the fight to the face of SALTxi8. And SALTxi8 were the ones who jumped into this thinking like it's going to be a walk in the park. But that's not the case, as Reviews runs away from the position. And now as we move on back to the fight that was just being taken care of, where the revivals have surely come in. H2E were the aggressors, but it seems like they are still going to be the aggressors. They are still going to be able to bring down the players of, or rather try to bring down the players of QWERTY, but in overall standing, it is not looking likely to be the case, because QWERTY get the better half of the fight. They were able to get all their players revived, and in doing so, they'll slowly be, of course, looking on to get these 2 final players, Hucker and Pan. And Pan has been the problem, but I guess not for long, because Hucker has been brought down. Pan, the only man surviving. Also from the side of QWERTY, it is Wolverine, who's looking very comfortable in terms of his health, but Destroyer and Khan, they are brought down to almost a sliver. But man, this is going to be your day. This is your moment to fight. But you are all going to face 3 players, not 1, not 2, but 3 players. So it was a very, very valiant effort, is what I would say.
Look at
very
SALTxi8.
valiant effort indeed. But that
it
does bring an end.
Yeah, I mean, he did whatever he could. But, you know, Lakshay, this is where my complaints with SALTxi8 are still there. Repeating the same thing over and over again. Now, if you compare yesterday's performance of SALTxi8, they're still at the 3rd spot. But you've got to consider this fact that they've always been lucky in the fact that some or the other player tends to survive. And to date, that has not been reciprocated. They're still getting a lot of finishes though. But again, getting eliminated at the 14th spot, now you are leaving that 3rd spot open up for TUF, for Regicide. Even QWERTY has a good chance of taking you down.
Now, Fixes, tell me something. I just thought of this. I don't think this as a reality. I don't think it's to be the case, but I'm just asking you hypothetically.
Yeah.
The way the side of SALTxi8 played in the 3 weeks, they dominated. They knew exactly what their opponent were doing. They were synergistic in terms of the way the fights were being taken. They knew exactly the kind of rotation that would work out for them. Based on the rotations, they would get the fights. And then as the 3-week journey came to an end, before we jumped into grand finals, the final few days, we saw them completely YOLO approach, all guns blazing, all YOLO approach from their side, right? So, I mean, they were basically just testing the lobby as to how can they bring the craziest out. They tested it, it all worked out, but now they maybe want to play it safe because they know that they are going to be able to make it. They are going to be part of the top 6, but they're preparing for the next step. And that next step is, well, keep those strategies at bay, to not let them know, the other regions know what we're going to be bringing to the table. Is it? I mean, I don't know. That's a big two-brained mind. I don't know. This is too much, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I agree with you, Lakshay. I mean, that had been their initial thoughts. You know, we've been the best team in the lobby. Of course, you would feel that after you get 150 plus points domination in the Super Weekend number 3. But then again, you've got to understand these are the finals. This is where the stakes are the highest. This is where teams are gonna try hard, and clearly that won't work out. But a little bit of a replay, you can see 52x Rage being under the bus. Now, this is where. Now, you've got to understand, Lakshay, that they let this game slip by. Now, so many teams can topple them over. And if that happens for the next 2 or 3 games, then their very existence in the top 6 is under contention, is under question. Because now, look at the numbers, right? Everyone's picking up pace. MetershotxSKY, they're out. SALTxi8, they're out. This is a perfect game for TUF to bag a chicken dinner and get maybe potentially at the top. But even for Regicide also, all they need to do is hold on, get decent amount of finishes, and they can enter the top 3 at the very least. But a little bit of a kerfuffle. We can see IQ going after the players of Team Magnus as he's going to look after taking down Respect. Now again, getting back into the discussion, SALTxi8 yesterday, I mean, maybe saying that they were lucky is an understatement, or maybe is not the right word. They always had someone who did the carrying part, right? Did make it to the final, survive till the very end. And today they seem to have run out of options. And this is where they need to wake up to the senses, because this was such a bad game for them. They get eliminated early on. So tomorrow, with just 6 games to go, they've got to make sure that they're having a really good start, maintain that top 3, because the battle for top 6 is so tightly knit.
It is indeed. That is, I mean, so perfectly punched out, because as you mentioned that, I was just calculating 10 points. That's all the headroom that SALTxi8 have right now. And again, I mean, 10 points is very, very much possible for these teams to be able to capitalize upon. We've seen the likes of Regicide, QWERTY, the Grounders, all of them bring in that sort of points when they've had a good game. So, like you so perfectly mentioned, it is definitely in the reality of things that be for the side of SALTxi8 to not be make it, which is again a completely unthinkable thought, but definitely a possibility based on the stats. It is clearly possible. And right now, the way North Esports and the other teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard, the way they're pushing on their chances of survival and taking on those points, it is getting closer. The fight is getting closer, intense, and the 6 matches that are remaining tomorrow, well, we'll talk about them tomorrow. Right now, it is the 45 players alive, 13 teams in this lobby, and they're all here for one thing only. Just get that chicken dinner. But there's only one team that'll walk away, of course, with that. And could it be FS? Could it be the final game walking into their play? And where is Metershot?
Outside the lobby.
They got eliminated.
Yep, and pretty early on that too. So again, the second and third position team getting taken down. Like we said, it's opened up, right? This is a perfect time for a team like let's say Clarity to get a chicken dinner out of this one. But just as we start speaking about Clarity, we can find Rollin just crawling over there. Even Zibian getting taken out of the picture. So huge troubles arising. The alarm bell stalling for Clarity. But for now, North Esports would want to make it inside the circle. But it's going to be so difficult with Quantum Rage, Sirius keeping a watch over them. as Amer, he's fighting the wrong enemies over there. He's taking a dig at Magnus, where his whole squad is up on the verge of getting extinct by the players of Quantum Rage. And the worst part, still nobody wants to retaliate back, as one after the other they're losing out on numbers and now are just survived by Snow.
Well, I'm sure he's thinking of the RTP song Snow. Hey yo, we are not here, just let us be, let us live in peace, but that is not going to be the case, as the side of these teams, they are just wanting to bring in an onslaught. And Clarity, I mean, they're trying, they're definitely taking on some massive blows to their opponents' faces, but not before they themselves are getting injured and hurt and brought down to their knees as well. So this entire fight, or rather this entire final game, has been just absolutely chaotic, where one after the other, so many of these teams are almost like they're playing TDM, and look at that bumper cars and Lego play being showcased from the side of these teams, and the skill level on another level altogether from QWERTY's Destroyer right there, with so many sprays on point from one knock to the next, to the next, to the next, getting them all done.
Now QWERTY, yeah, they're starting to feel it, but so are the players of Wretched side, right out in the open as Joker. He's gonna make no mistakes in getting that knock secured, as it is pandemonium all over the place as Vaz, the last survivor. And how long can he remain? Not for long, as QWERTY, or rather Quantum Rage, are the ones to wipe them out, who aren't really in a comfortable spot either. Losing out on one of the players, IQ, one of their star performers, but for 52x Rage, this is the perfect game to further up their lead, and they haven't really gotten a lot of finishes. You could clearly see the pressure starting to speak volumes, but the circle shift, look at this, Lakshay. It's gone towards the players of Freestyle, and now all of them are just sticking to one compound. They've got a compound that they've got to hold on to. They have their vehicles intact, and if they sort of end up getting a chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure they're going to start closing in on that gap and get to that potential 8th or the 9th spot, and start you know, their run for that top 6 tomorrow. But for now, again, Clarity somehow have managed to survive, revive Zibian. They survived with 3 of their players. A very, very important game. But the question is, who are they going to ram onto next? Because now someone has to take a fight, and 52x Rage, I think they're the ones who also have to get inside the zone. They were waiting for the grounders to get ahead of them, and now is where they will decide to follow suit. But Freestyle absolutely shredding apart the players of Clarity. Within seconds, they've been wiped out directly from the lobby.
Oh, that was so painful to watch. They were looking okay, they were holding their fort, trying their level best, but now, as soon as they tried to get away from that sticky position, of course, the position was given away and they were brought down. But with that 16 still remaining, 52x is still part of this. Very close to them is in the vicinity TUF, who have also been able to accumulate a lot of points. 52x playing it a very safe approach. On the other side, for the side of FS, everything working for them. The compound is only theirs for the taking. There's no other team in the back. It seems like that's Quantum Rage. No, it's another team altogether that's going to be behind them, but FS has that taken care of. It's 7 defeat points confirmed for their side. There is nothing stopping the side of Freestyle as of now. And on the other front, when it comes to the teams that are out in the open, well, it's just open season for 52, for TUF, and the grounders seem to be the ones that they are targeting.
Oh yeah, it's getting so very exciting from here onwards, as 52x Race, they've got their eyes set at TUF right now. A little bit of a situation because TUF have a lot of covers to play around with, but Faster trying to get that higher ground, making sure he's making the right plays. As spotted out Virus already, and just about to take shots, but no, Thor getting the better out of the players. Zen and Faster both follow suit, as Virus will also connect that grenade, and a very good play coming in for the players of TUF. Now Daku, the last solo survivor for his team, and there goes 52x Rage also out of the server.
Wow, TUF, they are in it to win it, but they still have to take care of Freestyle. Now, numbers advantage definitely favoring the side of TUF. The way that they have been slowly but surely pushing on along, they have the momentum working in their favor. They've got these buggies, that's going to be the cover working in their favor, but for the side of Freestyle, what do they have? They've got their wits. They've got their skills, but is that going to be enough? Because as you move on to the top view, you clearly see how open this entire battleground is. And for Freestyle, the only thing that's keeping them safe is that compound, which still is going to be at the edge. So again, they can wait it out. They've got that one car, they've got the one vehicle, but that also does not seem likely to be the decision to make, because JD from the side of Quantum Rage, again, I mean, from the starting of the tournament all the way down till the end, for the side of Quantum Rage, Sirius and JD, these two dudes have stood up again and again so many times in so many awkward positions for Quantum Rage. It is not even a joke, and Sirius, he always is able to deliver, even though he might be just a one-man army many times. But right now, again, numbers advantage is what is favoring TUF, so that is what they're going to be using in their advantageous position. But is this going to be a safe push, I wonder?
Oh yeah, we've got to see. And right now, Sirius is gonna lob that grenade up, getting caught off there. TUF have no intentions of stopping here at all. They want that first spot going in for themselves. Already 12 finishes high, but FS, they could be the thorns that TUF would be worried about. JD getting spotted out, Thor getting an idea of his position, but Malik is not gonna spare him from the backlines. Gets that knock, as now we are in a 3v3 situation. It all comes down to where the next shift of the circle is gonna pan out, as Virus at very low HP, making sure he gets to his teammate, gets that revive up, as Wasi's just gonna blow up Edgar's vehicle over there, as Malik just right out in the open. I'm starting to get a little worried about there, as Virus needs to get that res back up early, and then the trouble arises in the next circle shift, and this is where both of these teams have to go out in the open. And well, Freestyle can delay a little bit, but it has to be TUF who needs to make that first move, as Edgar taking some amount of damage, as Freestyle look at getting the first chicken dinner for them.
They need this. They definitely need this. I was going to point it out earlier. Did not want to say it, but compared to the way Clarity has been playing, I would really say that Freestyle deserve a better chance right now, or rather look like they had a better chance right now because of the compound working in their favor. But now in the final moments of this fight, this is actually equal. It could go either way. Vasi has somehow gotten really close, but on his flank, there we go, Virus, and Virus will be able to give a punch, take a punch as well, but still somehow survive. But this wonderful nade from Black could be it. Malik bringing that Virus down. 2v2 situation is where it's turning out to be, and Edgar down to the play zone. It is down to a 2v1 fight where Black and Malik have this all routed out for themselves. The only cover that we've got for the side of Thor is going to be this big tree trunk, but that's not going to do anything, dude, because you've got two players coming in towards you. You've got Molotov coming in, and behind the scenes it's going to be the blue zone. This is the end that you predicted, Success, and with that, it is definitely a GG play game right here from the side of Freestyle to get there. So again, it's almost like you predicted it. You were talking about, it is possible. It is one good game, and then there's the shift. There you have it. Touching on moving on along, getting closer and closer.
Yes, I think more than the position, the biggest thing over is that they have reduced the difference, right? Reduced the gap. Now, earlier on, when we started off with the day, it was, I think, the 4 or 5 teams that were in contention that had a significant amount of lead over the others. Then it kind of increased till 6th and 7th. Now, it has gone all the way down till the 10th position. Out of 10 teams, anyone can win this tournament, and that's going to be such an amazing thing, because we all know that one thing, that this is going to go down to the last day. But yeah,
I've got one thing to say, and this is something that is possible, and I'm sure the fans also are not going to like it, because I'm not even liking it, thinking to myself as well. With this close, the stats being this close, we've still got 6 games to go through. There is still the statistics of those 6 matches to combine long. It is highly likely that there would be teams sitting on that 6th spot, 7th spot with same number, and then a decision will be made based on perhaps chicken dinners, perhaps Yeah, I mean,
Conditions,
whenever
yeah.
it comes to that sort of situations, that's that much more of a crazy affair. But again, that's a speculation, entirely speculative. But right now, what is not going to be speculative is we're going to go on a short little break. Stick around, we're going to be right back.
Go.
It's our chance.
To reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
And there we go. We've got the 6 games done for the day. And, well, it is a little bit of a downfall as well, because now we reach that much more closer to the final 6 games and that final decision as to which team will it be. But today, if you were to summarize these entire day fixes, how would you do it, mate?
It has been a day of comebacks, I must say, right? It has been a day of opening up the entire top 6, to be honest, right? But
Right.
yeah, we're going to talk about it a little bit later. Let's give the appreciations to the players, Joker, especially TUF. Such a huge game for these lads over here, right? A much needed second position, and 12 finishes along with 12 points, I think around 24 points. They might find themselves at the top spot, but 52 extra, I think they've also had a really good game. I'm pretty sure they're going to get the second spot for sure. That's not out of question. And also topple down SALTxi8, who are going to further lose ground. But the best part about TUF was they were really very patient with their rotation, took that northern route, stayed away from the traffic, and when the moment came, they struck in. But for FS, I think it all had to do about where they dropped and how quickly they rotated to the center of the circle. And that little one compound, them choosing that's quite unorthodox, right? Because it's very vulnerable. It's not a good compound to hold on to. But hey, once the circle favors, that sort of a bad compound turns into the best compound inside the server, and that is what they had for themselves, and made sure, let the other teams fight it out amongst themselves, steered off from as much trouble as they could, and as a result of which ended up getting the chicken dinner. Again, the most reliable player of this team, Malik, stepping it up for him and for the team. And there you have a little bit of a head-to-head. Clearly TUF having the better numbers, but again, a much needed, I must say, chicken dinner for Freestyle.
Definitely a perfect game for the side of Freestyle, and nothing taken away from their approach in the entirety of the saga itself. I mean, even though of course we do see the points not being that big of a difference, that's alright. I mean, TUF, they were already on the roller coaster ride when it came down to the final third week, because they were being consistent, or rather they had started to be on that consistent horse, and that is what they've picked up right now as well, which I'm sure they will keep on doing so, because they've got some incredibly skilled players as well, and really high fragging players as well. When the game is turning into those final battles, they do bring themselves to the best of the light. But overall, a perfect day for both of these teams is where I would say, I mean, a perfect closure to the day rather is the best decision, or rather best way to say this out, because now tomorrow, as these teams started out, well, the points have gotten really close. It's almost like it's very much possible, and definitely not that big a deal for teams sitting even on that 16th position to be able to jump into the top page, to maybe even make it into the top 6. But for that, we're going to have to come back to tomorrow and see who will it be. And also one more very important thing, dude, is going to be SALTxi8 Crypto. Will he be able to come back along in that kill leaders list?
Oh, I don't know, because now we've got different players stepping up when the occasion really arose, right? So many others. But yeah, I think King Crypto, we know he's got what it takes. It's all about SALTxi8. Their decision making has been absurd, needs to improve, and look at this, getting no points from this game, where their opponents, where their nearby contenders, TUF, 27 points. So a huge gap being created over here. So this void needs to be filled up, and this is gonna start to wonder how. But 52x Rage, a decent game, you know, top 3 finish, 9 points, or top 4 finish perhaps, 9 points coming out of this game. Certainly would have been happier if they had a few more kills along with it. But still, no complaints.
Fine.
It's all right. It's okay.
You know,
but
when you talk
Quantum
about
Rage are
52x
picking
Rage,
pace. Yeah.
Quantum Rage, yes, definitely. In fact, you know what? You're reading my mind right now, dude. Because what I was going to bring up is 52x Rage, and then as soon as I finish that, towards Quantum Rage. So I'll be very brief. 52x Rage. Do you remember that perfect approach that was being showcased on the beach from 52 Rage's Bane, as there were so many fishes waiting on along onto the beach, and he was the only sole dude who decided to just swim onto the beach and then take on shots to his teammates as well as the opponents to bring in the points before he himself gets knocked out. And that of course took place in the league play days itself. But as we talk about that, moving on to Quantum as well, right? Quantum Rage, you remember Sirius, the one-man army, who was not only once but twice able to bring in some massive plays where he stole the chicken dinner away from a team that almost looked like they should have had the game, but it did not because of JD and Sirius.
Yeah, I mean, surely for 52x Rage, like you said, I remember that Erangel shoreline where he was fishing for fun. But, you know, that sort of has not been reciprocated, but rather more enhanced, or rather more better version of 52x Rage, because this was one of the teams that I've never would have thought, you know, if you would have asked me, FMxR, who would your top 3 be? And 52x Rage were not even in my top 10, right? They never made themselves feel like that. But yeah, but then again, getting into the finals, and suddenly you see them being so consistent, man. And that is what is needed, right? And the best part is they held on themselves, right? They held themselves even in the second day, which MetershotxSKY were not able to do. So that is the interesting part, because well,
100%.
Yeah.
All the praise is given to them, definitely. 100%, definitely. Nothing taken away from them. Even if you talk about the way that they start the fight, even if the way you talk about the way they approach the circles themselves, because they are not that far away from that passive approach that they end up taking. But the one thing that definitely is going to be spoken for the side of 52x Rage is that yes, they do play passive initially, but when it comes to taking on fights also, they do not shy away. They jump right in and take that fight head on. And that, of course, is the reason why we've seen them be on the top without a chicken dinner, because of those elimination points.
Oh yeah, I think that shows how consistent this squad has been, right? But in the final few moments, it was clearly, I mean, had you know, Thor been revived, had you know, they had few of their players, could have been different stories. But for now, taking a look at the damage graph, some really high state numbers coming out. TUF 2735 points of damage with 15 finishes to their name, and Freestyle with 10 finishes clearly shows how good these two teams were. Along with Quantum Rage, had a decent performance. The Grounders also were quite consistent today. I think we did see some resurgence from their side. Clarity were looking good up to a point when they absolutely got shredded by the players of FS. Now, the one big wrong decision where all these players decided to travel together when someone had to cover them from backlines, and that them not doing that. And there you can see TUF find themselves at the top spot, 52x Rage, just a point short, but the second spot is not going to hurt them a lot. But MetershotxSKY, this is where the downfall has certainly began, and they were not looking good at all. But QWERTY, out of nowhere, they've made it to the top 4. As SALTxi8, they're starting to lose ground. They're being dropped down at the 5th spot.
Are we actually going to say this? I mean, SALTxi8 right now, the way that they're sitting on that 5th spot with only 3 points shy of being on the 7th or the 8th, this is unheard of from the side of SALTxi8, but this is turning into a reality. Where you talk about Regicide, in the 3-week affair that we saw, the team was not performing, or rather, they were not even showcasing anything. And now, as they jump into the grand finals, here they are looking A-okay and still sticking around in that consistent play and effort. Well, it seems like there is a high chance and probability, maybe, that this position could be stolen this season from SALTxi8. Let's see again. That is all speculatory from the desk right now, but it is definitely in the cards based on the way that they've played in the today as well as yesterday.
Oh yeah, I think this is going to get so exciting from here onwards because look at that, even till the grounders, I think they can also start dreaming of making it to the top six, right? Even freestyle, not far behind. I mean, they completely cut short that difference that was, and now we have got 10 teams, ladies and gentlemen, who are here to contest for everything on the line for the top six spots, and we've got to take a look at TUF. Certainly one of the teams that has really picked up pace today, and you could clearly see how good Joker and Virus were along with Edgar. So three of these players performing, even Thor doing his job. Oh, I am loving this team.
Well, let's just keep all this open, all this conversation open tomorrow as well, because even though I said that I'm mincing my words, I still want to take it back and say, like, you know what, there is going to be a different approach and mindset coming in from the side of SALTxi8, and they are going to be picking up the pace that has been slacking and lacking from their side, as this has really gotten real. I was under the impression that there is maybe some mind games or whatnot as I spoke yesterday, but now it is clearly evident that, this is getting a bit too real and a bit too close to the fact that they might not be able to make it. But then again, if they not, then there will be another team, and that another team will be given this wonderful opportunity to go on ahead, represent Pakistan, and based on how all these teams are playing, everybody is a deserving winner.
Oh, everyone surely is, right? And I do not know. I'm getting mixed feelings, I do not know if I can if I can really sleep in the night, because now a lot of thoughts. Now, if that's that's happening with me, imagine the other players, right? Imagine what would be going through the heads of the top 10 teams, and you never know. Tomorrow is still there. Maybe teams like Clarity suddenly start waking up, get back-to-back chickens, get themselves also involved in the race. But tomorrow, I think it's going to primarily be about how consistent you are. It's not going to be about how many chicken dinners you're getting. It's about how many finishes and how good positioned you are in the final lobby.
Another thing to actually add on to that, when we talk about the teams, all right, let's move on first to the MVP ranking, where we are going to look at TUF's team's 3 players right here, Edgar, Sanhok, and then comes in QWERTY's Gravity. And of course, when it comes down to why is Edgar up top, some viewers might think, well, again, Fixes takes us through this, mate. I mean, this is so very important that, it is something to discuss, because everybody thinks, just get those elimination points, get them kills, and that is all that matters. But that's not it. That's not what Synergy is.
So the primary difference with the MVP ranking, like we have been saying, we've given preference to their survival and also their damage along with the elimination. So you've got it's a sort of a cumulative points that we're taking it out, and Edgar has done it all, right? Has been the more reliant player of his team, has provided the damage, has provided that cover fire at the same time, survived for quite a long time. But here we have the day's summary, and it was an open day, right? An open day where everybody had their chance on getting the chicken. The grounders got their second Miramar chicken dinner today. QWERTY 2 chickens in Erangel and Miramar respectively, and Regicide also making their foothold strong in that top 6 with that Sanhok chicken, followed by Quantum Rage getting one of them, and Freestyle finishing it up with theirs. But surely I think for QWERTY has to be the best day, and for me the team of the evening, considering where they were. I think for a moment I remember before that first game they were outside the top 8. They got the chicken dinner, and after that they also again got dwindled down towards that 10th position. Then they got another chicken, and now they are even up top. I think Team SALTxi8, they've crossed them, they've toppled them over. So clearly QWERTY, one of the best teams for the evening, and it's going to get so exciting to see what is going to happen tomorrow.
That is so true indeed. It's all in the air. It's all in speculatory basis is where I'm going to leave it. In fact, just a fun little thought to add on is going to be, this final game actually was a pretty much freestyle for all of these teams. I mean, that was like a kushti going on all across. Wherever you look at, so many teams, so much of chaos. But in all of that, do not forget to, of course, follow all of our social media, as there is so much of action-packed craziness that goes on throughout the entirety of the year, and the only way we can keep you updated and stayed in touch is through all of our social media. That, of course, is going to get updated every single time, and there are so many giveaways as well, so you definitely want to be clicking that bell. And yep, boy oh boy, nobody anticipated this, but here we are, the second day of the grand finals right here at PMPL coming to an end for the Pakistan region, but one final day remaining, and we shall then find out at the end of tomorrow which teams are going to be the ones moving on forth from Pakistan, representing Pakistan, and also walking away with all of that money.
Oh yes, and everything has just come down to that one day. 10 teams currently in contention, and you surely guys would not want to miss out on tomorrow's game. But that being said, we've finally come to the end of today's show. We're going to be calling it a night. We will see you tomorrow. Till then, good night and peace out.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके।
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग, पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग, मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैग टैग, दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट, मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय, बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई, टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस, हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस, बैकी आया पैराशूट ते, like I'm falling out of love जीवे, तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे, तेरा चलना ही
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके।
Oh boy, don't cry, तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय, कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई, तेरे जैसे कई आए, I'm a queen, मेरा सीन, करे बात मेरी M16, नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean, तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन, तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं, ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं, बिना चिकन डिनर, कभी हार ना कबूल करूं, कभी हार ना कबूल करूं।
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया, तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया, and you thought you knocked me out, मैं तस्मा जो बंद करन लई बह गया, एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू, 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू, मेरे लिखने दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाहता, लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा, गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा, मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल, कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा, बैकी आया पैराशूट ते, like I'm falling out of love जीवे, तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे, तेरा चलना नहीं वाली।